Hello, one and all. Welcome back to the Blue Otter Premier League. On the schedule tonight, we will, of course, be starting off the stream with another episode of Otter Talk in just a moment. After that, our first match will be Dorado Gaming versus Literal Monkeys. Dorado would lock playoffs there with a win. Monkeys not entirely out of the picture just yet, but their fate is no longer in their own hands, and they definitely do need that win to stay in it. Our second best of three will, of course, be Elysium going up against the Spire. The Spire would lock playoffs with the win. If Elysium take it, then they would knock the Monkeys out of contention, regardless of the results of our first match tonight, and Elysium would be able to maintain their slight lead over High Alert in the standings. My name is Crewman44. I would like to welcome our lovely guests who are joining us this week to share their insights as we move into week number 6. Guys, please introduce yourselves with your IGN, your team, your role, and we're going to start off this episode with some spice. I want you to tell me which two teams you think are not going to make it into those playoffs. Boost is coming to you first.
Hey, so like you said, I'm Boostus. I play for the Spire. I'm the 80 carry. I think if I had to guess, it's going to be Conduit and High Alert. I know High Alert made some changes recently and they've improved, but I think they started off too rocky to make the final push to playoffs.
Yeah, I know Conduit brought in Pine in the jungle recently as well, but they haven't been able to roster him consistently. I'm not sure if he's going to be playing this week or not. So, interesting shouts there, Boostus. But next up.
Hi, I'm Lesser. I'm the coach for Omega. Literal Monkeys and I think it's Hyler are just both kind of, they're done, I'll be honest.
Yeah. I mean, they are, both of those teams are currently at the bottom of the standings. So going by current rankings, then that does seem to be the likely outcome. Last but not least.
Hey, I'm Sarah, and I'm the mid laner for Omega. And for the two teams I think aren't going to make it, I think Litmo is obvious. I think they're done. And to be honest, High Alert ticks me off every time I watch them play, as much as I had stocks on them. So I gotta go with High Alert, even though I want them to win.
Yeah. High Alert have struggled a bit with consistency, definitely, and the Monkeys definitely need a lot of things to go right for the last couple of weeks here for them to actually make that last season push. So I was very interested to hear that you actually thought that they're going to be able to make it happen, Boostus. So we'll get into that more later. First up, I assume we have the schedule, or are we doing predictions first? What do you have first for us, Wookie? We have the schedule first. Fantastic. So, Dorado Gaming versus the Monkeys, going to be this first match, as I was teasing just a moment ago. Then we're going to have Elysium versus the Spire as our second match tonight. And then tomorrow, that is a big one right there. Saren and Lesser, you guys can be going up against Team Solo Invade, the fight for first, right up there at the top of the standings. I think a matchup that everybody is eagerly anticipating. And then we'll have Conduit Esports versus High Alert to close out the week. Both of those teams really trying to solidify their spot in the top 6 in the playoff position there. So very interesting matchups here. Boostus, which of these matchups are you most interested in this week? Which one is really drawing your eye?
I've got to say Omega versus TSI.
Yeah.
Not only does it affect our standings, but they've shown to be very strong teams, and watching them play will be exciting.
It definitely will be. I believe that if Omega do end up losing that match, then you could theoretically, Boostus, actually be able to pass them to take that second place spot if some things go right for you. So that'll be interesting. But Lesser, what are your thoughts on these matchups? Any of them in particular that you'd like to point a finger towards?
I know it's easy just to point to my own series, but I think if I'm going somewhere outside, I think this Elysium versus Spire matchup is really, really interesting. We haven't played the Spire yet, but from what I've seen from them, they aren't really like the best team for a team that has 3 wins. I think that Elysium, again, it's a little unfair because we have played Elysium. I think Elysium showed a lot more than anything I've seen from the Spire, so I think that's a matchup that could be partially upset. I think Elysium can win it, but that's where I'm looking right now.
Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I really like that you mentioned as well the fact that you haven't played against Boostus and the Spire yet. That is going to be the Week 7 matchup, of course. So that is going to be really exciting. If it works out where the Spire win and Omega loses here in Week 6, then that could end up being a really, really consequential battle in Week number 7. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye out there. And then, Siren, come over to you, of course, sir. What are you thinking? These matchups, which one do you think is the most noteworthy?
Lester keeps stealing my answers, which stinks. But I mean, I think the match I'm looking at the closest is genuinely High Alert versus Conduit. I feel like both of those teams are kind of on the out, as it were. I think if I were to rate anyone other than High Alert, it would be Conduit to make their exit. And I keep hoping that High Alert's going to make me happy one of these days. And every time I watch them, they tick me off. So I'm hoping that all of this smack talk that I'm doing right now is going to inspire them to do well.
One can hope. One can hope. But yeah, it's really, really tight, the race, from 3rd all the way down to 7th. But in particular, 5th to 7th. It's Conduit currently in 5th right now with 18 points. And then Elysium and High Alert in 6th and 7th are both actually tied at 17 points. But Elysium do have that extra match win, which is why they're up in 6th place at the moment. So really, really close contest down there towards the bottom half of the standings. And it will be really interesting to see which teams do end up in the top 6. Let's go ahead and move on now to our predictions. I believe is that what we're going to have up next here for this week. So our first matchup, of course, Dorado versus the Literal Monkeys, the still winless Literal Monkeys. So not too surprising to see that we would all be predicting Dorado in this one. They did, I believe, come off a win last week as well. Dorado, I believe, picked up a 2-1 victory. Yes, that was over High Alert. So they've got a little bit of momentum coming into this one. And Cora, in particular, did look really solid last week. So I don't know if there's really too much to say about this prediction, given that it is, the Monkeys who have found very little success so far. But, Saren, do you have any thoughts about this matchup?
I mean, to be honest, I've been waiting to say this for weeks. I'm glad Dorado's decided to start taking the league seriously. It felt like for the first few weeks they were just they almost kind of phoned it in, and I'm glad to see that they're actually putting up a performance rather than dancing around for 45 minutes every game before finally catching someone on a slip up.
Yeah, those first couple of weeks of Dorado were definitely very frustrating to watch. I was actually a little bit surprised, doing my little bit of homework before the stream today, seeing that they're actually up in 4th right now at 3-2 is Dorado. I was surprised, given how poorly the season started for them. But like you say, Sarah, it does seem like they are taking things a little bit more seriously, maybe, and it seems that they have locked in at this point as we do move in towards the last couple of weeks of the regular split. So great to see for sure. Lesser, do you have any, obviously also a Dorado predictor, anything you wanted to add?
I kind of want to do the opposite. I don't think Dorado's taking anything too seriously. I think they have just beaten the teams that aren't the strongest right now, which, again, good for them. You need to beat the teams that aren't exactly at the top of the standings to get to the top of the standings. But this Dorado team that is sitting at 4th and 3-2 is only sitting at 4th at 3-2 because they were the one team that got lucky enough to play Omega when they had only 4 people on their team. So I think the standing is a bit boosted here, but again, you're against the Literal Monkeys. It's not going to be the hardest matchup in your life. You should run away with this one.
Glad to hear that you're not salty at all, Lesser, about losing to Dorado in that week number 1. It seems like it isn't bothering you one bit.
Absolutely. No, not at all.
Good stuff. Boostus, you are also predicting Dorado here. They actually did pick up one of their wins over your squad as well. That was in week number 4. It looks like that Dorado were able to pick up a 2-1 win over you and the rest of the Spire. And unfortunately, it looks like the one win that you picked up in that series was actually due to Dorado having to FF while they looked for another player. So what happened there?
Yeah, I mean they're a really strong team. We unfortunately ended up losing. It was I would say mentals were pretty out of it when we had the 45-minute to hour-long pause between
Oof.
game 1 and 2, which we did. That is where we picked up, our one victory.
Right.
But they are, like, outside of that, they're a strong team. They beat us game 1 for a reason. And for both games, I think their top laner, especially Trouble, I think it's Trouble Killa,
Mhm.
very strong laner, very strong player, someone that they can play around. So don't sleep on them. And yeah, they have a pretty easy matchup this week, so they should run away with it.
Yeah, I don't know if it was week 4 or week 5, but I saw Trouble Killer had a pretty insane performance as well, like 10-0 on Aatrox or something like that. I think that was last week. Not entirely sure though. But yeah, don't feel too bad, Boostus, because we know that Dorado have also taken down the likes of Omega this season as well. So clearly a contender. But moving on to our next matchup, we will, of course, have your squad, Boostus the Spire, going up against Elysium, our second best of 3 tonight. Boostus can, of course, come to you first for this one, predicting yourself to win. Naturally, I am predicting you to win as well, as you can see. You did bounce back from that week 4 loss, Boostus to Dorado. You picked up a 2-0, I believe, last week. So you got a little bit of momentum coming into this one. What are your thoughts facing off against Elysium?
I am pretty confident our team against Elysium. I've faced a lot of these players before, and they're nothing to scoff at. But I just think that we're coming in more prepared, and we're ready to take the victory. Dilly, I've been playing against for as my whole comp career, so I'm
Yeah.
excited to go against him again. But yeah, it should be a fun match. I am expecting a 2-0 out of us, but anything can happen.
Yeah, it'll be definitely interesting to see. It's I like that you shout out Dilly as well. That is going to be a very exciting rivalry to watch in tonight's match as well, of course. I feel like, coming into the league, a lot of people were really kind of pointing out Dilly and Arrow as potentially being one of the strongest bot lanes in the entirety of BOL Premier, but it hasn't necessarily worked out that way. I mean, there have been a couple of weeks where one or both of them haven't actually made it onto the Rift, and I think they just haven't been quite as impressive as a lot of people were expecting. So we'll see how they look tonight. But Lester, your thoughts on this matchup? You are predicting Elysium to take the win. Walk us through it.
Yeah, so I've been a big fan of this Elysium team the entire season, despite them only being 2-3. I know a lot of people highlight Dilly and Arrow on this team. I kind of want to give it to the unsung hero here. I think Yeehaw is secretly one of the strongest top laners in the league. And same thing with Guster Posey. I think that guy is a top 2, maybe even 3 jungle here. Again, both of them are really solid players. And if you supplement that with Dilly and Arrow at the same time, I think this team should be a top 3, top 4 team. Just, again, as you mentioned, some things haven't fallen in the right place. Some people are missing games. I know whenever we played Elysium, Yeehaw didn't play against us, which, praise the Lord. Again, some things are a little uncertain there, but I think if they all 5 come together, play together, finish out the season strong, this is a team that you should be scared of in playoffs, and I think they should take the win 2-1 over Spire.
Okay, yeah, I saw that you and your squad Omega, Saren and the rest of the boys there did manage to take down Elysium 2-0 last week, but you were not playing against Yeehaw. You feel like that would have been a significantly more difficult matchup if Yeehaw was on the Rift last week?
I don't want to say it's been that much more difficult, because I still think we would have taken the win 2-0, but I think Yeekaw's champion pool individually, this instead of their sub and the fact that they had the swap Sofa top, I think that really made them infinitely weaker, because things are really easy to draft against them, and then again their macro game is completely thrown out. So again, I think if Yeekaw's there, things are a lot better.
Yeah, I think Sofa had kind of like a tragic. I think it was Sofa who was laning Poppy against Cassante last week, and kind of had this tragic moment where he got level 2 and went for a trade on the Cassante, but Cassante was kind of close to his turret, and yeah, Sofa ended up getting Cassante'd. So happens to the best of us. But Saren, of course, coming to you next, sir. Any thoughts that you have? Anything you wanted to share about taking that 2-0 over Elysium last week? And then your thoughts as well, of course, on this matchup that they're going to be playing against the Spire later on tonight.
To be honest, I'm a big Dilly Arrow fan. Been that way for years. I've been playing against them for years at this point, and speaking on Yeehaw specifically to my coach's point, that dude is an animal. That dude is a gorilla in the top lane. He does not care how bad the map is going. He will take you and he will beat you down relentlessly, regardless of whether he's 10-0 or 0-10. But it never really feels great when you're facing a team that isn't at full power. Sure, you get the win, but it doesn't really feel fully satisfying, and I think that's kind of where I'm standing with the 2-0. Is like, okay, cool, we got the 2-0, but it didn't really feel like we faced full power Elysium, and that's always unfortunate.
Yeah, definitely. You want people to be playing against people at their full strength, as you say, right, Sarah, and to really feel like you earned the victory. Not to say that you didn't earn it, of course. Obviously, you did. But regardless, Elysium will need to bounce back this week. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it against Boostus and the rest of the squad, who are coming off a very decisive win in Week 5 themselves. But let's now move on to our next matchup. The big one for week number 6 here to start off Sunday. We are going to have your squad, Saren and Lesser Omega, going to be going up against the undefeated Team Solo Invade. I am predicting Team Solo Invade to win. I think one thing that, some folks have said that may actually be an advantage for Omega in this battle is the fact that Omega has shown a little bit more. The fact that you guys are able to sort of come back and battle back from losing positions really, quite convincingly. You've done it multiple times this season. But I feel like we did see that actually from Team Solo Invade last week as well. They were actually down quite significantly to the Monkeys in the early game. The Monkeys were getting like all of the neutral objectives, but Team Solo Invade were still able to find the team fights that they needed to turn the game around, and ultimately did end up taking that 2-0 win over the Monkeys in the previous week. But Saren, let's come to you first for this one. Obviously, predicting yourself to win. What are your thoughts going up against TSI?
I mean, you said it yourself. I'm never going to vote against my own squad. I think that we are the best team in the league. I think TSI is going to really test us, but I mean, we can't prove that we're the best without taking out the number one contender. I also feel like a lot of the talking points that people use against us to like discount us are a little skewed. Caxi was looking at it last week even, and I think it's even more skewed now. But we have one of the fastest closing times against really all teams. We have some of the best macro in the league, and really the game time and why it's so high is because we had to play 2 50-minute games against Dorado week 1.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, if that's TSI, like, that should scare you that we were that resilient.
No, definitely. I mean, so those 2 losses that you did end up taking Dorado in week number 1 are your only 2 losses for the entire season so far. It has been only 2 zeros in your favor since then. So definitely you are riding a big old wave of momentum heading into this one. Obviously, Team Solo Invade not having dropped a single match do have quite a bit of momentum themselves as well. But I like the fact that you pretty much said exactly why everybody's so excited for this match, right? Because a lot of people do feel like Omega might be the strongest team, but you got to take down the top dog first to actually prove it. So it'll be interesting to see. Boostus, I actually want to come to you next before we're going to circle back and check in with Lesser as well. But Boostus, you are like me predicting Team Solo Invade to actually take down Omega in that incredibly significant matchup. So how do you think they're going to go about it? What do you think? Is it more of an Omega having a weakness that you think TSI can exploit, or what's your angle here?
To be honest, when I looked at this prediction, it was more the enemy I know versus the enemy I don't. So I've played TSI, haven't played Omega. So that really went into it, is
Right.
I just was able to feel the strength of TSI and how good of a team that they are. Secondly, it's more of, I'm hoping for the TSI win, because then it makes next week, if we are able to win
True.
this week, very exciting. So that's just kind of what I'm hoping for. Lets us control our own destiny of the second seed match. But I think they're both very strong teams. Either one could win. It's just that I've played TSI and I'm just hoping for the chance to play for second next week.
Absolutely. The narrative prediction. I respect it. I definitely respect it. But Lesser, of course, we do still need to hear from you as well. How confident are you heading into this matchup? You know, obviously, like Saren, predicting yourself to win, as one would expect. But, you know, what do you think it's going to be a 2-0, a 2-1? How nervous are you? Just share with us your thoughts.
For a battle at the top, I don't believe this one should be close. Again, TSI,
Wow.
they're 5-0. They haven't lost an actual match to anyone yet. But it's something like you mentioned. They've dropped games to teams in really embarrassing fashions. They've fallen behind in a lot of their games in really embarrassing fashions. Whereas Omega, we've fallen behind, but we've never lost a single game in a 5v5 match. And on top of that, we haven't lost a game with our actual roster. Again, week 1, it was Ivar filling in support for us instead of Nubly. So again, this roster is still yet to lose, even in a 5v5 setting. On top of that,
Yeah.
again, we are the most resilient team in the league, I believe. Again, we fall behind a lot. Don't get me wrong, it happens a lot more than it probably should. But that kind of goes into think of our macro game is just the best. Because no team understands how to end. And because no team understands how to end, my team is allowed to get back in the game for free. Our comps always do one thing, and they always scale. And once we get to that 30-minute point, if teams haven't ended against us, our comp is normally just better. And we've gotten to the point where Saren's up, Madge is up, and sometimes even Persp, that guy, as bad as he is, he's still up himself. And at that point, it's almost like it's inevitable. We're going to beat you unless you guys can end within 30 minutes.
Interesting. Yeah, tough to argue with those points. That's making a lot of sense to me. You've almost convinced me, in fact, to swap my prediction. You know, one thing that I definitely feel like I can. One thing that really resonates to me, I guess, is the way I want to phrase that, is how you were talking about how you know, both you and Team TSI, like I was saying earlier, have shown you've been able to bounce back from losing positions, but I feel like you guys are a little bit more proactive about finding those angles to actually come back, right? With Team Solo Invade, I feel like they always just draft scaling, they're always going to draft team fight, and they're always going to show up to the objective, and the reason they keep winning is they just keep showing up to the objective, and they keep winning the fights. They just win the fights over and over and over and over again. Whereas I feel like you guys have maybe some other angles that you've been able to explore to actually turn these games around and secure all these wins for yourselves. So regardless, going to be a really, really hype matchup. You know, given it is so hype, I want to just go ahead and get a score prediction from everybody. I think for myself, I will stick with the 2-1 for TSI. That's kind of what I'm feeling right now. It definitely could go 2-1 the other way. I definitely think it's going to 3 games, though. Lesser, you were saying you think it's going to be a 2-0. Did I hear that?
Yeah, I think it may be close for one of the games, and it may be game 1, but after game 1, I think no team understands how to draft against us in any sense. So every team, even if they get close one game, they just forget what my players are good at and ban 3 champions that absolutely do nothing for us, and we'll just beat you.
Saren, are you feeling confident you're going to be able to make it a 2-0?
If this were week 1, I'd be a lot more humble, but I'm done being humble. It's 2-0.
Oh, okay. Very nice, very nice. And then Boostus, you know, I know you were saying earlier, you know, this is more of a narrative prediction, but if you were going to tack a score onto that, what are you feeling?
I actually think that whoever wins game 1 is going to end up losing the series. I think that
Ooh.
the team that loses game 1 is going to bounce back really hard and strong and win the next 2.
Interesting, interesting. So you're also expecting it to be a 3-gamer. Certainly, I think that's what a lot of the viewers are probably going to be hoping for, to see all 3 games between those 2 top of the table teams. But we'll just have to wait and see. That is, of course, tomorrow that we're going to be having that. Our other match tomorrow, the last one we need to discuss, we have High Alert, is going to be going up against Conduit. You know, both of these teams towards the bottom right now. Conduit is only ahead in the standings. They're ahead 2 places, but they're only ahead by 1 point. It's extremely, extremely close down there. Most of us are actually predicting High Alert to take the win. High Alert did obviously lose last week. That was they lost out to. Sorry, give me just a moment. That was against Dorado, right? They lost out 1-2 against Dorado, whereas Conduit did also lose 0-2 against the Spire. So both teams needing to bounce back. You know, I feeling like I've seen maybe just a little bit more from High Alert this season with Conduit. The fact that they're having to do all of these roster shuffles, I feel like definitely hurts them. But this is another really tough prediction to make, I think. Lesser, you're the only Conduit predictor here on the graphics. Let's come to you next for this one. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
So again, this is a lot of my personal bias in this, but from the time that we played High Alert and the time we played Conduit, I felt that Conduit was a lot cleaner in everything they did. High Alert kind of just threw themselves at us, and they played one cheese comp that they almost beat us with, but that was about all they could do. Their players individually, I haven't felt are the most exceptional, whereas Conduits I felt had a lot more individual micro ability, and in these lower leagues, micro is a lot more important than individual macro because a lot of teams here are just not the best, like moving around the map, setting up objectives. So in these situations, the team that has the better players normally wins. So I have to give that to Conduit because by playing against them, their ADC, their top laner, and I even think their mid laner all like really surprised me as how well they did. Whereas when I played against High Alert, it was we're gonna play Nocturnal Rihanna and we're going to cheese kill you 4 or 5 times and get up 6k gold, but we're not going to know how to end out a game, and our players are simply not good enough to end a game where we have such a big lead, and just because of that, I have to go with Conduit.
Yeah, fair enough. Definitely a lot of familiar faces on that Conduit roster, right? A lot of players that have been around for a long time. You know, CZI, Derizen, Claudia. These are names that I think a lot of people would know. And just expecting them to get the hand stiff over High Alert, fair enough. Definitely could end up working out that way. But Saren, you are actually, this is the one prediction where you actually differ from the coach here. You're feeling like High Alert are going to be able to take this one. How is that going to come about?
I'll be honest, this is 100% for my stock portfolio. I invested heavy into High Alert, and they let me down last week. They better not let me down this week because I'm losing money out here.
Okay, so we had the narrative prediction from Boostus earlier, and now we have the portfolio prediction from Saren for this one. Very nice. Fantastic. But Boostus, you're also predicting High Alert for this one. Are you worried at all, you know, hearing Lesser's arguments about how, you know, he feels like Conduit just have the better hands? That's what's going to allow them to take this one. Are you still feeling like High Alert have the edge? Where's your head at?
I'm just wondering if we played the same Conduit team.
Mm.
But I would say I'm looking at I know there was a ping in the owners chat about the rosters playing tonight. I was basing my prediction off of we'll show them all playing for High Alert. I do now want to side with Lesser. I think we were lucky enough to dodge and I apologize if I mispronounced the Pine jungle with Conduit last week.
Yeah.
They are one of the best junglers in Emerald, I believe. So I am actually going to change my prediction to a 2-0 for Conduit because of the strength of that jungle.
Wookie, I know we're almost done with this graphic, but would it be possible for you to get in there and switch Boostus's prediction live on air? Let's get just for the consistency, you know, for the entertainment value. Let's get that prediction switched before we move on. But yeah, really interesting. So where are the rosters? Those are listed in the roster changes. Is that where it is?
No, I know. Sorry, I should have been paying more attention. I apologize, but I know Bully pinged us about like posting what our rosters will be. There's a chat in the Discord for the Premier League that everyone posted, and I just wasn't looking close enough. So I am sorry for making the producer do more work.
So I just he's fine. That's what he's here for. Love you, Wookie. But yeah, it's I guess I don't have access. I'm just a lowly pleb. I'm not worthy of being in the roster submission chat, apparently. But very interesting to hear. So, Boostus, maybe if you could actually just list the rosters for us, just so we could all get filled in, if you have access to that.
Yeah, so it's CZI, Pine, Derision, Glada, and Ipsy.
Uh-huh.
And then for the High Alert, it's Bear. They just said Korean letters. Full Metal.
I think, is the pronunciation we've been going with.
Okay,
for that
CH. Full Metal, Virgin, or Verza.
Verja,
And
yeah.
Verja and Rucha.
Okay. So we'll show them all. Is the sub for which position again? I don't quite remember.
I mean, I think they've been filling in top. I've played against I know them as an ADC player. They're a very strong player. Just an Emerald player in general. I felt that if they were playing their macro knowledge similar to I forget which one of you was talking. Like the macro in the league right now, I think it shows it's a little lost at times. And I think just being someone who's played comp for a while, they would have helped kind of lead the team. But seeing them not on the roster, changed my opinion of who will win today.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Well, it is going to be the starting rosters according to the Google Doc that we're going to have for both of these teams taking the Rift on Sunday. We'll have to see, but it definitely sounds like for all of our predictors here on the podcast who are not making that prediction based on their stock portfolio, they are leaning pretty heavily at this point, actually, towards Conduit. We'll see if that does end up coming to pass. And I believe we have some stats to take a look at as well, Mr. Producer, before we close out the episode. Fantastic. This is going to be our first matchup today for Saturday, of course. Dorado up against the Monkeys. Lesser, coming to you first here. You know, which one of these stats is catching your eye? What do you feel like is worth mentioning here?
You know, unironically, I didn't know this, but the first blood percent for the literal monkeys is
There you go.
90% is a little insane.
It is, yeah.
It's a bit shocking to see that a team who's really aggressive early, which is something I think is really beneficial to do in these low elo leagues. I guess not low elo, but like in the Emerald scene, is really good to be really aggressive early, because late game a lot of things are going to fizzle out, and whoever gets a lead early can normally just snowball the game into an end. But this first blood rate is obviously not really turned out for them, so that does shock me a bit.
Definitely. You know, especially with the feats in the game, right? The fact that, you know, the first few kills are even more significant this season than they were in previous seasons. I do feel like that's probably in large part that first blood percentage for the Monkeys is probably in large part due to their solo laners. Cool Pro Ninja and Evil Gumi both tend to play pretty aggressive lanes. They've got some pretty aggressive champ pools, so they are able to find some advantages early on there during the laning phase, but like you said, Lesser, it just hasn't really transitioned for them towards actual match victories. We'll see if maybe, just maybe, that is going to change tonight. But Boostus, let's come to you next here. Between all these stats, what's especially noteworthy for you? What would you like to point out for us?
I'd agree. Like the first blood percentage, I think is pretty incredible, especially because they're not able to translate that lead. The other one that I think is funny is I think Efron is like their sub, so having them be on there is funny. But the first blood is the really one. Like having a 90% is really high, so it's just surprising that is their 0-5 with that.
Yeah, I believe Efron played that game 2 against you guys in week 4. I'm not sure how many other games Efron has actually played for Dorado this season, but that is hilarious. If that is the only game that Efron played and that's how he got those stats, would be very fraudulent indeed, but very funny also. So not exactly sure what the situation is there, but just it serves as a good reminder to us that we always have to take statistics with a grain of salt, right? But Saren, to round out our stat discussion, what do you feel like is noteworthy here?
I think a lot of people know that I'm notoriously critical of mid laners. I think there is a very good fantasy pickup this week in Literal Monkey's mid laner, in the sense that dude is an animal. When I was watching them perform against NBK, It was just one of those situations where I was watching NBK getting solo killed on repeat in the Silas Vagar matchup.
Yeah.
And it definitely made me question, where things were going wrong, and it kind of felt like Literal Monkeys, after their explosive early game, just has zero idea what to do with that early game advantage. It's like, you got all the money in the bank, but how are you investing it? And I think that's their biggest downfall, and maybe they figured out how to fix that, or maybe it's going to continue still being an issue. I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, we'll see. It definitely was a great Silas game from Cool Pro Ninja, but in that game that you're referencing, Sarah, they did have a little bit of a lead. They had all the objectives. I don't think their gold lead in that game was actually that significant, because Team Solo Invade was, able to consistently find cross maps and that sort of thing. I don't remember exactly what the gold lead was, but we'll see if the monkeys are going to be able to do a little bit of a better job piloting those mid and later stages tonight. That definitely feels like it has been what's really gone wrong for them in the majority of these games. We have some head-to-head stats here
Stand by
as well
that,
between the mid laners.
oh.
Oh, what was that, Sarah?
I was going to say, I stand by the fact that Cool Pro Ninja is a really good budget pickup for fantasy. Lots of points to be had.
There you go. It's all my fantasy players out there. You heard it here. Get that Cool Pro Ninja draft pick. Could be the angle for this week. The Cool Pro Ninja, the stats up against Korra here, unfortunately, not looking so good, Saren. What's going on here? Or, Korra. Yeah, that's what I said, right? Cool Pro Ninja against Korra stats. Oh, Lester, or Saren, you here?
Yeah, I'm here. I think it's pretty simple. Cool Pro Ninja plays for the early game, whereas Korra is a late game scaler. I've faced both of them. The one time I faced Cool Pro on a scaling champion, he almost won the game off of it until we got our comp put together.
That's right.
No,
Yeah.
Maybe Cool Pro can pull out something to match the scaling.
We'll see. I'll definitely be very interested to see what Cool Pro Ninja decides to play in this matchup. But boost us, your thoughts on these head-to-head stats or on these mid laners, anything?
Yeah, I mean, as long as Korra plays safe and patient, because I know that they like to play for scaling, and not get baited by Cool Pro's aggression, I think that it'll go feed right into Dorado's plan. But if Cool Pro is able to snowball the lead that they create, I was watching that TSI versus Little Monkeys as well, and I think with a little better macro, the Little Monkeys have a chance to win this, due to their aggression in the early game and the leads that they create.
Yeah, I think they definitely have an angle, and Dorado has had their stumbles this season as well. So it'll be interesting to see if the monkeys can keep themselves in the playoff race. Lester, did you have anything you wanted to add? Anything about these mid laners or these stats?
No, they're both subpar mid laners, but
Ooh.
I think Korra is better than Cool Pro Ninja. It's just Korra just has a better individual sense of how he can play his champions, whereas Cool Pro Ninja kind of bangs his head into whoever he's laning against in the first 10 minutes, and then after that he's like, my laning phase has ended. I don't know what to do anymore.
Korra is a she/her, just for FYI, or Lesser. But yes, glad we got some spice in towards the end of the episode. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you for that. That is going to do it for this week of Otter Talk. Just some shout outs now is all that we have left to cover. Boost us your shout outs, please.
As always, shout out to you, shout out to BOL, shout out to Bully for all putting all this on, doing all the hard work. It's been fun. I enjoy watching your casts.
Oh, thank you.
And keep it up. And then shout out to my team for making me look good.
Excellent. Glad we could entertain you and make you look good, Boostus. I'm very happy to hear that. But Lesser, your shout outs, please.
I've got one shout out only. I'm the hardest on him out of everyone on my team, but I got to shout out my top laner, that perspicacious guy. This is his first season ever doing anything competitive, and he's come in, he's entered a few times, he's carried a few times, but that guy he's worked his ass off to improve, and I have nothing but praise for the guy, unless it's 90% of the time where I've got nothing but flame for him.
Yeah, those connection issues in week 1 were definitely pretty rough for you guys, but it has been only up and to the right from there. Perspicacious definitely been having a pretty solid season, if you ask me anyways. But Saren, last but not least, we do need your shoutouts, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out as always to Ivar, one of the best friends I've ever had, one of the best org owners I've had the pleasure of working with and TOing with. Shout out to Lesser. As much as we drive him absolutely insane, he's been there the entire time for us. Really just an awesome dude to work with, and I'm definitely not just buttering him up in here because he's in here. I would have said the same dang thing if he wasn't here. Shout outs to Caxi, you're the biggest inter I know. I know we flame each other a lot, but I love you, brother. And then shout outs to Magic Nubly. Y'all have been great. First, you got enough love. First got enough love from you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you guys all very much for joining me this week for this episode of Otter Talk. Good luck in all your matches this week. We're going to go to a short break, guys. When we come back, we will have the first game, or the first match of week number 6, Dorado versus the Literal Monkeys. Stay tuned. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to BOL Premiere. Kicking off week number 6 tonight. We are jumping hot and heavy right into this game number 1 draft. I am joined by the gifted Gopherino to take us through it. Gopherino, how you feeling?
Good. I mean, we're talking about this before we went live on stream, but it's been an okay day for me. Went and hit up Costco. Costco muffins are good. Also, their hot dogs. But we are into the picking ban right now. Ban's already going through. A lot of familiar faces on the board. Maybe the Braum, not something you typically see banned in this first phase. You'll sometimes see it banned in the second phase if you say pick MS Fortune, because, you know, blocks the bullet time, but never really in this first phase. So might be a bit more of a directed ban. Might be a bit more of a meta call. We'll see. Other than that, though, all familiar faces here on the board.
Yeah, definitely the case. You know, Skarner right at home there on the red side ban list, despite another little nerf that he did receive on this most recent patch that we had this past Wednesday. It looks like he is still high priority in the draft. Victor going to be banned away by Dorado, so a little bit of a focus towards the mid pool of Cool Pro Ninja. You know, we were talking in this week's Auto Talk episode, Gopherino, when we were previewing this matchup. We feel like the solo lanes and Cool Pro Ninja in the mid lane in particular for the Monkeys seems like their best chance at finding a way to upset Dorado in this one.
Yeah, well, two of those champs have been taken off the board here with Diana and Victor. Of course, Diana also could be leveraged at the jungle. Bans have finished up, though. And interestingly, the Jinx Prow here, not something we've seen a ton of, but we do see it here enough for it to be known. The question is, what are the Monkeys going to lock in here? Because typically when you see the Jinx, you want to give it some trouble, whether it be in lane, whether it be from the jungle. You don't want the Jinx to have a free lane.
Definitely the case, yeah. Matching the scaling team fight power of the Jinx seems to be the call for the Monkeys. It's going to be the Aphelios over there in the AD carry position. And I wonder if we're just going to go ahead and get a support here for Ferromancy as well. Something strong alongside the Aphelios. Sure, the Nautilus. Yeah, pretty classic pairing there. It's going to offer them some nice engage for the side of Litmon.
Yeah, so that was one way to bully out this Jinx in lane, hopefully. Like you said, it does match the scaling, but Aphelios, especially when you have the ultimate, you definitely can do some tricky burst combos. There are also specific gun setups where you're able to get that. If you're able to get the shock rims plus the sniper, get a lot of stacks on that, that can be a juicy Nando. But gonna be paired with the Renata here, so Renata, of course, just gonna be a huge dissuasion to any sorts of heavy dive you want to draft here on the Monkeys.
Yeah, definitely. The Renata, I feel like, is another one of those picks that has been quite strong here in the Premier League. I feel like we've seen a lot of players have a lot of success with this champion, so we'll see how that's going to look for the side of Dorado in the bot lane. Probably going to be a jungle pick here, I would imagine, right on 3. Udyr. Ooh, that champion exists, I guess. Yeah, okay. Udyr.
Yeah, because the Udyr is something we see here from time to time, and there's always the X factor of Udyr. Typically, yes, we see the Ultimax where you're able to double spam that, and it's like the kind of AP Bruiser hybrid thing where you're doing some decent burn damage, you can kind of frontline. But it is still Udyr at the end of the day. There are a lot of different viable builds you can go on him. So question is, what are you going to go as this champion? Because the biggest weakness is, of course, you don't really have the best engage. Yes, you can enter the ram stance and like run at people unstoppable, but you still have to get in melee range to ram paw someone to get that stun on off.
Yeah, that's right. And the thing about the empowered bear stance as well for the Udyr is if you go for the awakened E form, then you have like no damage at all, right? And you're just a stun bot at that point. So we'll see. You know, Warlock, the jungler for Dorado, obviously was formerly a top laner. I wonder if the Warlock dabbled a little bit when Udyr top was such a meta thing. I don't know, was that last year or the year before? It wasn't terribly long ago.
I want to say it was like right after Udyr was reworked.
Yeah, around there. But it's interesting as well. You know, the Udyr pick also makes me think of the Darius jungle that's kind of been tearing things up recently, Gopherino, where, you know, I saw a Reddit post the other day where I think it was an Udyr main that was kind of bemoaning the fact that it feels like Darius is kind of just does what Udyr does right now, but better. Darius just has more damage, right? So I'm a little bit surprised that we haven't seen that pop up at all, at least in this first draft. We do also have the jungle lock in for the Monkeys. It was the Xin Zhao did come out in response to that Udyr. A little bit of an interesting choice. I don't know if I love that answer. You know, Udyr, the Xin Zhao's greatest strength is the early skirmishing, right? And I feel like it's going to be tough to pin the Udyr down to actually find those advantages. But what are your thoughts on the Xin?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I don't, because once again, it does also probably depend a bit on the Udyr build here. How early game focused the champion can it be? Of course, no matter what the Udyr build, you tend to fall off late game. It's just a matter of, do you want to have the super early game strength, the early game strength, or the mid game strength? So that's usually the question here. I'm of course still predicting it's going to be the usual Udyr build we see. So I'm expecting we're going to have an AD top laner here. You don't want to have a triple AP threat top side. Preferably a top laner here that can also frontline for you. You do not want the Udyr being your sole frontline here, especially against the Gragas, who, if you don't pop the empowered Ram stance against, will just cast you out every single fight. And then good luck running onto an Aphelios twice in one fight.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, the Gragas pick for Litmon definitely feels pretty heads up, right? It's going to be able to offer a lot of that appeal for the Aphelios like you were just talking about. And we do see the Cho'Gath now locked in for Dorado. So, and this is something else you mentioned, Gopher. You know, you're a little bit worried about the side of Dorado being a little bit too AP heavy. I think we do need to see an AD solo laner. It's not going to be the case. It's going to be the Azir on the B5. So it is a really strong team fighting composition for Dorado. They have good scaling, but maybe a little bit light on the physical damage.
Yeah, thankfully your one source of physical damage is the Jinx. So if you hit late game, that champion will be outputting damage regardless. So it's not as bad as, say, if you didn't pick a hyper carry here. Obviously, the example people always go to is Jhin, but even if it was like a Caitlyn or an Ashe, then you might have some issues here, but the Jinx does scale fantastically. And interestingly enough, we're going to have the R5 Xerath here. This is something we have seen in the past into the Azir, even in the pro meta LEC, LCK, yada, yada, yada. You're just able to outrange the champion and just stay away and outpoke the Azir. And it makes Azir's life pretty damn hard in lane, and then you can't really scale up here as the Bird Emperor.
Yeah, you know, the Xerath is something we've seen NBK pull out a couple of times over there on Team Solo Invade. Has found a good amount of success with that. But it doesn't really feel like a cool pro ninja champion. You know, I'm looking at the OP.GG right now. I don't see any Xerath here at all for like the past several splits. There's no Xerath here. So it really does feel like it's a pick. You know, he went for the counter pick, right? It is a good matchup into the Azir like you were just talking about. But we're going to have to see if the comfort is there. Comfort is so important at this level of play, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. We'll see. There could always be the secret undisclosed alt account. I'm pretty sure you have to disclose all of those at least to play here in the Blue Water League. But hey, we'll see if they have the comfortability on the champion. Because Xerath, yes, not the most mechanically demanding champion, but it is a champion you do kind of have to be used to. Because yes, there is the wind up on the skill shots. There is the landing skill shots part of this champion. But then there's also just the play style. Because a lot of the meta mages in the mid lane, even if they are a control mage, like they can play a little bit like a battle mage and get like in somewhat close distance in fights. But with Xerath, you kind of always want to be sitting back. You kind of always want to be poking. Then look for the arcane extension to try and finish off backline squishies. So that is something you are going to have to be on top of here.
Oh, I do have a bit of an update for us, Gofrino, relevant to what I was just talking about before. So apparently the side of the monkeys are actually playing with one of their rostered substitutes today. Okay. So TDK, the starting AD carry for the monkeys, is out this afternoon. We do have Chinese Spy subbing in, and Chinese Spy is actually going to be the one piloting that Xerath in the mid lane. We're going to have Cool Pro Ninja alongside Ferromancy towards the bottom side. So the Pro Ninja is actually going to be playing Aphelios in this game. So that does, you know, what does that change for you, Gofrino, about your analysis of these drafts?
Well, I hope Pro Ninja is practice on the Aphelios, because Aphelios, one of the more unfriendly champions if you just lane swap it / get auto-filled into ADC. Because typically the champion, you need in-depth knowledge of the gun combos, and then like it has the wacky leveling up system. Yes, you can like keep track of that, but the champion is not really auto-filled friendly here. You gotta at least play the AD carry role and have like some base knowledge of this champion. So hoping Cool Pro Ninja does have the requirements as this champion. The experience on their resume if you want, because otherwise it can get a little tricky.
Yeah, in fact, Cool Pro Ninja does have some games on the Aphelios. Last split, Cool Pro Ninja had 13 games Aphelios with a 62% win rate, and actually has several games this split as well, although the win rate not quite as good. So, maybe that will come into play, but I think it seems like the comfort is there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, they're at least practice on that champion. Thank you, because yeah, I was kind of already saying it, but you do not autofill to this champion, and thankfully Cool Pro Ninja not autofilling to. They got the experiences
right.
on their resume here, and you are going to be looking to match the scaling of the Jinx here in the bottom lane, and hopefully scale up to be a threat here. You are going to be your team's primary damage threat. Of course, the Xerath in the mid lane for their newfound sub. Well, not newfound sub, but, sub coming on in is going to be a damage threat, but more so for the backliners. The Jinx and Azir and Renata gonna have a lot of issues dealing with those ultis.
Yeah, definitely the case. And I know I wanted to mention as well, I think Korra had a really great game on the Azir not too long ago. I believe this was their... where was that Korra Azir game? I thought it was really recent as well. I can't find it right now, but going back over, transitioning our focus back over to this Dorado composition. We were a little bit worried about the damage profile, but I do feel like it's a very cohesive draft, right? They're clearly playing for scaling, they're playing for team fights, and they're going to be looking to set up around these objectives for sure. There are some strong scaling elements, though, for the side of the monkeys as well. I don't know if we really need to get too deep into the scaling conversation just yet, but do you feel like there is going to be a burden on perhaps the side of the monkeys to make something happen in the early game, or do you feel like they're going to be relatively comfortable moving towards those mid-game fights as well?
I'd say they're relatively comfortable going into those mid-game fights. Obviously, any team would be happy to get an early game advantage and push it, but
Of course.
you're fine going tit for tat on scaling here. Because just looking at it, both the backliners here, okay, the Azir probably outscales the Xerath, but at the same time, the Xerath is and will always be a threat onto this backline. So if you're just able to snipe the Jinx, if you're able to snipe the Azir here, take them out of fights, whether it be through death or just making them have to recall here, that's going to be pretty damn important for the monkeys throughout this entire game.
Certainly is, yes. So the draft, is going to be okay for them moving into those later stages, but something we were talking about on the podcast as well is just the fact that we feel like for the monkeys, the macro has been kind of a sore point, right? They have found early leads in multiple games, but very rarely, almost never, have they actually been able to close those games out and secure those victories. So, even if the draft can work in those later stages, we still need to see the gameplay from the side of the literal monkeys to show us that they've improved on those mid and later stages to see if they can challenge Dorado tonight. But overall, go for Reno with these drafts. Are you leaning one way or the other? Do you feel like either one of these squads came out with an edge in the drafting phase? We obviously have the Xerath R5 counter pick over here on the red side. Pretty cohesive draft on the blue side. What are your thoughts there?
Kind of favor the monkeys here. They have very solid engage, but then also the Gragas kind of shuts down a lot of the engage from Dorado. Because, like you said, if the Udyr has to the empowered ram stance, then you're basically a stun bot. And then, you kind of have to ask, what backline threat are you realistically going to have here on the Aphelios, on the Xerath, if you're having to run through the Gragas plus the Nautilus combo here? So, giving it to the monkeys here.
All right, we'll see if that is going to ring true. The monkeys need to pick up the win tonight in this match to have any chance of making it into the postseason. For the side of Dorado, if they end up picking up the match win, they will be locked in for those playoffs. So certainly a lot of stuff to play for in this one. We're going to go to that short break. We'll be right back on the Rift for Game 1.
星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ 確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの勝負声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心の
Alright, ladies, gentlemen, everybody else, welcome on to Summoner's Rift, our first game of the day, our first game of week number 6. Dorado Gaming on the blue side of the literal monkeys on the red. Both of these teams, as previously mentioned, a lot to play for in this one.
Yeah, because the monkeys, as mentioned, they haven't really had the best success so far this season. If I recall correctly, it's just last week on the chat, on the cast where they were really close to taking down Solo and Vade, and
That's right.
they just faltered.
Yeah. The monkeys had a great early game. There was a Pharomancy Spellbook Rakan, as I'm sure you remember. Go
That is
Farina.
true, the smite that I hope somebody clipped.
But no Spellbook Nautilus in this one, so we're not going to have the opportunity to go for those crazy steals with the Anchor Boy.
Yeah.
We are going to have an opportunity to find a Raptor Ward, though.
Yep.
So that's kinda
and
nice.
Manifold proc here for Spy.
Very big. Yeah, so that's a wrap on game number 1. Monkey's able to take the victory as it's going to be Chinese Spy finding the early mana flow ban proc. Secures them the win. Fantastic.
Yep, now that went on up here, and I mean for Xerath it is kind of helpful.
No, it
matter-
actually is big. I'm being sarcastic, but
Yeah.
you're actually, it's good to mention it. You're right.
The champion does go through a lot of mana. Yes, you know, you do have the passive, but you really need the auto-attacking champions in the early game to get the full value out of that. And speaking of auto-attacking champions, it is going to be the Grasp as you hear for
Yeah.
Korra. I'm interested on the reasoning why, because typically why the Xerath is picked against you is because the Xerath outranges you, so it strikes me as a bit odd because I don't think Chinese Spy is going to walk into range too often for you to get those Grasp procs as this game does go on, but maybe it gives you enough sustain.
Great dredge line in the bottom lane as they get some damage down onto Frozen Bullet. A nice handshake, though, from the Renata to disengage, but Cool Pro Ninja going to be able to connect the Calibrum off the back end of that trade, so Frozen Bullet is down quite low. The Chinese Spy also suffering a bit at the hands of Korra's Grasp Azir here in the mid lane. I completely agree. Oh, another dredge line landing onto Frozen Bullet, who flashes away to try and stay alive, but the Ignite's gonna burn him down. And that's gonna be first blood for the role swapped mid laner. There's that Aphelios Mastery. We're already seeing it go for.
Great pickup there in the bot side. You're just able to hit 2 first. You're able to pressure it on through. The Renata is generally kind of on the squishy side, so can't be eating too many of those hooks here. Does cost you a decent bit.
Pyromancy setting that one up with the back-to-back dredge lines, and Frozen Bullet burning both summoners, still dropping. Oh, whoa, Tortuga, why are we walking up past the minion wave? Now the Jinx is gonna have to flash away. What is What's going on down here?
I'm not sure on that one. It could have just been a misclick. Maybe Tortuga was trying to click on the minion that misclicked.
Oh, did you see that Aphelios Q? Just barely Frozen Bullet got in front of that one. If that hit the Jinx, that was another kill for Pro Ninjas. Now Frozen Bullet gonna get chunked down again. Wok Warlock is down here towards the bottom side, wanted to play for this bot scuttle, but his bot lane is getting annihilated. He's not gonna be able to follow that original game plan. Thankfully for Warlock, he's going to be able to rotate up towards this top side. He's going to be able to secure that top side crab, but this bot lane is looking very dire very early on for Dorado.
Yeah, it's not completely over. Thankfully, you're only down a few CS right now. It's only the first blood gold, so there'll be a noticeable difference on this pack, but it's not an insurmountable difference. It's not like you gave up first blood to, say, a Draven or a Lucian who can very well snowball the lane pretty hard. This is Aphelios who, you know, will have a general advantage over you, but won't bowl over you too hard just quite yet.
Well, we'll see. It was a pretty hard bowling over that happened for that first blood, but that was, of course, in large part thanks to Ferromancy landing the hooks, so we'll have to see if that continues.
Yep. Maybe I'll get a Dirk on this back, too, so that is going to be quite the wallopy pack here. Surprise Collector's still the rush here on Aphelios, but obviously the champion gets a lot of AD early on, and you get the free lethality from your level up passive, so could give you some pretty nice burst thresholds here. I was expecting the arrows personally, but this works too.
Yeah, I mean, it is a relatively squishy composition on the side of Dorado, right? I mean, it looks like Wok Warlock as well is going to be starting Leandries, has the Faded Ashes in inventory there, so it's going to be a while until the Udyr gets tanky. So the early lethality on the Aphelios, I think, is definitely going to be really threatening.
Yep. Pretty damn helpful here.
The first dragon is alive. We have a Hextech dragon to start us out this game. Always a nice prize that junglers often are going to be looking to fight over, as our junglers are both on the bottom side of the map once again. Tortuga in a little bit of an awkward spot right now, away from the turret. The Dreadline is going to land a decent handshake, but the Jinx is already taking so much damage. Wok Warlock is here. He's on top of the Pro Ninja, who flashes forward and gets the kill onto Tortuga, but the Aphelios will also drop. It's a trade of the AD carries. Now the junglers and supports look to continue the fight. Poppy Fox, the stronger early skirmisher, pushes back the Warlock and will secure control over the Tribe Rush.
And they do have Prow here in the bot side, with Wok Warlock being low if they really want to force this dragon. I don't think they're going to do that, especially with this current positioning they have.
Oh,
nice
Wok!
Lightning here.
The hook, it lands, so we're not going to be able to follow up underneath the turret. Aphelios isn't here, so...
I mean, they could have followed up, but it'd be enemy double kill.
Yeah, it's right. So, so glad they didn't go for that one. Looks like nobody is going to be looking for the dragon in the aftermath. I mean, I think maybe Poppy Fox could. Securing crab for now.
Securing the crab's fine here. Okay. Never mind, not even securing the crab. I guess it was picking up the fruit by the looks of it, and now going into the dragon.
Yeah, you don't really have the control in mid or bot right now, but the thing that is allowing Poppy Fox to go for this is just the fact that he saw Wok Warlock was chunked down so low after that previous play. He pretty much knows that the Udyr can't be here. He could strongly assume that the Udyr can't be there, and he is in fact correct. So it looks like that dragon is going to be uncontested. Here is where the Udyr is. He's in the top lane now. That Rupture is going to miss, though, and Evil Gloomy should be able to walk this one off pretty comfortably, even getting a little bit of a trade as he retreats back to the turret. And Wok Warlock should be able to secure the early neutral trade-off of that first round of grubs.
Yep, Hextech Dragon gonna be appreciated here for your team, but it is gonna be the pretty standard trade here. Lock in some extra scaling with the dragon versus a bit of immediate power with the grubs. See what they can do with that one.
Relatively calm early game that we have here. About a 1,000 gold lead for the Monkeys at the moment. And that is, in fact, entirely on the Aphelios. It is a 1,000 gold lead for Cool Pro Ninja right now over Tortuga's Jinx.
I mean, yeah, Tortuga's Jinx, you're down 20 CS right now. You're also down 2 kills. You only have the 1 assist to your name. It's going to be a nasty next back here, because I think Cool Pro Ninja going to be pretty close to finishing off the Collector very soon. They, of course, grab Boots plus the Dagger here, so could be getting the early Zerkers here. Either way, we'll be ahead of this Jinx in terms of the power curve, and it's going to be notable for the next Dragon fight or for the next Grub fight if we do want to rotate up for that one.
Certainly, yeah. The Grubs are going to be spawning about 30 seconds prior to the next Dragon, so if one of these teams finds themselves with a lot of control, if we see some map rotations, that sort of thing, you know, there is a window there for one team to try to secure both. It's pretty tight, though.
Yep. I don't think we're going to see one team secure both unless there's like a delay and you're able to get a huge advantage. It definitely is possible here. We just need another hook to land. Tortuga kind of staying in the area to get hooked, thankfully a bit out of range from Cool Pro Ninja.
Both of our junglers, most of the way towards their respective first items. There's a bit of an XP lead for the Warlock at the moment. A couple camps ahead of Poppy Fox's Jin Zhao. One of the weaknesses of the Jin Zhao is your clear is quite slow, so you really need to find some early fights to make that pick really worthwhile. And both junglers potentially looking for a fight right now. The Jin Zhao, I believe, has the information, whereas Warlock does not.
Interesting. You do also have Chinese Spy roaming on down here. You have the Arcane Extension, or Right of the Arcane. I think it's Arcane Extension, but you have that ultimate to follow up here. That is one of the beauties of Xerath roams. You don't have to roam too far to participate in things. You just press the button, hopefully do a lot of damage.
For what it's worth, GoFrino, I feel like Arcane Ascension would actually be the better name for it. So it's alliterative, right? I would prefer that. Maybe we could write a petition, as we know those work pretty well, huh?
Yeah. Okay,
Dredge line in the bottom lane. There's that Right of the Arcane, or the Arcane Ascension as we're calling it now, but it's Ferromancy who's going down low, and the rocket from Tortuga claims the first kill, and Pro Ninja. Oh, the DC for Pro Ninja at the worst possible time. Poppy Fox, getting forced to go for the crushing guard, goes back in with the charge, gets one back for the side of the Monkeys, finds the knockup on a Warlock as well, but the Jin Zhao doesn't win out in the extended fight. Poppy Fox gonna get burned down. Warlock picks up number 2, and Korra goes for the sweep, gets the flash off of Chinese Spy. That's very unfortunate for the side of the Monkeys. Cool Pro Ninja, the disconnect there at the worst possible moment.
Looks like we have a bit of a post-pause here.
Yeah.
Yeah. We sadly had enough buffer to not deal with it, but we still have to deal with this. I also think that Shurima Shuffle from Korra might not have hit Chinese Spy there, but I still respect the flash. It was pretty damn close.
Yeah.
Very close to call. Either way, though, nice pickups here in the bot side for Dorado, pushing them up to 4 and 3. They got themselves their feat of killing, so a little extra juice in the tank for that when that comes up.
Absolutely. You know, it's really big for Tortuga in particular, right? The fact that the Jinx was so far behind is still a little bit behind. The gold lead was 1,000 for the Aphelios before, but now it's been cut in half to only 500. So Tortuga is catching up a little bit thanks to those, you know, unfortunate connection issues for the Ninja. As Warlock and at the flash away from that hook, Ferromancy, a nice roam up towards the top side for the second Grub spawn, but Poppy Fox getting burned down. The Jin Zhao down relatively low. That's going to be the flash off Frozen Bullet as well, though. So some Summoner is gotten there by the Monkeys. Gumi in an interesting position. Finds the body slam on a Trouble Killer, but the Gragas doesn't have many friends around at the moment. Still going to be able to walk that one off.
Dip on out of that one. Everybody's here in the top side, of course, except the ADCs. Parker has been completed here for Cool Pro Ninja. Looking for a hook in the
finds
lane.
the hook onto Korra, stands her ground, and just pokes Ferromancy with some spears.
Ooh, Moonlight Vigil popped in the bottom lane.
Oh, that's Tortuga down
Does
quite
get the
low.
barrier.
Good shout there, Gopher. The Jinx did have to burn the barrier there, actually, to survive, as now the Right of the Arcane is going to come out. The hostile takeover, just for the disengagement. The dredge line for the re-engage comes up from Ferromancy, and now Poppy Fox could be in trouble as Korra finds the sweep onto the Jin Zhao, but it's Korra who goes down, and Poppy Fox with the Crescent Guard surviving for now, but gets knocked up by the Rupture. Warlock thinking about going for the chase there, but is in fact just going to turn back for the objective.
and that's going to give him the second set of grubs here by the looks of it. So, 6 grub sweep, that's pretty damn potent. You're at least going to get the second dragon here as the monkeys in response, but I'm surprised because the monkeys had a favorable position going into that. You chunk out the enemy jungler, your jungler gets chunked, but hopefully you're able to heal. You have the first rotation from top lane. Doesn't quite work out that way, and now it's 6 grubs. That means your turrets are very much in threat here. Anytime you give the enemy team some alone time, something you gotta keep an eye out for, especially with the first turret bounty still being on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. It did feel like the monkeys, they had the first move up there, like you say, but it felt like for the side of Dorado, they just played that last sequence out really patiently, right? And not really committing to the fight until they really were confident they were in a good position to win it. But we have Ferromancy confident to go for another dredge line here in the mid lane. Cora, does she have the shuffle?
Nice stun.
Oh yeah, the stun to get Cora out of the shifting sands. The Azir not going to be able to get away. Oh, but it is the ignite of the Nautilus that takes the kill. I'm sure Chinese Spy would have loved to get the last hit on that one.
For sure, yeah. Thankfully, looks like you're at the very least crashing this wave on in the mid lane. Get a chunk out of that turret. No more plates to pick up, sadly, right now. Rupture does not land, and Feral Scream does land, but the Body Slam's already been cast, and Skrug is more than fine. Rosie on back to top lane, and like Chinese Spy wasn't able to get too much alone time on the turret. Had to divert some time to clear out that control ward, and then pick up the blue here. So Cora, gonna have a bit of time here. The TP timer not quite syncing up with the respawn here, so gonna have to walk back.
Cool Pro Ninja in the bottom lane does have his Nautilus on the way, but still gonna have to flash and still gets hit by the Rocket Tortuga. Almost the raw 1v1 there. Did have a little bit of help from the Renata, but really nicely done by Tortuga, who's coming back into this game in a big way.
Yeah, grab that one on. Oh.
Whoa! He's trying to set up the Xerath, but now Warlock has interrupted the Xerath ultimate, and Ferromancy is completely just a big daddy out of water. He's going to get taken down. It's going to be 4 kills now for the Jinx. That play, I think, was a bit over-ambitious, if you ask me.
Yeah, this feels like a bit of that monkey...
monkey fever.
Yeah, give it up quite a bit there. I saw the vision there. Like you have the right of the arcane pop there. You're looking to pop him in the bot lane. You flash, look for the hook, but nothing works out. And Warlock just happens to be in the river. Let's see if Gumi able to get out of this one.
Nice double body slam into the double cask, and Gragas just says no, no thank you.
DP as well.
Yeah, Chinese Spy, teleporting in, is going to get the shuffle out. Flashes for the shocking orb. Isn't going to be enough damage, though. Cora is relatively tanky, has the HP from the Leandres, and is going to be able to get away. So much committed there by the monkeys, and they don't end up getting the punish. They also have Poppy Fox in the area, so they're going to look to pressure the turret now, at least. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Tortuga in a 1v2 this time. Are they going to be able to execute on the dive? Ferromancy taking a lot of damage, and the turret ramping up, and the Jinx splashes away for the reposition, and it's going to be Tortuga outplays in the 1v2. Cool Pro Ninja not able to get the return kill. Warlock on a rampage. The play top side doesn't really work out for the monkeys either, and it's Dorado starting to run away with this one, although they do get that kill onto Cora.
Yeah. Tragic in the bot lane. See if they're able to get that first. Oh no, first turret already dropped her. So not gonna be able to get that. And tragic there in the bot lane, I got to say here, crewman, because like it was a 2 versus 1, but somehow they just did not have the damage to finish off that Jinx under turret. Tortuga having the barrier there certainly helped out, but I'm wondering where the damage was in that play, because by all means, it's a lone Jinx under turret. You should be winning that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I would love, and unfortunately it's not possible, but I would love to get another look at it. I do think that Ferromancy's hook unfortunately hit the turret instead of the Jinx. I didn't see if maybe Cool Pro Ninja, a couple of the auto attacks went into the turret as well. Not entirely sure, but I agree. I feel like that's a play that should have worked out for the monkeys, but just didn't really end up being the case. And it is now a couple thousand gold in the advantage. Our Dorado. They do have to contend. We have an Infernal Soul this game. This first Infernal Dragon's going to be in about 30 seconds go for Reno. And we can see the monkey is currently in position in the Banana Brush.
Monkeys would really love if they can pick this up, especially if they can pick up the dragon, win the surrounding fight, because as mentioned, they are down some gold here. They could really use that, but then also putting themselves on soul point would be quite the boon. Having much more burst in the tank here to finish off the backline, always appreciated against the Jinx's comp.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, we saw earlier the neutrals get traded off both times. But I feel like for the side of Dorado, they don't really have a split push composition, right? But here we go with the dragon fight, and Korra finds a huge sweep. That gets both of the carries. The hostile takeover as well is absolutely massive, and this fight was over before it even started. Dorado mopped the floor with the monkeys, and they will stop the stacking.
Yep, and Dorado just got to put themselves in such a commanding position right now in this game. They're up 4.5k gold. They stop the stacking, like you say. They have the 6 scrubs as well, so they take down 4 members here. That's going to give them some very nice alone time with these turrets. This mid lane turret already down to half. Gragas can only do so much to clear, and these turrets going to melt in the face of grubbed up team.
Wow. That is a crazy amount that Dorado just got off the back end of that play, and it was all set up by Korra. It was such a great flank position for the Azir. You know, Korra, I don't think has had a great game by any means, but the shuffles have been good.
Yeah, and absolutely crucial in that fight there, because I said it's a 4,500 gold difference. Well, now it's kind of blew up to about 5k off those turrets being taken, or well, 6k.
Yeah. Or even going to be able to get a bonus Gromp for troubles. Feels great.
Yeah. Gonna put him in such a nice position here as well. You already have 2 items completed on your Udyr jungle. There should be 2 items for this Jinx next back. I'm looking at Korra's inventory. I'm expecting the 2 item spike here. So all your members are hitting their 2 item spikes while the enemy team is sitting on like 1.5 spikes. That is a very noticeable difference you're going to feel in any of these fights that do break out.
Yeah, very true. That will be a very significant, something we'll have to watch out for. Otacon is alive now. We have towards the bottom side of the map this game, unsurprisingly, considering all the action we saw in the bot lane early on in this first game. It's Tortuga gonna get jumped on by Poppy Fox, but the Jinx sidesteps the right to the arcade. He can't connect. The Chinese spy can't get it done. Oh, but the bailout comes a little bit too late, so the Jinx will fall in the end. But again, the Azir gets in there with a big sweep, and it's going to be another team fight win for Dorado as Waka Warlock picks up the double. 7-0-5 right now on the Udyr.
And you were talking about the shovels here, but honestly, the hostile takeovers have been on point this game from Frozen Bullet. Always hitting multiple members, it feels like, except for that one fight where they only hit one, but that's one fight out of many right now. And it's been doing so much work here for dissuading engage or punishing aggression from the side of the monkeys here. You don't really deal with that right now, but you have to deal with it is the problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Frozen Bullet has been exemplary. Exemplary? The word's hard.
Exemplary?
Something like that. He's been really good on the Renata this game. No doubt about it. And we just saw Dorado secure the Otacon for themselves as well. Gold lead is now up to about 6.5k. And they should be in a great spot. This next dragon's gonna come up in a couple of minutes. We got a Herald in the mid lane at the moment. So the Monkey's trying to at least secure this tier 1 mid. We are gonna have Poppy Fox on some flame choppers, but he's not too pressed about it. They do get the turret. Are the is Dorado? Oh, that's a big death rocket onto Cool Pro Ninja. Warlock not willing to commit for the empowered bear stance. Squirrel flashes for the shuffle, doesn't get the Aphelios, but does get Jhin and Nautilus. Poppy Fox trying to dash forward onto Tortuga, but just can't quite get the job done. Can't finish off that Jinx. It's going to be a couple of more kills, as we did see the Aphelios get taken down in the end. Anyways, Cool Pro Ninja even burning the flash there, but not enough to get him to safety.
And you got another objective bounty here, but as mentioned before, you're against a 6 scrub team, so losing these team fights is just so punishing. They're able to get so much mileage off that. Good hook under turret. I don't think they have the damage. They do not. This is a Zereth, just the Luden's gun. Some components working towards their next item here, but no second item against this Udyr, who now has a,
Yeah, right to the arcane. Oh, the last one, it will connect. Chinese spy. Second kill of the game for the Zereth. That should accelerate him towards that second item completion. It'll be just in time hopefully, for this dragon. It's less than a minute now.
Yeah. You're really going to want that here as the monkeys. Thing is, though, Torchiga will be back up in time to respond to this.
Yeah.
And has the 2-item spike with the Zerkers completed, so pretty powerful point, whereas Cool Pro Ninja close to finishing off the Infinity Edge, might just be able to finish it on this back here. The problem is you have to have someone on mid lane duty, and 20 seconds until Dragon is going to be rough for timing. Okay, they spotted a lone
Trying to jump on the Warlock, but the Udyr is just too tanky and has too much movement speed. They're not actually going to be able to lock him down. A little bit of damage traded back onto the Jin Zhao. You know, Korra, we just saw able to get that top tier 1 turret, did complete her 2-item spike also, so the Azir is strong. Thankfully, Chinese Spy does have the Shadow Flame done, so the Xerath also on 2 items. We'll see if it's going to be enough to get the monkeys the win in this next fight. This feels like a must-win for the monkeys, right?
Yeah. They had a great start to the game. Okay. Stun does land, but it's on to Trouble.
Korra frontlining right now on the Azir, just standing in front of the entire team, hitting people with soldiers, and it's going to deny them entrance to the river. So the monkeys never even pull the trigger, and that's going to be another Infernal given over. There's going to be a hook landing finally for Pharaohmancy, but there's nobody there to follow up. The Nautilus is just going to die. The Jinx ultimate is massive. It's more kills going over, and that's just going to be the game, I think, right there. Oh, look at that flash from Tortuga. Dodges the explosive cast. Looks really cool. Not quite able to get those last couple of rockets into the Xerath, but I don't think it's going to matter. I mean, Trouble Killer can just zone them away from the Nexus turrets. Is trying to get to the minion wave, but they're just not going to allow the Gragas to make it happen. The ace is completed, and that is going to be a 25-minute Game 1 victory for Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, a bit of a sweep there. I mean, it's kind of similar to last week where monkeys, you know, they had a bit of a promising start there, especially in the bot lane. Like, you had so much pressure there. You have the 2-1 Philios, you're putting the Jinx behind, and then time and time again in the bot lane, they kind of get boomed, and then all over the map, they just fall behind, and giving up the 6 scrubs definitely hurt a lot this game. We saw how much Dorado was able to take off of each one of those mistakes that the monkeys made. So monkeys definitely going to have to collect their cool and go back into this next game here, crewman, because like we mentioned at the start of this cast, losing here is a bit of a no-no if you want to have any shot at playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, already for the monkeys, it's pretty dire, right? Even if they win both of their last couple of matches, their fate is still not even in their own hands. They would be counting on other teams to lose, and it's not looking good for them right now. I like that you mentioned the grubs again. I feel like those did end up being really consequential. You know, the fact they were able to get so much off those fights for the side of Dorado, like you said. And I feel like for the side of the monkeys, it feels like it all went wrong when Cool Pro Ninja had that disconnect, that internet issue in the bot fights, you know, early on there. It was looking good for him in that moment, right? But Aphelios disconnecting at the wrong time felt like that really turned the tide of that bot lane.
Yeah, just not able to get that. Some couple of failed dives and aggression in the bot side, just throwing all these kills into the Jinx's pocket, and that sucks for Pro Ninja as well. Like I mentioned, 2-1 start, then you end the game 2-7. It went downhill real quickly here for the Aphelios after that DC, and hopefully they can collect their heads into this next game.
Gonna need to. Who's your Game 1 POG, Gofrino?
Definitely Frozen Bullet. Those ultis really on point and just set up so many fights and just helped them lead it in to the end there with a dub.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Frozen Bullet did have the highest kill participation in this game, was part of 20 out of 24 of the team's kills. So absolutely fantastic support play there in game number 1 from Frozen Bullet. We'll see if that is going to continue right after this short break. Welcome back, everybody, for our Game 2 Champion Select between the Literal Monkeys and Dorado Gaming. Dorado ended up taking a very convincing Game 1 victory in just 25 minutes, despite some early looks from the Monkeys. So we have swapped sides, of course, for this next one. Go Frino, what are we expecting in the draft?
A lot of similar things on the ban list at the very least. The Ash might be new here. Let me double check. I know for a fact the Skarner is the same here, and yeah, it was Skarner and Braum Cassante last time from the Monkeys in terms of bans. Dorado not changing anything. Monkeys, I mean, they got the early aggression. They just need to be able to bring it on home here. So I don't mind if they pick early focused comps here with like maybe one scaling threat. The biggest thing is like, it feels like they kind of shoot themselves in the foot a lot with their macro.
Yeah, I mean, for you, where do you feel like it all kind of went upside down in that last game? Was there one moment for you, or you know, what would be an example of?
This would be early aggression here if that gets locked in. Really just feeding the kills to the Jinx and the bot side.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that was, would you say that was like sort of a macro error that led to the Jinx getting those kills, or, I mean, that felt more like...
Definitely some shot calling errors, like they weren't able to finish off the one Jinx under turret, despite it being a 2v1. Then just pushing up and letting themselves get ganked a few times there. I've only heard quite a bit. And that Draven is locked in here. Looks like Ziggs is going to be a response. Ziggs great at not interacting with enemy carries because you just kind of sit at max range throwing bombs.
Yeah. Are you expecting that Ziggs to be going into the bot lane then to counteract what the Draven wants to do?
I wouldn't be surprised. That's typically where we see the Ziggs. Of course, though, it is a mid lane flex like you hinted at here, Crewman. So something to keep in mind. I wouldn't mind seeing the Ziggs spot. Of course, it does necessitate you're going to need AD elsewhere. Probably an AD top and jungle at the very least. Yeah.
So we do have that R2 pick for Dorado is going to be Sejuani. Some kind of error with the draft lull there.
Nope.
So Zig Sejuani is the opening for Dorado in this one. Definitely the makings of a strong team fight composition once again.
Yeah, Sejuani also kind of necessitates you're going to want at least one other melee on your composition so you can stack up the permafrost and get those point-and-click stuns easy peasy. Leona fares pretty damn well with the Draven. You need aggressive stuff with the Draven, and Leona certainly can play aggressive. Of course, due to Draven's nature, you can make like any combo very aggressive in the bot side. I mean, I've even seen like Draven Janna just go super hard on all-ins, and then just the shields alone are enough to get you through. Either way, though, J4 as well, we kind of work towards the Monkey's strengths. I mean, you get early ganks off, you can get some snowball going. It's very clear what the Monkeys are kind of going for with these first three picks, Crewman. They're in it to snowball the early game and hopefully end it before things go on too long.
I like it. I think it's the right strategy for the Monkeys, right? Playing into their strengths. You know, you were just seeing in the break, and we were discussing this on Otter Talk as well, the fact that they have that 90% first blood rate, right? Even higher after picking up that first blood in the previous game. So if they're able to find that again with this composition, very well could be off to the races. But the Alistar feels like a good answer into the Leona.
Yeah, you're able to knock away the Leona. You do have the Unbreakable Will once you hit 6 at the very least, so give you a lot here. I'll start plus Ziggs if that is the bot laner. Definitely can give you some aggression angles of your own. Also, quick heads up for people in the chat, betting is live. If you do have a gambling addiction with channel points, not real life money, throw on some channel points and see if you can win big. Oh, right as I say that, we got somebody betting in the chat, 2.9 thousand on Dorado Gaming.
Yeah, we do, of course, have the BOL stonk market as well. For any of you gamblers out there, you know, we had, I forget who it was on this week's episode, but somebody was saying that Cool Pro Ninja would be a great a stonk to pick up this week. Just feeling like he is kind of the difference maker for the side of the Monkeys. Obviously playing AD carry this week instead of mid lane, so maybe that is a bit of a wrinkle. But on the Draven this game, you know, we'll see if this could be the time. This could be the game where your Cool Pro Ninja stonks end up paying off. We'll have to wait and see. But feels like both of these teams, Go Frino, have put together some pretty compelling drafts so far. It makes me wonder if perhaps they're utilizing the assistance of pro comps. You know, they're our sponsor, of course, here at Blue Water League. It's a game changer app for League of Legends. It's not like other tools. It's a personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and for solo players as well. You can pair it with any other app that you use. With ProComps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice, tailored champion picks, ban recommendations. It has the ability to generate champion pools in seconds. You can share those with your friends. There's a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your preferences and create personalized tier lists. A lot of great tools in ProComps, guys. It has over 280,000 downloads, thousands of daily users, and it's totally free. At least give it a go. No reason not to. I'm sure these teams are, you know, they're exemplifying the power that ProComps can give to you. Download now. You'll experience a whole new level of drafting power. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio. Where are we at with this draft, Go Farino? What did I miss?
All right, you at least get an AD melee top laner here in the Croc. I respect that. Does mean, though, you are keeping this Ziggs Flex in the Dark until the very last pick. I can respect that. The Crocodile, definitely blindable in the top lane, has some counters, of course, if you're able to just be too tanky for that champion to kill. Swain would be interesting here. I know Swain is a great champion at punishing just dive compositions. It's kind of similar to the Renata, where if you're running into the Swain, you're gonna have a bad time. It's not as like immediate with the Renata hostile takeover where you just start beating each other, but it's going to be gradual. Trying to run through a Swain who has the demonic extension popped, who's slowing with the Rylai's, definitely going to be a bad time here. I'm expecting that to be mid lane Swain here. I don't see the juice in Swain top versus the Crocodile unless you're just able to consistently sit out of range and farm up fine enough. And yeah, oh, GP as well. Okay, interesting comp to say the least here for literal monkeys. Quite a bit of damage though.
Yeah, it feels a lot like what you were hoping to see from them, right, Go Farino? You were like, pick for early game, you know, play for these explosive early games, or early game fights rather, and then maybe you draft one scaling threat as kind of like a, you know, a safe card that you can hold for the later stages of the game. That's kind of what the Gangplank gives you, right? Because he's going to be able to offer that damage as the game progresses. So we'll see if that is going to be the method for success for the monkeys. But the Tristana coming through on R5, so that is likely going to be the mid Tristana, I think, probably into the Swain, right?
Could be. I'm kind of... Because Tristana bot here into Draven can be rough. The Draven with a stand aside very easily stops your rocket jump, especially if you're using it aggressively. If you're using it defensively, you might be able to get out of range in time before it stops you. And you're going to be pushing into the Draven, which typically you don't want to do too much. Draven Leona, you're fine just sitting under turret against. It forces the enemy jungler to come to try and force a dive on you. Same time though, Trist mid has really fallen off here, and into the Swain might be a little bit tricky because Swain, not like a lot of the mages in the mid lane where you just jump on them with the explosive shot and you're just able to burst through them very easily. The Swain at least kind of tankier and can lock you down a little. Something to keep an eye out for.
I think the Swain isn't too tanky early on, right? A lot of his tankiness comes from like the passive stacks, the bonus health that he gets from landing the spells. So I think the Tristana is going to have the ability to pressure the Swain early, but it's still a risky gambit, right? Because if you're playing aggressively into the Swain, then you're possibly lining yourself up to get hit by more of those skill shots, which is then going to accelerate his scaling and make him tankier sooner. So it could definitely go either way. I think that mid lane matchup. So really, I'm kind of. I guess they needed another AD solo laner, right? If they're planning on playing the Ziggs in the bottom lane, then they needed more physical damage besides just the Renekton. But the Tristana doesn't feel like a card that they played at the end of this draft where the side of Dorado are like, aha, or counterpick Tristana. Wait, you know.
Yeah, if it is going bot though, if you're able to hit the level 2 spike first and hard all in the Draven, you can put the Draven on such a back foot here, because Tristana level 2 all in is quite insane. Level 1, definitely strong too if you're able to fully stack that explosive shot. The main issue is you have to be in range and to fully stack it up. The rocket jump just helps you out so much with that. Not only do you close the distance, it does have that minor slow, so it's hard for them to run away from you. Combine that with an Alstar locking them down. So maybe Dorado is trying to go for tit for tat for aggression here in the bot lane. Definitely would make it very explosive here, because either of these bot laners falling behind is going to be a rough one for the behind one.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we saw in the previous game, right? When Cool Pro Ninja started to fall behind, it ended up being a bit too detrimental for the team to really come back from. And on a champ like Draven, definitely, if you don't get that early lead, then what is Draven really doing in that League of Legends game, right? In the client draft at the moment, GoFrino, we do have Tristana slotted into the mid lane position. You know, the teams could still, the side of Dorado could still swap that around, but that appears to be what we're going to be seeing, is that mid lane Tristana.
Yeah, and I want to know how well the Tristana can work into the Swain. In team fights, of course, the Tristana will output more damage than the Swain, and can also do some nifty things against the Swain if you just rocket shot the Swain on out of every single team fight. Then the Swain demonic ascension kind of times out, and that lowers the champion's threat a lot, because a Swain who is demonically ascended versus a Swain who is not in team fights is kind of a night and day difference.
For sure. Yeah, he gets so much sustain while the ult is running. So that interaction specifically is really favorable for the Tristana. I'm glad you mentioned it. But the last thing that I really wanted to ask you about, Gopher, before we round out this draft discussion, is of course the Jarvan. You know, Poppy Fox, in the previous game, we saw Poppy Fox on the Jin Zhao. He was trying to be active early. He was trying to facilitate the team finding those early angles, but the Udyr ended up being a bit too difficult to punish. It's another tank for Warlock in this game on the Sejuani, but Jarvan, it feels like another champ where you kind of need to make something happen in the early game, right? And for this team as well, for the Monkeys, like we were discussing previously, feels like that kind of has to be what they play for them to have any chance of finding success, right? So what would you like to see Poppy Fox try and set up in this early game? Where would you want to see the Jarvan path?
Well, bot lane's a pretty obvious choice here. You want to get Draven snowballing, and ganks certainly will help that. You have the Leona for lockdown, you have this J4 for lockdown. That's going to be more than enough time for this Draven, for Cool Pro Ninja to finish off either of these bot laners, at least pre-6. You know, post-6 with the Unbreakable Will, okay, maybe you're not cutting through the Owlstar, but, you know, there's always a Ziggs here to kill, and I'm expecting a lot of action in that bot lane, because Draven kind of warps a lot of the early game around him.
We'll see. You know, Ziggs Alistar feels like it could be a little bit difficult to punish, but the Ziggs wave clear isn't very strong early on, so maybe if Poppy Fox is pathing down there, we could look to set up those dives. Gotta be really careful of the Alistar CC, right? We'll see if they're going to be able to execute on that. Overall, go free now. How do you feel about these drafts? Which draft would you favor heading into this second game?
I mean, the Monkeys kind of drafted what I wanted to see them draft, so gonna have to go with them here, honestly.
Okay.
They're playing to their strengths here, hopefully. Will they be able to get a big enough lead? That's going to be the big question for me going into this game.
Yeah, and of course the big question as well is, can Cool Pro Ninja avoid those internet issues this time around? That's going to be a big one for me. But they do also, of course, have the counter pick in the top lane. Evil Gumi was able to go for the gangplank into the Crocodile. That should be looking pretty good. Has that sort of scaling ace in the hole, a card that they can play later on as well. So this is it. This is it for the Monkeys. It's do or die from here on out. If they lose this next game, their season will be over. You know, they'll have another match to play next week, but they need to pick up these wins to have any chance at the playoffs. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it, guys, in just a moment. Welcome back, folks. Game 2 between the Literal Monkeys and Dorado Gaming. If you're just joining us, Dorado did take that game number 1. The Monkeys on the blue side needing to bounce back. Let's see if they can do it.
30 seconds.
Well, they're certainly setting up to try and get off to a good start here. Not gonna find anything though. Tortuga should be able to spot this.
Let's see. The little Ziggs has standing in the right place in the bush there to get the early vision of the incoming monkeys. And as you say, we'll be able to back away, no problemo.
Gonna cost him some vision on this top side here. 3 members collapsing from Dorado. 1 blue buff ward.
Minions have
Peace,
spawned.
to say the least here. Both junglers gonna be kind of spotted out on their first clear.
Yeah, we'll see where they do want to start out. These junglers for Poppy Fox, you know, we were really hoping to see the Jarvan path down, right, to have an early impact on the bottom lane. For Walk Warlock, I do think is a bit more of a question, right, but probably just matching the Jarvan would be the safer bet.
Yep, definitely a good thing to do, especially with Poppy Fox starting up in this top side. That is setting up for the gank bot side after your first full clear. And Tortuga gonna spot out that aggression in the bush, just dropping the bouncing bomb. It does get a hit. It's a Comet proc. Yeah, just already sitting back on this wave, recognizing like, oh, let's not be eating these axes.
Yeah. Chinese Spy did land the first never move in the mid lane. It's always a good sign for Swain players.
That's true.
Connecting on that first one is very important. Kind of similar to like the Hook champions, right?
Yeah, surprised level 1 starting the never move unless that was level 2 and I missed it. Usually you want the Q level 1 for wave clear.
True, yeah. I'm not entirely sure what the situation was there. Maybe he wanted to start never move for the potential level 1 that they went for. But either way, level 2 now, so he's gonna have both of those abilities to worry about. As yeah, Evil Gumi making use of the barrels, yeah, and we do have the Sejuani gone for the full clear topside into the gank. Sejuani Renekton, such a powerful duo, and Evil Gumi, does he have the orange available at the moment? There's the permafrost gonna come through, and that's gonna be the first blood. It's the Warlock who picks it up.
Easy pickup there, and looks like Poppy Fox not going to be able to get to the enemy jungle in time to answer with any camps. Well, maybe. They're pathing from red into the river. Okay, we're going to see a blue buff fight here maybe, because it's not like the J4 will turbo clear for this. Will it be fast enough, though?
Aura has mid prio, but obviously the Jarvan does have his pushing Draven Leona bot lane. And it looks like he's actually just going to get the buff in time before Walk Warlock can make it over. Now, where do the junglers go from here? I think Walk Warlock just spotted out the Jarvan. And the wave not crashing, so there's not really an option here for a play regardless. And we will just see the South Scuttle take for Poppy Fox.
Nice trade there on the top side. Also fits out as well. So at the very least, Poppy Fox is able to get something back for that first play on the top side. It's not going to be matching gold by any means, but hey, you at least denied a blue. That's better than denying nothing. Is this the solo?
Oh, he's just flashing on top of Gumi. He's just going to die. Evil Gumi, just the flash wasn't going to save him there. He's just going to hold on to it. And that's 2-0 on the board now. It's beautiful, pulverized, but Poppy Fox is here trying to follow up. There's going to be the flash out from both Tortuga and Bullet to get themselves to safety. Good attempt there from Poppy Fox. They get the summoners.
Yeah, top lane though, that's kind of amazing me, because keep in mind this GP was the counter pick, and I was expecting GP to just kind of be able to sit back in this lane. You pop the barrels. Melee champions into GP is always kind of suffering because the GP just puts a barrel on top of himself. It's like, can I contest it? Not really, because if you go up, you eat a barrel. If you don't, the GP just gets free fun. But it looks like Trouble Killer, with the slice and dice, able to do enough, able to gap close enough there to be enough of a threat here to pick up a second kill on this top side.
Yeah. I mean, the Gangplank will do better in that matchup as the game progresses, right? As we move later on in the game, Gumi is going to be more and more comfortable in that matchup against the Crocodile. But, you know, Renekton is an incredibly strong early game duelist, you know, particularly levels 3 to 5 there when he has all of his abilities unlocked. Is incredibly threatening. You know, that's why he's been a staple in pro for I don't even know how many years now. And Trouble Killer able to show us again there. Finds the slice and dice through the wave. Gonna get off another decent trade onto the pirate.
Yeah, solid too. Forcing out the oranges in trades is always so good against GP because that ability costs quite a bit of mana. And if GP's having to use mana on that, that's not mana to be able to use the parlays on you. That's not mana you can use to pop the barrels. Very noticeable. Even if the GP does get out, that's a nice thing to pick up.
Absolutely. Trouble Killer has been a really strong performer for this Dorado lineup. Let's continue to try to put the pressure on as Warlock's in the area. And he just flashed. I'm not sure why. Maybe a fat finger situation?
I'm assuming it's a fat finger. Could have been going for the ping. If you're using default binds, G is your ping button, so that is right next to flash. They do have flash on F here.
We've all been there. But it is going to be the grub take for the Warlock. We've got a fight breaking out towards the bottom side. It's going to be Frozen Bullet in trouble, burning down. First kill of the game for Pro Ninja on the Draven. That is a great look for the Monkeys. They are going to lose out on this first objective, though, and their top laner is starting to get bullied as Trouble Killer level 6. The XP advantage. He's going to dive on top of the pirate once again. Evil Gumi, thankfully, still had the flash. He's going to be able to get back underneath the turret. But the minion wave is here. Warlock roaming over to assist. The cannon barrage is not going to save him. That's going to be kill number 2 for the Crocodile, and that's the feat of warfare for Dorado.
Feat of Warfare picks solely off Evil Gloomy in this top lane. Like, this pirate is just falling further and further behind. Not able to keep up with the aggression coming out from Killa. And that's exactly what you want to do as the Crocodile in this matchup. If you're able to keep the GP away from farming and scaling on up, you're very happy. And I'd be pretty ecstatic right now. You're sitting on the pickaxe, you're sitting on the call fields here. Your enemy is sitting on components. Just a couple longswords here, a little haste thingy. Not gonna be doing too much into you, honestly.
Absolutely right. Yeah, it is looking really rough for Evil Gumi up there towards the top side. And, you know, I was just singing Trouble Killer's praises. I feel like Evil Gumi has been a really critical piece of the Monkeys this season. You know, obviously they haven't been able to find very much of any success really at all, but feels like Evil Gumi has been, you know, consistently able to find lane leads at the very least. But not the case in this game. Definitely, like you say, quite far behind for Renekton at this point in time. At least for the Monkeys, they were able to find some stuff here towards the bottom side of the map, right? They got their first kill onto Cool Pro Ninja. They got the first dragon. So they're definitely not out of this one just yet.
Yeah, I didn't see how much gold this Draven got off that first kill. Definitely was a lot of stacks, considering we're 8 minutes into the game. That probably happened for about 6 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think it was really that much extra gold from the Draven passives. Got another engaged. Frozen Bullet, not level 6 yet on the Alistar. Is going to get chunked down quite low. Great trade there for the Monkeys bot duo. They got their jungler waiting around as well. The flash is not quite available again for the Ziggs. So this is the window if they can find a way to punish Tortuga.
At the same time, though, Tortuga has the Tier of the Gods completed here, so gonna have a lot of mana to work with.
There's the Solar Flare. Oh, but a beautiful pulverize from Frozen Bullet, but the Cataclysm will secure the kill, and Ferromancy taking up the turret beautifully there. And they are going to be able to successfully... Oh, barely Poppy Fox survives that last turret shot. But yes, it will be the successful turret dive for the Monkeys.
Yeah, very close to not being as successful there, but 2-0 is this Draven, and 2-0 is that pickup in the bot lane. Just barely can be happy about that. As well as Chinese Spy, who is able to get an assist off that. Of course, with that Roam on down, it does give Korra some alone time in that mid lane. Able to pick up 2 plates for themselves as well. So 8-5 farm, sitting on the Vamp Scepter, sitting on the Slingshot here. I don't know what that builds into. Maybe it's just a Vamp Scepter for laning.
Yeah. Another move connecting. That's some good damage onto Korra, but Chinese Spy now is exceptionally low on mana. So can't really go for any more of those trades. Of course, going to be able to push the wave in pretty comfortably. And we've got our next round of grubs in about 40 seconds. The first round was fully secured by Dorado. And with Renekton, Tristana, and Ziggs, they've got a premier turret destruction comp. If they get all 6 grubs as well, ooh, that's really scary for the Monkeys to be playing against.
Yeah, we saw what happened with 6 grubs last game here. Monkeys going to have to do their damnedest here. Giving up the first set of grubs, obviously not the end of the world. It gives a nice bit of pushing power to your team, but it's not the backbreaker like it is when you get 6 grubs. So 5 grubs also pretty damn solid, but it's really
the
the
monkeys
6
are
grubs
not
really
contesting. Look at where the Jarvan is. Poppy Fox, I feel like they should have sent everybody for the monkeys. If it was me, I bring all 5 members to the second grub spawn to try to deny that 4 grub breakpoint, but they're not worried about it at all. They're just going to give over all 6 of the grubs. They're going to look for another play onto Tortuga, but Frozen Bullet is back on the Alistar. It's going to be, the monkeys need to go quick here. Tortuga flashes away, does get knocked up by the EQ, and Draven has the damage. That's going to be Cool Pro Ninja on a spree. Frozen Bullet alone now, trying to get back underneath the turret. Will flash to do so. The minion wave gets mostly cleared out, but the monkeys going to continue the play. They find another kill for the Draven, so 4-0 now for the Cool Pro Ninja. Is he going to be able to carry? Will the stunks pay dividends? That's what we need to see, Go Farino.
Yeah, even then, like, giving up 6 grubs like that for free? Okay.
Chinese Spy flashes to get out of the Glacial Prison. Well done. Necessary flash. Go on, you were saying?
Yeah, just giving up the second spawn of grubs there for free, especially when you're already down to 3 grubs. I really can't see the angle in that play there. Like, you have to contest those grubs.
I agree. Yeah, it feels like it was a big miss for the monkeys, unfortunately. You know, the map movements, feels like has kind of been one of the main things they've struggled with this season, right?
Yeah. Obviously, getting more kills on your Draven in the bot lane pretty big here. And they'll at least be able to get the second dragon of this game as well. Pretty similar to last game, though, where they gave up all 6 grubs, grabbed the first 2 dragons for themselves. Hopefully they can keep this dragon train going, because they're going to want something in the tank here. Especially to make up for their comp not having the best scaling compared to the enemy comp. It's really just going to be the GP here in the late game. Yes, Chinese Spy scales up decently well. Game to the top side, actually. Okay, not a game to the top side, but...
Chinese Spy already getting a little bit tankier here in the mid lane. Finds another never move. Korra's in trouble. It's the Buster Shot. Did she just Buster Shot a minion? I didn't quite catch it. As Trouble Killer is going to go into the Dominus towards this top side. And Walk Warlock is here again. And this poor Pirate just can't catch a break. Oh, the Renekton did have turret aggro, so he's going to have to back out of that one. But Walk Warlock with the Heartsteel Sejuani. And Trouble Killer flashes back in there for the Kolomeek to claim the kill. 3-0 now on the Renekton. Ooh. All these turret plates as well with the 6 grubs. The Pirate is just going to lose his whole turret. That's going to be feats for Dorado again.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, Korra's trying to get the first turret here in mid, but she's not going to be quick enough.
I mean, still,
Oh,
if
she's
you're
on the
able to
same
get
team.
first turret in top lane and then put this turret in mid on a death score, this is such a nice position to be in as Dorado. Funnily enough, it's not the Ziggs lane who's the one pushing it, it's both your other lanes here, but Tortuga been to focus a lot of aggression here through ganks and just 2v2s on the bot side, so okay.
Nice buffer there for the Tristana. Taking a look at the bot lane as it's going to be a Poppy Fox going for another attempt. They flash in, they chain the CC, they one-shot the Ziggs. These turret dives have been looking pretty good. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, yeah, they killed Tortuga again, but, I mean, they're not really ahead in golds to speak of, as Trouble Kill is in the mid lane now. They're going to be able to get this mid-tier 1.
Yeah.
Warlock flashing in there, connects the Arctic Assault. Chinese Spy is going to be hitting the dirt. Glacial Prison connecting on a Poppy Fox as well. It's 2 more kills for Trouble Killer. 5 now on the Renekton.
Yikers. And once again, it's like, yeah, you pick up that nice play in the bot lane, but all your other lanes are suffering. 0-4 top side here. Mid lane, yes, you're 0-1 right now, but you gave up that turret here, and that's going to give over a lot of...
This is the moment. Cool Pro Ninja can't die here. If Cool Pro Ninja dies here, this game, I think, is just going to be over. The Zenith Blade for Pyromancy, they're going in. They're looking to shut down Trouble Killer. Can they take down the Renekton? He's into the Dominus. He gets some extra health, but he's so low. And it looks like they may have to sacrifice Frozen Bullet to get the Renekton out to safety. And Chinese Spy still on the chase. He's going to be able to chase down the Crocodile. He gets the slow from the Rylai's, but Trouble Killer just barely, looks like, is going to be able to get away. That was a tense moment, but the monkeys, they're hanging on. And Tortuga might actually be in trouble again here. There's nobody around.
Tortuga's
Well,
definitely dead.
yeah, he is, isn't he? He's gonna try to get as much of the minion wave as possible. Did, I think, get the cannon there, and then will go down.
Yeah, so you do give up 2 kills there. Thankfully, it's on your bot lane, though, who are collectively 0-8.
Oh, Poppy Fox able to secure the blue buff.
Yep. And while that's all happening, of course, it is a Tristana 6 grubs on the top side. Look at this turret
Oh
melt.
my, goodbye, turret.
Rapid fire, one hell of a drug. Once again, the 6 grubs coming into play this game here, crew, man.
They sure are. Twitch chat doing some work in this one, no doubt about it. We've got less than 90 seconds out now on our next dragon. For the side of the monkeys, you know, that was what they were able to get in exchange for giving over all the grubs. They got the first 2 dragons as well as their lead on the Draven. But the fact that it's Chemtech Soul does feel pretty tragic. I'm going to look for the Herald here ahead of that dragon spawn. We'll see if Dorado want to contest for this one. Seems like the answer is probably going to be no. Walk Warlock not too bothered about it. Yeah, you can go ahead and take Shelly. Doesn't really mind.
The old nab there. Pretty reminiscent last game. They're able to get the first 2 dragons and the Herald.
Yeah.
Able to get too much after that.
How tragic is it, do you think, that they ruled Chemtech Soul in this one? I think it's still pretty unanimously considered to be the weakest soul on average. You know, they buffed it by 2% is something, but and it definitely can have value, but how do you feel about the Chemtech Soul here?
I mean, I don't mind Chemtech Soul, especially for your team, having to go in, like, Leona, Swain, J4, they all appreciate it here. Just that extra damage reduction helps them stay alive a lot longer in team fights, so...
Oh,
I mean...
another turret.
Yeah, if you can get Chemtech Soul, you're like, cool, I don't mind this. Would you have probably preferred if it's like the Hextech Soul or even an Ocean Soul? Yeah, probably, but hey,
Alright, well... They have started up this Chem Dragon, but as we can see, all of Dorado are in the area. They're actually going to look to turn on a Chinese Spy. They dogpile on top of the Swain, and they are going to be able to eliminate him instead of contesting for the Dragon. And they're actually just going to push in bot. Look at this. Oh, that was a cheeky attempt from Tortuga, but not quite able to get the objective. But Dorado are still happy with this. Look at this. They're going to get another turret in the bot lane, plus that kill onto Chinese Spy. So they're ahead 3,000 gold now. And they are up against Soul Point, but, you know, the Chemtech Soul is not a game-ending buff. You know, even if you were saying it does have good value for the monkeys in this game, it's still not a game-ending buff.
Yeah, not a game-ending buff by any means here. And once again, the grubs really coming into play there, helping you pick up that bot lane inner turret basically for free. I mean, even if they only had a few grubs there, they'd probably take that. That turret had already taken some prior damage, but the important thing is on the top side, Evil Gumi unable to take a response turret. They're just not doing enough damage. I know we've been hampering on it quite a bit here, but the grubs just keep coming into play here, it feels like, crewman. Just having 6 is such a boon here for this Dorado team, especially against the monkeys, who we have pointed out not the best with macro, and when you're not the best with macro, that leads to a lot of map mistakes, which leads to a lot of open turrets.
Yeah.
When you have 6 grubs, open turrets are just open season.
Absolutely right, Goferino. That is what we have been seeing in this game, no doubt. And the monkeys, you know, they can play for soul, that's all well and good, but at some point you're gonna need to start defending these turrets, right? It's only the mid-tier 2 is the only one left still standing outside the base. Already, it feels like the walls are starting to close in around these monkeys. The barrel looking real tall, as they are at the bottom of it. Or in it, at the very least. You know what I was going for.
Yeah, but this is definitely not the snowball that the monkeys wanted here with this comp. You got the snowball on the Draven at the very least. 6-0 and 2. 2 full items, you know, definitely ahead of the curve in this game, but there's another 6-0 member on the enemy team who also happens to have 2 completed items of their own right now, so have fun dealing with that in all the team fights. And the Crocodile also got the counter to a Fed Draven. It's called Building Tab Ice. It's just been nice so much here. Looking for gank at the top side. Very easy to hop on out here. I hope this isn't a
Saw that one coming.
Otacon start. I don't think
yeah.
it's gonna be.
They are going to go for the Herald play towards this top tier 1. The charge itself should take down the turret. There are 4 members from Dorado in position as Tortuga and Chinese Spy, and 1v1 in the mid lane. Chinese Spy going to flash over that wall to stay on top of the 6. Tortuga flashes over into the Raptor camp, but there's still an awkward spot. Oh, just barely the never move, not going to land. Tortuga gets away by the skin of his teeth there. One more satchel charge to escape. The tier 1 in top lane did go down. Monkey's able to pick that one up. They're not really able to get much else. Trying to set up a trap here in the tri-brush. Walker Warlock wrapping around. Backstep, gets away from the J4 combo.
Thing is, though, if they go for this fight here, they don't have the Demotic Extension here. Because if I was Chinese Spy there, if you commit all that and get the kill, how much gold are you realistically getting off Tortuga?
True.
They're 0-4, not worth the most. Maybe if you're able to also push it into turret there and take the turret, you know, that's going to be worth. But honestly, especially not having Flash Demotic Extension here, because swing with Flash and the Demotic Extension, it makes it so much easier for you to hop into the back lane. Thankfully, against this Dorado composition, you know, a lot of the members are going to be running at you. You know, Sejuani, the Renekton, the Alistar, they're all going to be hopping into you, but just the ability to just hop into that backline, start applying the Rod Eyes to Korra and Tortuga, going to be so nice for locking those 2 carries on down.
Oh, speaking of going into him, Korra is going to jump straight on top of the Swain, who, like you said, doesn't have ultimate. Korra has a reset on the jump. She's going in. She's looking for it, and Korra finds the solo kill. First of the game for Tristana.
And starting with the Otacon here will definitely take some time, but J4 here for Poppyfax on the opposite side of the map will have time to come up and respond to this if they want to.
They don't want to. They're going to look for Tortuga again instead. The poor little Zig. Oh, it's a nice satchel. It's not enough. The Whirling Death from Cool Ninja able to take down the Ziggs once again. The Otacon will go over, but this is a tight window. Our Chemtech Dragon is in 30 seconds, and unless Dorado just want to give over that soul for free, they got to make a trek towards the bottom side of the map, and they're not going to have their Ziggs.
Yeah. At least for the first bit, you know, maybe it takes enough time because Tortuga spawns at about 2 seconds before this dragon respawns, so could be something. Otacon picked up, though, basically for free. That is going to be big here for the side of Dorado. It's going to be enhancing their buffs. Hey, if they happen to have 6 grubs, it's going to make these turrets melt even faster. Moving on up, though.
Do they know where Poppyfox is? The Jarvan behind them right now.
No
Look for a flank angle. Tortuga hasn't joined with the rest of the team yet. They are going to find the knockup onto a couple of these frontline members as Trouble Killer is still deathless for now. He flashes on top of the Draven. Can they take down Cool Bro Ninja? They can! The Draven, the most fed member of the Monkeys. The heart of the team just getting ripped out from under them there. They do still have Chinese Spy. The Swain doing some work there with the Demonic Ascension. And finally, Trouble Killer will go down. Tortuga is here. Can the Ziggs help the rest of the team close out the team fight? A nice headbutt there to get Chinese Spy away. And it looks like with the separation there, the Demonic Ascension will time out. And now the Swain is looking like he's in a bit of trouble. The Vision of Empire for the slow to try to disengage from the Sejuani. The teleport back in for Evil Gumi. The gangplank on 2 items now after picking up that bot tier 2 turret. So it's the Monkeys that are man down, but they're feeling like they still might want to go in for the contest here. They're not against the Tristana or the Renekton, and they're trying to go for the engage onto Gumi. The Satchel gets Tortuga straight into the Whirling Death. And Cool Pro Ninja from long range takes down the enemy bot carry. It's going to be a spree now for Gumi. And that's looking like it's going to be Chemtech Soul for the literal Monkeys.
Maybe. I mean, Walk Warlocks here. They're not on Vision. Okay, they're definitely spotted now. Ooh, a little too early there. Yeah, Walk's going to have to just back on off of this. And that is going to be the Chemtech sweep here. For the side of the Monkeys, that is what you want to see for them. That team fight definitely... It had that really promising start, then it looked like, oh no, because your 7-0 Draven got one tap there a little. But then, like, Chinese Spy, they're just able to keep sitting on people in that team fight, just keep melting away at them. They have the Leandri's paralyze combo, so you're just going to sit and whittle away at them, do quite a bit of damage as Poppyfox. You don't want to be caught out in the enemy jungle right now.
Let's see. He's not that caught out. Gonna be able to walk it off in the end. Baron alive now. And that feels like it was a big moment for the Monkeys. The fact they're able to make that stand and pick up the soul is definitely really big for them. but the gold is still pretty dead even between these teams. You know, obviously that is lying to us a bit now with the extra stats that you get from all those dragons, but definitely it's still anyone's game still.
Yeah, Chemtech though. I wonder how much of a difference maker it's gonna be. Like, especially for Chinese Spy, we saw how hard they're able to kill beforehand. Now you have two of these, which gives you some of that extra tenacity, gives you that extra healing, which is very clutch with your ulti, but also the damage reduction when you fall below that 50% threshold, gonna be pretty big for this champion, because the longer you're able to stay in that demonic extension, just continuously apply the Rylai's and Leandri's combo, the more value you're gonna get out of this champion. So we'll see how that pans out here. Damage reduction specifically from this Chemtech Dragon gonna be the biggest for the monkeys here.
Yeah, it's really funny. It's like there's an 8-1 Draven on this team, but with the Chemtech Soul and against the enemy draft, it feels like the Swain is actually the biggest threat.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have a lot of champions that kind of just have to hop into you, and your name is Swain. You're typically pretty happy about that.
For sure. Let's see, they're going to need to pick up the win here in order to really find happiness. We do have a while until the Elder joins us on the Rift. We'll see if either one of these teams wants to try and set up a Baron. You know, I feel like with the Soul, once you secure Soul, that should be the objective, right? You try and set up a play around Baron to try and you know, build on that advantage, but it's not something that the monkeys seem like they're willing to commit to. But Dorado, on the other hand, they are going to start up the Nash. I believe they've been spotted out, though, so they're not going to stay on the Nash.
Yeah. I hope they don't stay on it. That'd be a bit of an issue if they do, to say the least. Bit of a throw there, but anyone's game, like you said, at this point, scaling does still favor Dorado here with the Ziggs plus Tristana. Poppy Fox
finds a cow.
Yeah, not gonna find too much more. I mean, this is a 2-item Jarvan, yes.
Oh. Warlock just dashed into the pit, but he's very tanky, and it's gonna be fine.
Yep, fine for now. Dip on out of that one.
We do see a Trouble Killer matching the Swain now in the side lane. You know, the Renekton, it is the part of the game where it is, you know, sunset for the Renekton. He had fun earlier on in the game, and now he's not really having as much fun. You know, the side lane matchups into both the Gangplank and the Swain are just going to continue to get more and more difficult. Well, Trouble Killer's job now for the rest of this game is just going to be to try and get on top of this Draven and assassinate him in every fight. That's what the Renekton is for now.
And I mean, it's not like this Draven has the most insane amount of peel, unless Ferromancy wants to sit back and heal game, which is definitely an option here. Usually, though, most Leonas, they kind of have the one mode of thinking where it's like, I gotta go in. There are, of course, always fights, though. We can't just throw out the Solar Flare. Let the J4 plus Swain engage for you, and then you just sit back and heal for your carry here.
Yeah, true. Can do that reasonably well also. You know, does have a reasonably big health bar. And I'd like to see that we are going, you know, tankier now for Trouble Killer. Pick up the Starex third for the extra survivability. And it looks like we are going Thornmail fourth item, which seems good.
Yep. Here. Still, bit of a lull here in the game when we wait on things. I mean, Baron is, of course, on the table here. No one's really made too much of a move to it yet. They kind of want to get up a bit of positioning, a bit of an advantage before they do that. You know, it's very easy to throw on Baron.
It is. You know, Go Farino, we've discussed multiple times already in this match that we feel like the monkeys have been a bit lacking in macro over the course of the season. So I feel like this would be a good time to ask you, as maybe not a good time actually, as Cora is going to get Mega Blast Coned away from going for that fight. But I think now would be an okay time to ask you, you know, what macro move would you like to see from the monkeys here? You know, they already have the Soul. How do they accelerate the game from here?
Well, they're going to need one of the big buffs to do that. Baron's definitely going to be the most helpful for pushing on in, because there is a Ziggs now for Tortuga. Yes, there's 0-6-0. They've not been able to participate in anything. What the fuck?
Cora finds the... Okay, yeah, late game Tristana, ladies and gentlemen. that's going to be Korra finding the solo kill onto Evil Gumi in the side lane. The Gangplank also had 3 items. It just didn't matter. He basically got one shot by Korra. And now... What was that, Gofrino?
Oh, yeah, Dragon's just spawning.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, this is Elder. You don't have the GP for another 30 seconds.
He does have teleport, and the 4 members of the Monkeys are here in the mid lane to try and push back their opponents. A nice flash to get out of there for the Ziggs, and now it's Trouble Killer into the thick of things. Are they going to be able to lock down Pro Ninja? He's exhausted. He's kiting back quite nicely. Eventually, the Dragon does fall, and this is looking like a big fight for Dorado. They had the man advantage going into it. Korra will burn down to the Swain damage, but it's still a 3 for 2. That's a big fight win for Dorado. They take out the enemy jungler, and Elder Dragon should be theirs.
Yep, they're just able to dump everything onto Cool Pro Ninja in that team fight. And not having Evil Gumi definitely biting them in the rear there. This should be an easy pickup.
Yeah, Ferromancy just desperately wanting to get in there to try to secure some vision, but was not allowed, Mr. Ferromancy. That is a spree for Warlock's Sejuani. Evil Gumi is back now, but unfortunately his entire team is on the floor. But still, that's enough, I guess, to deter Dorado. They're not actually going to start off the objective.
Yeah, you got some kind of lowish health bars here. It's not the fastest take as well. So you don't want to be sitting in that pit, potentially letting yourself get hit by a 3-item GP barrel there. That'd be a bit of a no-no, to say the least.
Yeah. I guess without Korra, you know, like you say, it's just not fast enough, their objective take. So, yeah, that's definitely the safer call to just reset and go again. Go again, we will. So all 10 players make their way towards this bot side. River, grab control, going to be going over to Dorado, and they immediately start the Elder afterwards. We got Frozen Bullet doing some zone control, looking to play Bouncer. Keep the driving out of the pit. They're actually going for the full turn. A beautiful buffer on the EQ there. Gets Poppy Fox out towards relative safety. Now Frozen Bullet chunk down to Korra here. Not spotted in the bush. Gonna look for the one shot, but it's Korra who gets popped by the Pro Ninja. And it's an amazing Cataclysm on the 4. The Whirling Death, the Cannon Barrage, everything getting layered beautifully by the Monkeys. Trouble Killer gonna get taken down. Another pickup for the Draven. And this time around, it's the literal Monkeys who run over the team fight.
Yeah, and Korra looking for the flank there, but sadly everybody else walked away and showing themselves their absolutely huge mistake as the Tristana. Yes, you can one-tap, but you need to live long enough to get those autos down to proc your E there. That's not going to be enough, so that's going to give over both the big buffs as well, unless Warlock able to steal away something here. The good news for you, Monkeys will take some time to get through these turrets, as it's only these 3 members. They're going to 2-man the Baron, and there's no Baron buff picked up just yet.
Yeah, it did feel like a pretty big mistake there from Korra, unfortunately. You know, like you said, and like we saw just a while ago, the Tristana does have a crazy amount of damage. He does have that one-shot potential, but this is a 2-threat composition for Dorado. You know, they're relying on Korra and Tortuga to get the damage done in these team fights. When your Tristana just gets popped like that before the fight even starts, it's not winnable anymore.
Yeah, and another important thing to note is that, like, it's a 2-threat composition, but half your threat is Trouble Killer and another half is Tortuga right now. Tortuga just put so massively behind us. The Ziggs finally has some kill credit to their name. I mean, it's been long enough in the game, like, they at least have items to their name, but they're sitting on 2.5 items here. The half item is going to be the heal cut item, though, so not the most stat efficient, whereas your opponent has the Tab Eyes, has a Warden's Mail as well. Getting close to that full build here.
Yeah. And now Exodia has been assembled by the literal Monkeys. They have everything that they need now to take a win. This will be their 2nd game win of the entire season. But better late than never as they start to siege the Dorado base. Mid-tier 3 will fall. We got Evil Gumi off on the side. It's a 4-1 setup for the Monkeys at the moment.
If they can do with this, you can just see how big this Baron buff is for them. Yes, Tortuga throwing out bombs left and right, but the Baron damage reduction just so clutch here. And Dorado, they have to make something happen here, but they really have to wait for this Elder. because
Yeah.
Elder just makes team fighting near impossible for a lot of these teams, especially if the Elder happens to be on Swain, just sitting on everybody right now. That is going to be very much felt. I don't know how much longer is left on this Elder. It is the shorter of the
It's
two buffs,
about
of
to
course.
expire. Yeah, and we can see as the Elder falls off, the side of the monkeys are going to back away. They're not going to go for the end just yet, despite still having Baron for another minute.
Health bars here. They're
Yeah.
looking.
Dorado are
Not
looking. They
everybody's
want
here
to
just
find
yet.
the chase. Evil Gumi getting a ton of damage down there onto the sticks. There's that GP scaling. Oh,
Oh,
the
he went the
disengage
wrong way.
comes out. They still take down Tortuga. And this should be the fight as they take down Cora as well. That's both of the carries down for Dorado. And this will be the literal monkeys taking their literally second win of the season. A triple kill for Chinese Spy. The sub coming in tonight, playing extremely well on the mid swing. Trouble Killer wants to go for the teleport, is going to get it off, but it's not going to be in time to save the Nexus. We go to game 3. The monkeys still hanging on.
Ooh, just barely though. Because things looked very dire this game, you know? They're just behind in all the lanes except bot. They were losing some of the team fights their crew ran, but they're able to stack up to that soul. They're able to get that one team fight win before that soul. And turns out once the items came online for Chinese Spy, this Swain just doing so much work here. Staying on top of everybody, just continuously draining them, continuously slowing them, and doing so much for their team. Monkeys, like you said, their second ever win of this season. Will they get their first series win of the season? That is the question I have going into game number.
Absolutely. It does remain to be seen, Go Farina. We'll find out soon. But yeah, we were really critical of the monkeys' decision to give over all of those grubs in favor of the dragons, right? But the dragon stacking in the end is really what paid off for them. You know, the fact that, and even the Chemtech Soul as well, I was kind of poo-pooing the Chemtech Soul, saying like, oh, it's just Chemtech Soul, you know, so their dragon stacking is whatever. They got a ton of value from that Chemtech Soul in this game for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said here. Do you also have to criticize Core a little bit in those last two team fights, going for those flanks? Like, I know you want to get cool pro ninja out of these fights, but at the same time, like you mentioned it before, 2-threat composition and one of your threats, the squishy Tristana, just running into the enemy backline, putting themselves vulnerable. Not a good look.
I feel like that's just Cora as a player, man. The highs are really, really high, but the lows are quite low as well, unfortunately. So definitely a very hit or miss player, and we'll just have to see if it's going to be a hit or a miss in this deciding game number 3. But first, Go Farino, who's your game 2 POG for the side of the monkeys? They haven't gotten very many POGs this season, so
Literally
this is
one.
an important decision.
I mean, Chinese Spy there, doing so much for them as this Swain eventually hit that Exodia point for me.
Yeah, the Swain is definitely what ended up doing a lot of the work in those fights down the stretch, especially after they got the Chemtech Soul. For me, I actually would toss my vote over to the jungler. You know, as a jungler myself, I'm a bit biased, of course, but I feel like we saw exactly what we wanted to see from Poppy Fox this game, right? Play around bot, make sure Draven gets his lead, and then the engages from the Jarvan later on in those fights, I thought were amazing as well. Had that big Cataclysm where he found 4 members. I think that was the fight either before the Soul Dragon or the Elder Dragon. I'm not sure which, but
It was before the Soul.
okay. But yeah, I mean, definitely Poppy Fox and Chinese Spy both played extremely well in this one. Evil Gumi even was really getting bullied in the early game, right? But did a good job of hanging on and still being relevant later on in the game. So good looks from the monkeys, but like you said earlier, Go Frino, can they keep it going is the question. We'll find out after the break. All right, everybody, welcome back to BOL week number 6. The teams are going to be swapping sides once again as we move into this deciding game number 3. So Dorado back on the blue side, the Monkeys returning to the red. And go for blue side 2-0 so far tonight. Monkey is going to be needing to be the ones to break that trend to find the win.
Yeah, so far counter picks have not been working out here for whoever's on the red side.
Yeah,
because we saw the counter pick come out with the Tristana. That didn't work out. We saw the counter pick come out with the Xerath. It worked a little, but did not work out in the end. Should be hopefully starting up the draft here pretty soon. I think we got both the teams in the lobbies right now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we'll be starting momentarily, folks. It looks like we're getting into that first ban just now. So Dorado in the previous games has been Vi, Diana, and Victor. See if they want to change things up after having lost that game number 2. For the Monkeys, they have banned away the Cassante, the Braum, and the Skarner. In game number 2, they did ban away the Ashe instead of the Cassante. Let's see here. The Ashe is going to get removed again.
Alright. I'm curious what the prio is here, because I saw the Jinx prio come out in game number 1. Game number 2, I believe the prio was... Okay, yeah. We saw the B1 Draven last time around. And do we see a third ADC first pick here? Signs point to yes. Of course, Corki is flexible here, but for the first time in quite some time, showing up more so in the bot side than the top, or in the mid lane, I should say. It's going to be Answer with the Callista, who definitely has the early aggression as well. The Corki will outrange you, but if you're able to go for these extended trades early on as the Callista, you will outdamage the Corki greatly.
Yeah, for sure. And that makes sense for the Monkeys, right? For Cool Pro Ninja, definitely wants to play these kill lanes, so we'll see if they're going to be able to successfully punish again. You know, that was a huge success story for the Monkeys in the previous game. They got very, very ahead in that bot lane. But Ziggs is, you know, I think one of those champions who's particularly susceptible to getting bullied early on, right? Before he really has the wave clear to where it needs to be. And the dives were very well played by the Monkeys. We'll see if they can make that happen once again. The Mordekaiser getting locked in for Dorado. And more so than for a lot of other teams, Go Farino, this is, of course, a flex pick. Could easily be going into the jungle in the hands of Wok.
Yeah. See if that does become the case here. Obviously, the ganks from Mordekaiser Jungler, not the most deadly, not the most potent, to say the least. But having the flex potential is always nice here. With the Cassante locked in, probably got to be the Mordekaiser jungle here. We have seen Cassante mid sparsely. I don't think we've seen it at all this season, but was popular mid on release because turns out the champion with 3 paragraphs of text per ability can go to a lot of lanes.
Yeah, it's definitely text diff. You know, the enemy mid laners, you know, whoever Cassante is playing against is just trying to figure out what's happening. While he's just doing all of his Cassante stuff. But yeah, probably going to be the top lane this time around. I don't think Dorado are really too worried about holding that Mordekaiser flex. As, you know, it has been mostly Wok Warlock who's been playing it. So that makes sense. The Cassio going to come through on the R3. So I wonder if that is the answer into the Cassante.
Yeah, because the Cassio definitely deadly here. Because you can stop the all-out if you get a good miasma down. That and also just grounding the Cassante always really good against this champion, because if the champion can't do a million dashes after all-outing, you are so much less effective. Of course, you only have 1 miasma realistically, so you're going to have to place it pretty damn well. But even denying like 1 or 2 dashes from Cassante, pretty damn big in these fights. Also pairs well with the Amumu, who gives you that extra true damage and makes this Cassiopeia an even larger threat. Gonna be nice to have against this mostly short to mid-range composition coming out so far that we see from Dorado.
Definitely. Yeah, that is feeling really nice. I feel like I kind of favor the Monkey side of it for at least these first few picks here in the draft. You know, Cassante should never be underestimated, and I know Mordekaiser is a big comfort for Wok, but feels like the Monkeys have some pretty good answers. You know, the Amumu is still a possible flex as well. You know, that could potentially be support Amumu. Can pair really nicely with the Callista. So we'll see what ends up happening there. For our second phase of bans, we do have a pretty heavy support focus as Braum and Emilio banned out by the Monkeys, and they're going to lock the Taric in 4.
Interesting. Obviously the Tarek can pair decently well with the Callista. You just yank and eat them on in. Gives you the extra armor as well, which is appreciated against Corki, who tends to do quite a bit of physical damage early on. So being able to deny that. Question is, of course, the Cosmic Radiance ulti. It does take time to come on down against the team of Dorado. Yes, they don't have the highest burst out of Corki so far, but my big question is, like, will that be able to come down before the Mordekaiser just yanks somebody to the shadow?
Yeah, that is the question, and always, what makes or breaks the Tarek play, right, is how is the usage of those ultimates. I don't see too much experience for Ferromancy on the Tarek, so I don't think it's necessarily a comfort pick. It's just a really strong pairing alongside the Callista. We'll see if that does end up working out for him. The Smolder getting locked in here. That is most likely going into Korra's hands in the mid lane. Korra had a crazy Smolder game last week. That was, 11-1-4 for Korra on the Smolder in game number 3 against High Alert last week.
Yeah. That would be quite scary. But surprisingly, the Victor that was banned all series, escaping through to the R5 pick of all things does mean the side of the monkeys here insanely AP heavy, and when you see that against a Cassante plus Mordekaiser, especially the Cassante, more than happy to just itemize MR at the wazoo. The Mordekaiser who can pick up a Spirit Visage for themselves at some point, that is going to be quite the damper on your damage output here. The Callista, it's not like the Jinx where the Jinx just outputs so much damage. The Callista pretty damn vulnerable here, so Monkeys caught more than anything. They're gonna need to get the ball rolling and make sure these tanks don't get to the point where they're unkillable.
Yeah, absolutely. Victor is definitely a comfort pick for Chinese Spy. So, the fact that Dorado decided not to ban it for this third game, going for the Misfortune ban instead, leads me to believe that this is something that Korra had to have seen coming, right? It's not like they're blindsided by this Victor pick. So I imagine she's feeling okay with the matchup into it with the Smolder. Do you have any thoughts on that mid lane matchup, Goforino?
I mean, both these mid laners will be stacking up here. Could also be the funny top lane Victor tech. I don't think we see that come out. But it's something to keep in the back of your mind here. The Victor gonna be able to poke the Smolder early on. The Smolder does not really have too much sustain, even with the Legend Bloodline. That's not healing off Death Rays coming out left and right here. My big question is, will the Smolder be able to keep up in wave clear? Because even once you hit the 25 stack breakpoint for your Q, it's not the biggest amount of wave clear. And Victor does not need that so much. You just need the first evolution to get the Death Ray upgrade, so that could be an issue here.
It could be. That's always the question with Smolder, is how quickly can you stack, right? And that's always why I always hate seeing Smolder on my team in solo queue, because nobody seems to know how. So it's very unfortunate. But Korra, we know, can play the champion extremely well. Did get really fed on an AD carry in the previous game, right? Was very, very strong on the Tristana, but those positioning errors towards the later stages did end up costing the team pretty big. So that's definitely something we're going to need to see her tighten up in this game on the Tiny Dragon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thankfully, thankfully the Smolder flanks not as easy to go for as the Tristana flanks. I feel. You don't have rocket jump to just hop into everybody. Yes, you have to flap, but that doesn't get you nearly as far.
Yeah, Korra not gonna have access to the Malphite ultimate in this game, so should be looking all right there. But what do we think about it? Is going to be the Cassio towards the top lane, it seems, with that matchup into the Cassante. I guess we discussed that a little bit already. So I guess what I would like to ask you about instead, Goforino, would be the junglers. Walk Warlock on the Mordekaiser this time around, and then we've got the Amumu on the other side for the Monkeys, for Poppy Fox there. What are we expecting to see from the junglers in this one in terms of pathing and priorities?
Yeah. With Mordekaiser, obviously the biggest X factor is always going to be the ultimate. So who are you looking to ulti constantly in this game? If you have Rylai's, you're able to ulti away this Alista and slow them, and then they can't really get away. At the same time, though, If your smite's gone, that's gonna hurt when it comes to objectives. So it's kind of up in the air here. I don't have much jungle Mordekaiser experience. I know the clear is decent enough. I know that it does really need help with ganks. You're going to have that set up in the bot in top lane, thankfully. But Amumu, much more straightforward here. You can either do some early ganks here, which I wouldn't be surprised. You have the Kalista bot who loves those. Cassiopeia top probably also would appreciate those as well. But you can also just play the power farm to 6 game here. Curse the Sad Mummy, one hell of a drug.
It certainly is. Some very strong engage with the Amumu for the side of the monkeys in this one. They've got their kill lane towards the bottom side for Cool Pro Ninja as well on the Kalista this time around. They do also have momentum, picking up that win in game number 2, and we'll see. We'll see if they're going to be able to keep it going. That is the big question. They're up against Korra's Smolder and Wax Mordekaiser. Certainly a tall order there. We'll be into our deciding game number 3 in just a moment. Don't miss it.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Rift, our third and final game of this first best of 3. It's going to be Dorado Gaming back over to the blue side, and the Monkeys on the red, needing to pick up this Game 3 win to keep their hopes of a playoff berth alive.
Yeah, those hopes though definitely faint though, even if they win here. So, but hey, better to go out with a bang than with a whimper, as we all know.
Yeah. And would potentially put Dorado in a little bit more of a dangerous spot. You know, Dorado currently sitting in 4th place in the standings. They would be feeling really comfortable if they end up picking up the win. They would be at locked playoffs and would be looking pretty decent at actually a top 4 finish if Dorado end up closing this one out.
Push up for the vision. Waiting for a mana flow. Does Black Warlock start the E here? Okay. I mean, you could maybe do that there, and if you get the first blood, it's kind of worth, but starting the Yoink as Mordekaiser, oh, that'd be a very painful clear.
It would be, yeah. Very not ideal, particularly for the jungle Mordekaiser. So, thankfully, not going to be the case, as our junglers are both starting on the top side of the map. We're going to be pathing down once again. This is, of course, the Raptor start for the Amumu, as already Callista and Tarak jumping around, hopping forward down here.
Yeah, the stun not landing, though. Ferromancy's able to get that. Then you're able to get a couple more spears into someone and go for much better trade. Tortuga and Frozen Bullet, they're more than happy for these short trades. So you land a Phosphorus Bomb in an auto attack, you're doing good stuff.
Ooh, there's a lot of damage though on a Frozen Bullet. That's the all-in. That's all Callista needs. The ignite. Ooh, the heal was barely keep Frozen Bullet alive, and now Pro Ninja's in trouble. He doesn't have level 2. He's got a barrier, and it's not gonna be enough. First blood for Tortuga. Ferromancy trying to get away. He's flashed back underneath the turret. The flash follow is there. The double kill for the Dorado ADC.
They're so close to there. But it's not enough. The heal coming out for Frozen Bullet is something we just see so often on these Enchanter supports, because, you know, you're not always getting in range for the Ignite or for the Exhaust. You're pretty squishy. Heal helps out so much with that here. And it's the difference maker. Gets you the double kill. Puts both the enemy bot layers on that 0-1 scoreline.
Honestly, I feel like for the Monkeys, even if they got that kill onto Frozen Bullet, I think Tortuga still cleans them both up afterwards. I think when you go for those early fights, as hang on just a moment, Korra potentially in danger here in the mid lane as Poppy Fox moves in with the level 3, connects the bandage toss, point blank, flash follow underneath the turret, and Poppy Fox gets one on the board for the Monkeys.
Nice yank there. Korra just holding on to that flash for too long. I understand why. You know, they're level 3, so they have to flap. So they gotta level it up.
Oh, the fight over the South Scuttle commences. Walk Warlock with a level advantage, but still Poppy Fox undeterred goes in with the bandage toss, but may have been ill-advised. In fact, like I said, level down right now, another obliterate. Ooh, a nice bandage toss to try to create that space. Gets back over towards the blue buff. And we're taking a look towards the bottom lane as Cool Pro Ninja and Tortuga start to scrap a little bit. Good bit of chip damage coming out from the Callista. The stun lands from Ferromancy, and Tortuga is going down quite low. There's a lot of spears in this Corki right now. The bear comes out. Is he gonna meet up? Cool Flash and gets the rend, secures the kill onto the Corki, and another stun comes out from Ferromancy. That's gonna be 3 kills for the Monkeys. Cool Pro Ninja is gonna get cleaned up by the Mordekaiser in the end. But big moves from the Monkeys bot duo to regain the lead.
Yeah, I was gonna touch on that here, because very importantly on that back, you give up 2 kills, but that back here for this Corki was the Tear of the Goddess. So it's not like the Corki's coming back to lane with extra stats against you. Extra combat stats, I should say. And that gives them the option there. That Corki from Tortuga just kind of on their lonesome went up to help secure that scuttle for the team. And yes, you do give 1 back in the end there, but able to grab 2 for yourselves. They're both going onto this Callista, who now has one of her most important power spikes of the game, the Zerg. It gives you the extra attack speed, but also the distance of your hop, it scales with the tier of your boots, so now you have the maximum range hop on that. That's going to make it so easy to stick on these bot lane.
Wow. I didn't even know that about the additional movement speed actually increasing the range of the little dashes.
So it used to be all move speed, but now it's only the boot upgrade. So tier 1 boots versus tier 2 boots.
Poppy Fox in trouble here towards the mid lane as Korra helping out with a lot of damage even early on the Smolder. That's going to be another kill over to Walk Warlock, though, on the Mordekaiser, number 2 for the jungler.
And, okay, they're not going to be able to get any counter juggling down, but you're still more than happy with that. You secure the top scuttle, a second kill as well, accelerating this Mordekaiser's gold. Very helpful because Mordekaiser bounced around top lane, obviously, and top lane gets much more gold than jungle game. And just getting these early kills to help bridge that gap between the economy, very helpful to have here as this champion, who's also potentially rushing the... Actually, no, this is probably the Rift. Mordekaiser.
Yeah. Could be the Leandries as well. We'll have to see. I wouldn't be too surprised. Ferromancy sidestep on the Aqua Prison, but still is going to go down with Walk Warlock in that bot lane. Again, there's no way for Cool Pro Ninja to stand and fight in that situation. So that's another kill going over now. Dorado, 5-3 now on the scoreboard. They're about 1,000 gold in the lead. They're going to get the first dragon as well, but it will be traded. Poppy Fox on the grubs.
This is going to be the first grubs that monkeys have got this entire series. So.
True.
Yeah. Little nice stat for them, but...
They actually, I believe, lost out on the first blood in this game as well.
Yeah,
shockingly for the monkeys.
They almost had it. Had it not been for the heal on Frozen Bullet, they get that though.
It was very close, as you say. We see Poppy Fox getting some counter jungling done in the aftermath of that grub take. You know, had a vision of the Mordekaiser a little while ago in the bottom lane, so was able to assume that these topside camps are up and was correct. So very nice to the move. We're gonna get a little bit of a lead there.
Take that one on up. Of course, though, your enemy opponent has an extra kill on you, no doubt. So, kind of just making up some lost ground on that one. But hey.
Yeah, Walk Warlock still one camp away from 6. Doesn't have it to go for any kind of play down here towards this bottom side. So, gonna go for the reset. Poppy Fox does have level 6 already, keeping that farm up. Korra has to flap away from the Chaos Storm. Will be able to do so.
Yeah. Still taking out quite a bit of harass here. Another laser lands. Chinese Spy go for the recall here. Maybe? If you're able to keep poking down Korra, though, and force them to back... Oh, yeah, there's the Maw. They come out for the wave clear. Should be noted, though, it does have damage to minions, thank God, because in pro play, it had such a short cooldown, you could just use it like a very terrible Ziggs ulti.
Alright, use what like a terrible Ziggs ult?
The Smolder ulti.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, let's see a quick stack check on the Smolder. You know, it's obviously very early in this game still. 50 stacks already. Not bad.
That's an amount.
I think you really want to get to 125 by, like,
all out.
12 minutes. So, yeah, Evil Gloomy goes all out. Yeah, there's the alley-oop for Poppy Fox. Gets in there for the dunk. And is going to be able to get that kill onto the Cassante. They did use a Mumu flash and ult to make that play happen. Still worthwhile, I think.
Yeah, I definitely say it's worthwhile here. It prevents Evil Gloomy from going down. Keep in mind this Cassiopeia was flexed as a counter to the Cassante here. And I don't want the Cassante running away with that too much. He's been keeping up in CS. In fact, more than keeping up here with the general lead.
Oh, I think Poppy Fox got in there for the smite, stole away the blue buff, now trapped in the Death Realm, though. I mean, Mumu doesn't have ultimate, remember, from that last play. Can Warlock get the damage down? Poppy Fox comes out of the ultimate, and it's a nice flash from Warlock to try to create the space. The spears, is it going to be Cool Pro Ninja? He takes down the Mordekaiser. It's a shutdown even for the Kalista. Korra flashing forward is going to be able to take down Cool Pro Ninja on the back end of that one. And now it's a flash away from Ferromancy. Chinese Spy trying to zone him away. The Chaos Storm doing a lot of work on the Tortuga as the barrier falls off and the bandage toss to secure the kill. But the Taric is going to end up going down as well. A messy fight here on the bot side. Jungle is a 2 for 2 so far. Korra wanting a little bit more. Chasing Chinese Spy underneath that tier 2 turret, but taking a turret shot even there is the Smolder. And the Victor going to be able to walk back in. Lands the Death Ray. Frozen Bullet now flashed away to stay alive, but still going to get hit by the bandage toss. This is looking like another kill for Chinese Spy. And it is, in fact, Cool Pro Ninja who gets in there with the spear number 4 now for the Kalista. And that ended up being very favorable for the monkeys.
Yeah, it takes so long there that Pro Ninja had enough time to respawn and run back there. It's like dropping a bit early in that fight. But like you said, good pickup for the monkeys here. They're able to get that shutdown as well. That was on the Mordekaiser. Not the biggest shutdown, mind you. It was a 2-0-2 Mordekaiser, but a shutdown is a shutdown. And goes over to Pro Ninja, who's working well towards that play. The Ruin King here, not quite there just yet, because Ballista doesn't tend to get the first item too quick with how you want to get the Zerg.
Oh, Tortuga, the back forward. Oh, doesn't get hit by the Dazzle, and actually gets a lot of damage down onto Pro Ninja. The rocket lands, the flash in. Oh, and the Cosmic Radiance was just way too late. That's not going to save Ninja. Now Ferromancy has to try and get out, sidestep on the Dazzle. And the Aqua Prison, it is going to land. It's another double kill for Tortuga. Just like that, the spot lane's going back and forth. Poppy Fox stealing away to Grub with the Bandit Toss. That's going to get Monkeys up to 4 Grubs. And Rock Warlock doesn't have the Death Realm available right now, so he's just getting it taken down immediately following the Grub. So number 2 now for the Victor. And this game is a real slugfest. This one's a real back and forth so far, huh, Gopher?
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. I mean, bot lane has what? There's been 9 kills between the 2 ADCs right now. It's quite a bit. Especially for 11 minutes into the game here. Okay, getting accelerated quite a bit. The Triforce already completed here for Tortuga, picking up so much damage already. And crucial thing in that bot lane all in with the fact that Tortuga able to dodge out on 2, maybe 3 stuns coming out there from Ferromancy and just throw so much back in return.
Yeah, really nice movement from the Dorado ADC in that sequence, like you say. For the Monkeys, though, they are going to be able to get this Dragon, so we're not going to have any stacking happening in this one. It's going to be an even trade of 1 Dragon apiece. Getting that 4th Grub for Poppy Fox for the Monkeys, I think, was pretty big. I mean, we've seen the power of Grubs already in this very match.
Yep. Quite a bit here. Of course, it is only the 4 stack. Definitely still notable, but nowhere, well, okay, not nearly as deadly as the 6 stack we've seen. Just how big that is.
50% less effective, the 4 stack.
Yeah. Well, with the boiling spawn, with true damage, you know.
Ah, fair enough. You gotta be technically correct on me again there.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Maybe evens out to like 60% of effectiveness. Who knows? Still though, this Corgi, very strong Tortuga, more than happy to just throw out poke here. Wants these short trades, wants to just, okay, stun land.
Dazzle's gonna connect, but like you said earlier, Tortuga rather, has the Trinity Force done already, so you really gotta be sure that you can win if you commit for the all-in, and Pro Ninja was chunked down so low, they can't commit for the fight. They're not even gonna be able to stick around underneath this turret. This is gonna be another plate for the Corgi. Tortuga's about 700 gold, and that's the okay. He's about oh, that's actually Nami who got the last hit on that one though. So it's the side of Dorado. They're winning out in the bot side. Callista's starting to fall behind.
Yeah, you have 4 kills for yourself, but the fact that you also have 4 deaths here, it means you've missed out on so much CS. You know, about 5 waves worth here. The difference between the 2 ADCs right now, and I'm curious what the back is here. Okay, it's only going to be the call fields, but still noticeable power difference between the 2 carries right now. And Corki here for Tortuga just having the time of their life. You know, as long as that stun doesn't land, which you have the Valkyrie for, trade's not too bad here. Like, you just throw out the boss bomb, throw out the Gatling gun. You know, you're just sitting at a long enough range that the Callista can't stack too much on you. And things working out.
They definitely are. We do have another Chemtexel this game, Gofrino. How do we feel about Chemtexel this time around? Do you feel like it's going to have pretty good value for either of these teams again? Hold on just a moment. Ferromancy goes into the Cosmic Radiance. The Callista's ultimate committed there as well. They do get the knock-up on Tortuga, but he's just going to take that free kill. So thank you very much, Tarek, for coming back into me. The Trinity Force doing so much work for the Corki right now. Picked up another double kill. Poppy Fox finally going to be able to take down the daring Bombardier, but now Walk Warlock is here. Teleport in for Chinese Spy to try to defend the jungler. Poppy Fox looking for the re-engage to try to make this teleport a little bit more worthwhile. But Walk Warlock and Frozen Bullet just going to back away.
This Corgi just so damn strong, going in a little too early there. Ferromancy, the Cosmic Radiance just comes down a bit too late there to save a lot of their health bars, so they get eaten in with like 10% health and then they immediately die there. And the bandage toss missing. Very crucial in that fight there. Tortuga sidestepping that one. Had that landed, maybe Cool Pro Ninja able to survive that fight there, but that's not the case here. That Corgi able to just keep pumping out the damage.
Absolutely right. I do feel like the Cosmic Radiance and the Fate's Call were a little bit, they were overlapping a little bit as well, right? It felt like while the Tarek was invulnerable, then he got pulled in by the Callisto ultimate, so not necessarily optimal there either.
Yeah, which, I mean, I understand why the Fate's Call was used. Otherwise, I think Fairmancy dies before that goes down. All out is available.
Okay, Trouble Killer is getting ganked by the Tarek here. They are going to find the stun. Actually, let's take a look at the mid lane instead as Korra almost goes down, but able to flap away. And meanwhile, Cassante is Cassante, so he's actually totally fine up there towards the top side, but Korra may not be the same story. Has to be so careful right now. Sidesteps that death ray and is able to get the cannon. Meanwhile, bot lane.
That was first turret, mind you, so it's even more gold going into this Corki's pocket with the Tarek showing top side. Yeah, you know, be a rough contest here. That's going to put each team at one apiece here on these feats.
This Herald is actually going to be the feats completed for the Monkeys, by the way. As soon as Poppy Fox finishes that one up, looks like it's not going to be contested. That's going to be 3 neutral monsters, and that's going to be the upgraded shoes for the Monkeys in this must-win game.
Yeah, must-win game for their season here. Also, feels a bit must-winny for the side of Dorado, like you said, in a very precarious 4th spot here. Definitely have found a bit more of their stride here going into the latter half of the Chinese fight. Sure.
Oh yeah, Victor is going down pretty low. Eats a rocket there as well. Peppa Fox connects the bandit toss this time around. Curse the Sad Mummy as well. They chunk Tortuga down though, who flashes away to stay alive. Now Walk Warlock is here. He has holding on to the Death Realm for now. Poppy Fox is going to be able to walk that one off. Close fight in the mid lane. Nobody goes down.
Yeah, it does cost a lot though, because you use the Curse of the Sad Mummy, you use the Cosmic Radiance there. What do you get out of it? You get the Nami ultimate, you know, but that's already a quarter of the way off cooldown right now. Oh, here's my pick. The Moo ulti is about the same, but the Cosmic Radiance, that's still a while out. And Dragon's up.
That's a long one. It sure is. This is our first Chemtech Dragon of the game, as we see Dorado move into the river to try to get some control. Warlock holding down the Banana Brush for now, waiting for Tortuga to rejoin with the squad, but it's going to be the Monkeys forcing their way in. They take the Banana Brush for themselves, and now Dorado are pushed back. They're going to have to reform the battle lines, but Frozen Bullet a little bit caught out by Poppy Fox. The Amumu doesn't have the ultimate. Remember, the Aqua Prison's not going to land, though, as the Amumu gets pulled in. Warlock can go for the Death Realm at any time. When does he decide to cast? He gets stunned up by the Gravity Well. Oh, the Cassante flank is massive. Finds 3 with the knockback, but the Tarek is going to get Fates called. Evil Gumi standing and fighting, getting out the damage with the Casio. Eventually will go down, and Warlock utilizing that Death Realm to take down Ferromancy as well. 2-0 so far. This team fights. Dorado coming out on top. Lots of low health bars, though. Poppy Fox re-engages. He got the ultimate back, and here's going to turn the fight around for the Monkeys. They take down Korra's Smolder, and now for Dorado, the health bars are too low. This should be second dragon for LM.
Oh man, Adamumu ulti coming up. Had a great time there. You would have preferred to have it at the start of the, but the late than never. Secures them enough. 2 for 2. Now they're gonna get their second dragon of the game. Be 3 for 2 if Chinese Spiders ever follow up on this. No flash though available, and Valkyrie stuff potentially available for Tortuga. Gonna at least get the Corki off the mid lane here on I feel Monkeys. This is some good gas in the tank. Gold is dead even, but you get yourself a dragon here. You get yourself some momentum on the map. You're gonna get some time in bot lane with the turret if you do stick. Nope, just the recall here.
Alright, so very even still in terms of gold. And these fights have been extremely close as well, so nice close contest on our hands. I think exactly what we wanted to see, right, for this incredibly important game.
Yeah, back and forth here. As we mentioned, a very important game for both these teams.
For the Monkeys, I feel like especially I want to praise them for that last sequence. Felt like they were very together, right? They were clearly playing as a unit, as Cool Pro Ninja in trouble in the mid lane. The barrier, oh, barely going to keep the Callista alive.
Ooh. Yeah, Got it a little close there, not gonna lie. But hey, able to save the turret, able to save yourself there.
Tortuga does have that 2-item spike, has the Manamune done. I guess it's transformed already as the Muramana now already for the Corki, so very, very powerful right now. And as we can see, Cool Pro Ninja still just one in pieces. That Callista items.
Yeah. I mean, is at least kind of close to finishing off what I'm guessing is going to be the Ginzu's. Ow, frozen bullet. Gotta be safe here.
Could have been dangerous for the Victor, honestly, if he got hit by that that pull from the Mordekaiser, but not going to be the case.
Thankfully. Don't want to be giving up a kill there, even though there's not too much on the map, you know, giving over a kill.
Otacon.
Yeah. But hey, gonna have a bit of a lull here. Not really any big objectives for a while. The Otacon is up, but unless you're able to sneak that with like 3+ members, or you're able to just knock out most of the enemy team and start taking that, maybe then we see it, but definitely not on the table as it stands.
Yeah. I do feel, Gofrino, like the slower pace of game that we have right now is favored towards Dorado just because of the Smolder. You know, checking in on Korra again, we do have 186 stacks now, so getting pretty close to that all-important 225 breakpoint. You know, obviously the Monkeys have decent scaling on their side as well, but I just feel like Smolder is in a class above so many other champions in terms of that late-game power.
Yeah, just quite the Nando. Maybe not the hardest scaling late game ADC, but you know, that's in quite a bit of work here. And,
I mean, do you agree? Are you worried for the side of the Monkeys with the slower pace of games? You know, that's kind of how I'm feeling. Is I'm like wanting to see them try to accelerate, want to see them continuously look for plays, but maybe you don't feel the same way.
I mean, I definitely want them to accelerate here, mostly because, like, you have the triple AP topside threat against the Cassante, who can just keep building MR. You know, probably builds, like, one armor item here to make sure you don't get smelted by the Callista, but at the end of the day, like, you already have the Kanik done, you have the Merc Treads done, you're working towards the Spirit Visage, like, there's already got to be a lot of MR here. If I'm the side of the Monkeys, I'm kind of sweating at that. Thank God you lose like 75% of this bonus, or 80% of this bonus resist when you all out, but...
Doesn't really feel like he does.
Yeah. Because, like, you still have a lot of base resist, you still keep 20% of it, so, you know, there's still an amount, but... Also, is like, in ADC, like, he's hopping on you, he's doing so much damage, and you're like, oh, cool. You have just enough tankiness to survive, and then just still one-tap me. Thank you, Red Team, for this very cool design.
It doesn't really matter if the Cassante doesn't have as many resistances anymore if you don't have the chance to hit him at all because you're running for your life. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. As a Chinese Spy almost able to take down this tier 1 turret, but Dorado have some reinforcements moving over. Poppy Fox in position, though, to go for the counter gank. Yeah, they don't know that the Amumu is here. He's going to find Korra at the outside of this fight. The Curse of the Sad Mummy immediately going to come out. Chinese Spy flies forward to try to follow up, but Korra flies away, stays alive for a while, but the Death Ray in the end is going to take down the Smolder. Now, Poppy Fox flashing away, while Warlock is pretty scary here. On the Mordekaiser, Cosmic Radiance comes out. Chinese Spy is invulnerable. He can be taken down, and the Monkeys get 2 in the team fight. Just in time for the Dragon to spawn as well. What can the Monkeys get off the back of that play?
Yeah, at the very least, they can get Dragon here. If worried about the burst coming out, maybe hang. Putting yourself on Soul Point alone, getting the 2, you're more than happy with that here. Tortuga not in that fight. You know, one of your main sources of damage has 8 of your 14 kills. You know, you kind of knows that being gone, and your only source there was the Mordekaiser for a bit with that Smolder dropping and just turning onto the Otacon.
They're going to get it. Walk Warlock, there's no way for the Mordekaiser to get here in time. He obviously doesn't have teleport. He's a jungler. So this is gone. That's a huge swing for the Monkeys. You know, for the side of Dorado, they clearly just thought that was going to be an easy gank onto the Victor. Like, oh, this guy's way overextended. He just wants to get the turret. We can punish him. But Poppy Fox, waiting in the bush the whole time, knew what Dorado were going to look for and counteracted it beautifully.
Exactly, yeah. And that's, like you said, a pretty huge swing here. It might not be reflected in the gold graph. I know, okay, there's like all 1k difference between between these two teams when you look at that. But having the extra 2 dragons, putting yourself on point, having the extra stats here from this Hanuman, as well as the extra stats you got from those petals you just picked up, you know. There's a lot of hitting gold on the table. Not a massive amount, mind you, but a lot of hitting gold value with these stats that aren't reflected on the scoreboard right now. And see what the monkeys can do with it, like you said here, because we know the monkey macro, not always up to par, does tend to falter at times, so gotta be on them to keep continuing this one on through and bring it on home.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like as tier 1 turret in the bot lane is going to go down. Some extra gold for the Casio. Evil Gumi, relatively quiet game so far, but does have 3 items completed. Is level 16 now as well. So the Snake Lady, despite not getting any kills yet this game, is extremely powerful at this point. And for the side of Dorado, for the Dorado fans, it feels like they're kind of banking at this point on the monkeys to make some mistakes, right? I don't know if it's strictly necessary for the side of Dorado to win, but they've definitely been losing out the last couple of sequences. And I feel like the Dorado fans in the chat are starting to sweat a bit.
Yeah. The good news here for Dorado is, of course, it's a triple AP throw on the enemy. Like, once you finish the Rylai's here's Walk Warlock, I feel like you just get one of those fatty MR items here, whether it's Massage, whether it's Nick, and it's going to give you just so much extra stock to your ability. Because Callista, not known for the most insane late game damage. Yes, if you're able to just stay on top of someone and continuously spear them, you can have through the damage levels of DPS, well, through the roof levels of DPS, I should say, but not gonna quite cut it against the Cassante, who has quite a few hundo years worth of design experience under that champion design belt. I don't know.
So many years.
Yeah, I don't know which rework's gonna be the right one. I'd say the last one definitely got things a little bit better, but still quite the prio pick and throw.
No doubt, no doubt. And we'll see if Triple Killer is going to be able to show us the power of the Cassante in this one to try to bring the team back. There's a pretty difficult position. We're going to find a bandage toss over the wall. Frozen Bullet going to get stunned up. The Curse of the Sad Mummy as well, just for good measure. Doesn't catch Tortuga with it, but Poppy Fox doesn't care. He's just going to enjoy his sashimi and casually waddle away on the Amumu.
Yeah, maybe a little overkill there. I feel like with the bandage toss and the Tarek stun, that would have been enough. But committing the Curse of the Sad Mommy, that is quite a hefty commit. Oh, Valkyrie in.
Oh. Guess we're okay. Yeah, Cooper Ninja really wants that reset. But I think it's fine, right? Poppy Fox is going to have the ultimate back for when the next dragon spawns. That's really the next time you're going to need it.
Yeah, at the very least, I don't think anybody's going to be making where it's Baron right now with the current map state, so don't have to worry about any fights around that. So, it does feel a little overkill, especially if there's like a follow-up team fight right there and, you know, a bunch of members from Dorado were able to respond to that. You would have been missing that ulti.
True. But, of course, we know now that didn't end up being the case, and it is almost back. Poppy Fox is going to have that ultimate back in probably about 20 seconds or so, maybe even a little bit less.
Yeah. Oh, yep, under 15 seconds now, under 10 seconds now. Which is kind of weird, like, Curse of the Sad Mommy, just such a huge game-changing ulti, and it's like, this is with one CDR item? Yeah. It's already back almost off cooldown.
He gets 10 ability haste from the Hollow Radiance. That's the only CDR he has in the build. So it's just a low cooldown. I mean, he does have level 16 now as well, so it's max rank in the ultimate. That obviously shaves off some of the cooldown as well.
Looks like
he's on a flank position right now.
Here.
Yeah, but the Amumu has to be really careful. He doesn't want the one. Well, maybe he does want the 1v1. He's 3 levels up on Walk Warlock right now, which is kind of nutty. I'm not quite sure how that happened, but you can see Dorado, they're just fully committing to the river control. They have Evil Gumi is uncontested right now, splitting in the top lane, and Dorado are just like, we don't care. We must get this next Chemtech Dragon no matter what. They played against it last game, the Chemtech Soul. They don't want to do so again.
Could be a fight here.
Poppy Fox looking for the engage. Flash away from Frozen Bullet. Now the Amumu potentially overextended. Is trapped in the Death Realm with Walk Warlock. But the Mordekaiser's having a tough time getting through that Amumu's HP bar. The Chemtech Dragon is going to go over. Walk Warlock is surviving. The Amumu will eventually go down, but the Cosmic Radiance will keep all those other monkey members alive. They did lose their own jungler, though. It's going to be tough to go for the Baron. And core level 16 now. Tortuga Valks in. Low HP and is just going to get taken down Oh, I don't know about that one, Tortuga. And now Korra trying to continue putting out pressure, but the Smolder should be careful here as well. Chinese Spy, though, getting dangerously close to that execution threshold. Korra taking down that first kill, but now knocked up by the Terra. Kupro Ninja should have enough spears to get this one done, and does take down the Smolder barely in time to save Ferromancy. Ends up being a 4-for-2. Big win again for the Monkeys.
Yeah, Monkey's able to punish on that one because Dorado, they had to keep Tortuga on that track. Their Tortuga did not want to peel off, but then they go for that team fight in the mid lane, and thankfully for them, Poppy does not hit that initial bandage toss there when 3 members were clumped up, because if Poppy lands that, that team fight's just probably instantly, all things considered. But and then, like, it was a rough one here for Dorado. Maybe if Tortuga had been there, but you had to move up to make sure they don't just take the Baron for a single dragon trade, and it's a rock and a hard place to say the least.
Yeah. The macro only getting more difficult for the side of Dorado as this game progresses. You know, the Monkeys really seems like they may have shored that up, as now they're looking for Tortuga once again. As the Valkyrie is already down, but the Corki hanging on for a little while. Chinese Spy gets in there with Death Ray to finish him off. Korra still alive, though the Smolder, a massive threat this late in the game. The Monkeys are going to be happy with their 1 kill, and they'll back away.
Now, relatively painless to pick that one on up here. Miasma. I think we're going to see. Okay,
damage from
chasing
Evil
him
Gumi.
down here. You have the rallies completed here for Gumi, so very hard for this more get away from him.
Was able to do it that time. Yeah, Walk Warlock still level 14, still so far down in experience. You know, it's a big lead for Poppy Fox. Oh, I think he got that blue buff as well. Yumumu just walked in and took it. That's rough for the Warlock. Heart goes out to him. As a jungler, that's always the worst feeling in the world. The enemy jungler just walks into your jungle and smites your camp away from you right in front of your face. As Evil Gumi is okay. It's the Cassio who's actually going to be put in the death realm now by Walk. Oh, never mind. Actually, it's Korra who takes that kill. Well, the rest of the team for the Monkeys is on that Ash, so they're just going to get it. Callista just melts through that thing. And I think the Monkeys... Oh, Poppy Fox goes in. Finds the Curse of the Sad Mummy onto 2. Ferromancy coming in with the Cosmic Radiance as well. They're looking to take down Walk Warlock off on the side here, but the Amumu is not frontlining for the rest of the team. And in fact, it's the Mordekaiser who just wins out in the 1v1. The Aqua Person's going to land as well. That's on the Chinese Spy. That's on to Victor, who's not going to be able to get away either. Oh, Monkeys, what's happening? When you had Baron on 4 members, you were out. Why?
That is very unfortunate, because they had to use so much there to take down the Cassiopeia from Evil Gumi. It's like, okay, you got that, you shredded through the Baron. I thought they were out of that one, especially since the tidal wave from Frozen Ball just whiffs.
They were out. I don't know why they went back in. It was good until it wasn't.
Yeah, because maybe the thought was, okay, if they used a lot of their cooldowns here, maybe we're not able to get out. But
they were 100% out.
Yeah. It's gonna cost him here quite a bit. No dragon on the map here for another at the very least, but
they do still have Baron on Ferromancy and Pro Ninja. See if they can use it.
Yeah, like, you at least keep it on 2 members here. That's gonna let you get some free problem lanes, but that is gonna be quite the damper here on the Monkey's gas tank. Like, you are kind of winning on the kind of match movement side. It felt like you're just generally ahead in terms of tempo. You know, we were kind of calling all the shots like, okay, this is where the action's gonna be. And you know, they just kind of fumble there. Maybe this is the Monkey Pro that I'm not too fond of seeing, that they are bound to falling to the hubris of sometimes. We'll have to see. Dragon up, though. Still in a bit of time, so both teams just posturing around this.
The Monkeys, they're still in a very good place for now, overall, all things considered. You know, they're feeling really good. They're still ahead in gold. They still have that threat of the soul. They're going to have Baron. You know, it's a little bit less than a minute now for those couple of members that do still have the buff. They have complete control over the river. It's still a good position for the Monkeys. But that last fight made me nervous.
Yeah, one problem is, though, you kind of want to cool Pro Ninja by the pit here so that you don't have the Baron buff actually buffing up these waves in the mid lane, which sucks. Fight's gonna start
Finds
here.
a stun for Tuga off on the side. A little bit of damage down. Mom is not going to land. Not really going to connect onto anybody. And all of these Monkeys are just zoning everybody away from the pit. Actually, they are Looks like they are going to go for the turn. As to know that it's solo, I missed it. They already got the dragon. Poppy Fox just soloed the dragon. Chemtech so secured for the monkeys. And now they're just going to move back into the mid lane.
Oh, okay, that Yoink almost landing there. Wouldn't have pulled Evil Gumi over the wall, but could have very well forced out that flash there from Cassiopeia. Something to keep an eye out for. Baron buff. Still
Timed out.
No, timed out. I was looking at the wrong team, but you got the soul. That is a big pickup. Even though
Poppy
okay,
Fox finding the bandage toss, the flash away, comes out. Poppy Fox going down low, flashes away from the death scratch, still trapped in the death realm. Is Whack Warlock going to be able to take down this Amumu once again? Poppy Fox comes back out, still alive for now, finds a huge ultimate as the curse is set on me, the damage is there. Cool Pro Ninja. You can see the Callista still hopping around in the team fight, but the Smolder, is Core going to be able to make it happen? No. The answer is no. The Smolder is down. Dorado is down. And the monkeys, they are poised to secure their first match win of the season.
They only have this one cannon minion, pretty damn low. They're gonna need the next wave to come in. They can't tank this forever. At the very least, they get the inhib. Ending might be kind of close. You got 20
They have
seconds
grubs
here.
as well.
Yeah, singular grubs. You have to wait for this wave. I think they have this. It is going to be tight time. Tortuga's up.
Yeah, Tortuga in 10. That's the cooldown we gotta look for. The first Nexus turret, at least, is gonna get taken down. Second Nexus turret is going to go down. Tortuga's alive now, but the Nexus exposed. That is going to do it. The monkeys finally finish the job.
And it looked kind of good for Dorado at the start of the fight there. Like, you see Poppy go on in. With that, you're able to get a fat chunk down, take the Amumu to the death realm, but then I know Tortuga and potentially also Korra just getting into range of that Amumu ultimate as soon as the Amumu comes out of that. Just open themselves up for so much burst there, and monkeys, their first series win of the entire season. There is a small hope here for the monkeys fans of playoffs. Very small.
I mean, at the very least, you don't want to end the season with 0 wins, right?
Yeah.
That would feel terrible. So for the monkeys, you know, regardless of if they end up making it into the playoffs or not, like you said, they do still have a chance, but it's, you know, still going to be a little bit difficult. They're still relying on some other things happen to actually get that playoff berth, but at the very least, getting a win on the board must feel fantastic. So big congrats to them. And yeah, in that last fight, you know, you're talking about how Korra and Tortuga were positioning like right on top of Whack Warlock. They were like anticipating punishing the Amumu as soon as he came out of the death realm. It's almost like they forgot who it was that was in the death realm, right? Like you can't ever be stacking up like that for the Amumu. And yeah, that Curse of the Sad Mummy ended up being what decided the fight, I think, in large part. So definitely a good game for Poppy Fox in particular. I think a front runner for me in terms of POG. What are your thoughts there?
Poppy Fox did solid. Chinese Spy also did pretty solid.
Yeah.
Probably one of those two for me.
Yeah, Chinese Spy also had a really solid game, was doing a great job of pressuring Korra during the laning phase, right? Landing a lot of those lasers, delaying the Smolder, stacking as much as possible. And Chinese Spy, I thought, played the fights out quite well also. So good stuff overall. Who did we give it to for the monkeys in the other game? Was it Poppy Fox that we gave it to before?
I forget.
I think we did. It was the Jarvan for Poppy Fox in the previous game. Or maybe we gave it to Chinese Spy.
I think it was Chinese Spy as the Swain, yeah.
Yeah, the Swain. Yeah, that's right. But the mid jungle. And especially credit to Chinese Spy, right? Is the sub player, but stepping in tonight to help the monkeys get their win. Absolutely massive. Big congrats there. Go for do you have any of the final thoughts on this first match before we transition into our second match for tonight?
Congrats to the monkeys for the first series win. Literally tripling the amount of wins they've accrued this season in tonight. So congrats to them. Well, it's a long one though, so I think we do want to get to the next series ASAP.
Yeah, I assume we'll be getting into that relatively shortly, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our second best of 3 of the night. BOL Otters, welcome back. Sorry for the extended delay there. We did have a slight situation with Sofa. The starting mid laner for Elysium was missing in action. We're not entirely sure what happened to Sofa. Hopefully he's all right. Definitely a little bit unfortunate to just leave the team hanging like that, but they have now found a substitute. It's going to be It's Just Haya. It's going to be subbing in for Elysium in the support position, and their starting support, Arrow, is going to be playing mid lane this evening.
Interesting to see. Also, predictions are live. Please start gambling, people. I know there's quite a bit of gambling in the last series and quite a few big swings in terms of the channel points some do have. For those wondering, that is indeed a first ban that has been missed by Elysium just due to the late start as well as the sub they had to bring in, but that is the only ban they are losing this game, thankfully. I don't know if they're going to force it all series or it's just this one game, but we'll have to see. Familiar faces on the board, though, in terms of these bans. I mean, we saw how effective the Amumu was last game, and I think Peak did as well.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, the Amumu, I feel like, is one of those picks where it's not necessarily, like, top tier for pro play, but I feel like here in the Premier League, the Amumu has just been so incredibly impactful every single time we've seen it. So, honestly, I wouldn't mind. They even banned the Amumu instead of the Skarner, right? Like, we would rather play against Skarner than Amumu, and I don't blame them one bit. Ash and Darius can be an archery battle.
Oh, nice, yeah. Okay, the Darius. This could be the Darius jungle tech. You alluded to it in the first game of our series today. We did not see it at all in all 3 games, but can also be top. Because I know the thinking behind it is like, basically you're able to clear super fast, and then you just get so much move speed through runes plus your early itemization. It is a little all or nothing, because rushing Yomus as Darius, obviously, you're gonna die really damn quickly in team fights.
Yeah. You are very squishy. The strategy is entirely reliant on outpacing your opponent, right? So, I admit I was really hoping to see Warlock bring it out in the previous match, but we didn't end up getting to see it at all. Maybe Wok just didn't have enough time to practice the pick this week or whatever, but. I feel like we're probably going to be seeing it. And, obviously it's still a flex. It can still go top lane also for the Spire, but, locking it this early in the draft feels like a bit of a giveaway that they are trying to play it towards that jungle position. For Elysium, they're going to go for the Elise Veigar in response. So the Veigar in particular feels pretty good to me, and just in terms of being able to zone the Darius away, right? Because Darius's only strategy is run at you real fast. And if he's not able to move past an event horizon, then that could be a little bit more comfortable for the side of Elysium.
Especially as jungle Darius, because as top lane Darius, you have the luxury of going the Flash plus Ghost if you want to. I mean, we do see some go for Ghost TP, some go for Flash TP, but as jungle Darius, you're literally forced to smite. So you either pick the Flash to get that immediate jump on people, or you take the Ghost so you can really just run down people. And Veigar makes that decision that much more painful. Like you mentioned, you just pop the cage, have fun getting through that. With the Cho'Gath locked in, though, I wonder if this is going to be the mid lane Cho'Gath into the Veigar. Obviously, as a fat melee, you're going to be eating a lot of those spells from Veigar, so you are going to be giving up phenomenally attacks. However, though, like, you can just become unkillable on this champion, and you just land one Rupture into a Feral Scream, and you might be able to get solo kills left and right in this lane.
Yeah, it's a lot of burst damage so far for Elysium as well, right? With the Elise and the Veigar. So, if they are up against a pretty beefy composition here from the side of the Spire, that could be a potential issue for them. But yeah, really interesting to see that the Spire is going for with the Darius and the Cho'Gath. Feels like they're really opting in for all of like the flavor of the month picks with this game 1 draft, right? Which is pretty fun. We did have our second ban phase. Oh, go ahead, go for it.
Yeah. Okay, and the Leona here, some guaranteed engage, because obviously the Darius and Cho'Gath, they do kind of have to walk and or run at you, so getting some more long-range engage here to go with the Chains of Corruption. Very nice here for the Spire.
Absolutely, yeah, it's going to be really, really helpful to have that reliable engage from the Leona, because everybody else has good CC tools as well, but, for Varus and Cho'Gath, their tools are much better if they're used as follow-up engage, right? They can be way more effective in those situations. So good lock-in, but a great response from Elysium. The Braum, a classic counter into the Leona, and it's a very strong lane alongside the Ashe as well.
Freljord bot lane. Bit of a TFTS looking thing since Freljord, it was a thing several sets ago. However,
Oh yeah, yeah.
see, it's not showing up for me. Okay, I guess it was just a bit of lull draft issues there, but pro draft issues. The blind Yorick here potentially, assuming that
Yeah.
if it is Darius jungle with Cho'Gath mid, it could also very well be
My
Cho'Gath top
expectation.
here.
It could be. It could be. Is that a matchup that you want to opt for as the Spire? Or do you want to play the Cho'Gath into the Yorick, or would you rather play Warwick instead? What's the angle?
Oh, is the
They
Warwick
both
locked
could
in?
flex. The Warwick is locked in, so Cho'Gath and Warwick are the top the top and mid laners. No, wait. It just has to be Warwick top, right? No, it's Warwick and Darius that are interchangeable. Either one of them could go jungle or top lane.
I am very curious about this. Obviously, we know Yorick's game plan is you kind of just sit in a lane and split push the entire game. Like, right when they reworked him, we're like, yeah, you're a split push champion now. Let's just make that your entire identity without considering, hey, maybe just having one person sit in a lane, kill all the turrets, maybe not the most fun thing to deal with, but that's my personal grievance aside. I am curious what the Spire wants to opt into top lane. Warwick, you can follow over the wall if you just have a well-timed Q to chomp him. That does hop over that. At the same time, though, Darius can bring a lot of pain here. So I'm scratching my head over which one they want to go with, because you can make an argument here for either one.
I think you definitely could. Yeah, the Darius honestly feels a little bit better into the ghouls, right? Because Warwick doesn't really have any AoE. I mean, he could build Hydra to try to deal with the ghouls that way, and solo lane Warwick kind of wants to team out anyway for the wave clear, right? So, maybe that is looking okay. I'm not sure. I mean, it feels like the Warwick top lane feels like the inherently riskier pick, right? If the Warwick top lane falls behind, he's probably pretty useless. I mean, maybe you could just end up playing for the side lane and never commit to the fights. Maybe that's fine. It's a spicy draft. The Spire are definitely cooking for this first one.
Yeah. And until we get into the client champion select, I don't know which one they are sending top here. Could also be a very funny either Darius or Warwick mid. I don't think that's happening whatsoever, but it would be objectively funny. I don't know what they do into the Vigar, mind you, but
Right.
I guess
For
this
the
is quite
lulz.
the silly draft to say the least. But yeah, bit of a,
I will
it is
say
quite
that
the X factor.
the Spire do have a very, very run-at-you draft. I mean, thankfully, they do also have the Leona for a little bit more reliable engage, but they're 4 melees and a Varus, right? And that is a composition that Braum in particular, as well as the Ashe, are going to be very, very comfortable playing against. So, I am a bit worried. The more I look at it, I feel like the kitchen might be on fire for the Spire. Rhyme unintentional.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a rough one here, because there's basically 2 Vigar cages here if you want to count the Yorick wall too. And if you fall behind as a Spire composition, good luck in the sieges with your only wave clear.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, on hit Varus wave clear, not really the best here, so you'd want lethality Varus for that wave clear. Definitely an option, but
I don't think you can go lethality this game. You need the consistent DPS from on hit, right?
yeah. I mean, Warwick and Darius have like consistent enough DPS, but yeah. I always prefer the on hit Varus anyways.
It does feel just a little bit stronger right now in general, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, that and also a bit of a snooze fest to watch lethality MGL. Either way, though, still, we definitely have her with the Spire composition.
Yeah. What do we think about our jungle matchup this time around? Well, let me check in with the client draft, see where everything is locked in. So right now, it is looking like the Warwick top, Darius jungle, Cho'Gath mid is where everybody's sitting at the moment. So assuming that is the case, how are we feeling about the Elise versus the Darius? Both champions that can be strong early for very different reasons.
Yeah, the Elise, you obviously need to get the ganks off early. The Darius will heavily outclear you, because one thing is, Elisa's clear has suffered quite a bit over the seasons, and she just lost a ton of damage early on, and it's just made her clear. Like, it's not insufferable. It's not like you're in danger of really dying to camps, but you just go through the jungle pretty slow for dedicated jungler standards. So gonna really have to make those early ganks work out here, because you are quite literally a stunned bot late game.
Where are we looking for the early ganks then? If Guster needs to make those early plays happen, you know, he obviously has some decent setup, honestly, in all of his lanes. So what would you like to see the Elise play for?
You could definitely look top this game, because you know the Warwick's going to get a little feisty. Warwick top loves going for those early skirmishes, trying to get those cheeky 1v1s off. I'm also curious what the summoners are going to be here for the Warwick top, because, you know, there are some who go for, I think it's heal plus ignite, or that is heal plus barrier.
Yeah, the double combat sums.
Yeah, that's much more of a solo queue thing, I want to say, but just to throw it out there. No matter what the sums, though, we're going to see an aggressive Warwick top here, so you could look to path to that soon, whether you just want to clear top side and then go for that level 3 gank, or if you want to do a full clear starting bot side, then look up there. Both are viable options.
We'll see what Guster decides to go for. Overall, you know, we're coming up on halfway through our delay here, Gofrino, so we just have to ask you which side you prefer. You know, as we were saying, Spire definitely chefing it up a little bit with this one. Do you think they have the tools, though, to make it happen against Elysium?
I think they're cooking a little too hard with this. Like, it's where you kind of add, like, too many spices to something, and then it kind of overrides the flavor. Like, I see what you're going for. A lot of the individual pieces, you're like, cool, but especially at this very heavy run at you composition, and how vulnerable they are to falling behind when it comes to just siege and wave click here, I gotta give it to Elysium, who just have a lot of anti-run at you tools.
Yeah, I feel like the Elysium draft is pretty strong into what the Spire did opt for in this first game, but it's probably in large part going to come down to how successful this Darius jungle can be. Witched Black Mass, the defending Emerald League champion. We'll see if he can show us how it's done. Be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome to our second best of 3 of the night. Elysium on the blue side, the Spire on the red for this first game. And these teams go for, they did have completely opposite results last week. Elysium, they did lose 0-2 against Omega. Omega, obviously one of the stronger teams here in Premier. So those were a couple of tough games for Elysium. Both of those losses were sub 30 minutes as well. I believe they were playing without Yikaw, though, last week, without their starting top laner. So they do have Yikaw back. They've got a different sub this time around. They've got Haya stepping in, Sofa not being around this time. For the Spire, they did take a 2-0 win over Conduit, it was, I believe, and Boostus was playing the Varus in that second game. I believe he was 16-0 on the on-hit Varus. But this time around, go for Reno, going for the Comet. So looking like it will actually be that lethality build.
Yeah. Gonna be relying on the rest of your members to be doing enough damage. It is a flash bear, so you're gonna definitely be looking for these early all-ins, unsurprisingly. Those mean though no teleport, but you might just be relegated to side lane duty. You are your loves just constantly sitting in a side lane and going,
Yeah, kind of what you were expecting to see from this pick, right? So that's making some sense to us, I think. See what Winfrey is going to be able to do. Obviously it was the R5 Warwick as Penguini, feeling the power of Ash Braum at level 1.
Pretty good here. Yeah, nothing too feisty level 1. Potentially top lane level 2, level 3 we see something cheeky from Winfrey.
We get that early push out on the wave for the Warwick. Able to get down here. Gets an early deep ward. Is going to be able to get that information for the team. Is going to find all these camps are gone. Does everybody know? Guster Posey is pathing down. Watch out, bot lane.
Keep an eye out on that. And interesting that Guster Posey's going down here. I was wanting to path to the top side here. Maybe quell some Warwick engage. But I'm also pathing towards bot side here. You could look for an early dive here. That is going to be a little bit tricky. These health is just a bit too high right now.
And it's always scary against Leona, right? A champ that has so much lockdown. Has the exhaust as well. Could potentially make that dive very, very difficult. And of course, Witch is also pathing down towards that bottom lane. It's a nice word from Pineaholic. Gonna come out, just spots out where Guster is at. Sees the Raptors still have not been taken.
Do that here, and that is the power of Darius jungle. You just clear through things really damn fast. You're spotted out by that Ashe hawk shot though, so
yeah. Not quite actually able to complete the full clear is Witch before 3 minutes 30. Hit by the cocoon now. The volley comes out as well. That's a big chunk onto Witch. That's going to secure this bot side scuttle for Guster. Could look for the double scuttle if you'd like.
Good look if you do go for that. You did, of course, not pick up the chickens here, so gonna be routing back to those here, probably, or just looking for.
That's a real jungler right there. You always take the double scuttle if you have the angle for it.
True.
Like that from Guster.
Okay, I'm looking for this. Grab that small advantage early on. Witchful hanging out
All
here.
right. Is Witch going to be able to find the turn? Oh, nice sidestep from Dilly. Pops the cleanse, looking for the trade back onto Boostus, but the apprehend is going to get both of them. Boostus, the volley will barely not take that kill onto the Varus, and it will be first blood over to Witch on the hand of Noxus. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Guster Posey, Fear connects, and Winfrey's out of there.
Ooh, yeah, cutting a little close there in the bot side, but I'm also curious why the Elysium bot felt compelled to just run back into that. I think they have an out on that. You instantly flashes Dilly there. I think you're fine. But
Yeah.
not really the case. Give over the 1 kill. Thankfully, it's only 1 kill.
Yeah, because I think Darius E was already on cooldown, right? So you could have flashed after the Darius E and probably gotten out. That's what Haya decided to go for. The Braum flashed away in the end anyways. But Dilly just really feeling like he was going to be able to get that trade kill onto the Varus. It probably would have been all right if he could have gotten it, but didn't end up being the case. And a first blood onto the Darius jungle is definitely feeling pretty nice for the Spire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see what you can do with that. There is the Dirk, so they are going for the Ghost Blade here.
Yep.
Ghost Blade plus Phase Rush. So much damn move speed. I feel like Phase Rush just finds its way into a lot of kind of dummy strong
Problematic builds. Yeah. Yeah, it is a kind of weird rune. Does just give you a crazy amount of move speed, honestly, when you do proc it.
Yeah. It's like, you gotta think of top lane Gragas, who just instantly procs that, runs away. I mean, really a lot of tanks. They just proc it and they're able to run away from Jazer, just stay on top of you. Grabs have been started, though.
Yeah, Witch gonna start those up. Guster is here, of course. Is gonna be able to get that secure onto the first grub, and then backs away. See if Elysium are gonna be all right, giving up the other two. The Event Horizon does come out. That's gonna be some good damage onto the Warwick, but Witch still relatively healthy, means he's gonna be able to hang out in that pit. There's gonna be 2 grubs for the Spire, 1 for Elysium. Now move towards the bottom side as Guster seems to be considering a play towards this dragon. There is a ward for the Spire. They're going to see the Elise start this one up.
Yeah, Elise, of course, not the fastest clear, as we had mentioned before, so can't be answered here. It looks like Witch just happened to clear out their top side here. That is up. Might as well finish that. Could look for a gank top side as well.
Yeah, Guster had the bot prio, so with Ashe and Braum able to move over here, it's a little bit too difficult for the Spire to try and force. Witch just gonna get close towards that level 6. Here's the play towards top lane as the Warwick ultimate to hold the Yorick in place. Ika trying to trade back, but the Yorick, or the Warwick rather. Warwick and Yorick, that's a bit of a tricky one. It's the Warwick who is able to secure the kill, and 2-0 now on the board for the Spire.
2-0. Themselves closer. They do lose the Chemtech Dragon in the bot side, though. Kind of sucks. You probably wish you had that Chemtech Dragon in your team. Any amount of tenacity when you have to run it through a cage or a Braum. Handy to have, but yeah, not going to be the biggest difference maker.
Yeah. And it does guarantee Gofrino that we're not going to have a Chemtech Soul this game. We had that the past couple of games. Not going to be the case this time around. We have a Mountain Dragon second, so a lot of pretty powerful ones still on the table.
Yeah, had 2 Chemtech Dragons already this series, or Chemtech Souls, I should say, already this series.
Yeah, I think that's we've met our quota, right, for Chemtech Souls for today. That's how I'm feeling, anyways. But for me, for this game, you know, I'm thinking a Cloud Soul actually would be especially scary. For the side of the Spire, if they were able to get a Cloud Soul, you know, this run at you composition, suddenly running at you a whole lot faster, that could be pretty good for them. As Cho'Gath is trapped in a cage, and now he's trapped in a cocoon, and now he's going to try to walk away, but he's down to 50% health. The Rupture is decent to force the repel. The flash away is going to be necessary to get away from that last little bit of damage. So good gank from Guster, gets the Summoner.
Nice Summoner to pick up there. Good, Cho'Gath. Okay,
Infinite Duress in the top lane. Winfrey, there is that Q. Gets to the other side of the cage and then kind of gets trapped in it again, but it's not going to matter as the Yorick had no way of getting away, and Warwick now is 2-0. Chain of Corruption in the bottom lane, but Braum puts up the door. Can they get on top of Dilly as Witch is here? Witch is flashing in. Gets that Apprehend onto Haya, who doesn't have the Unbreakable anymore, and Witch just cuts his head off. 4-0 now. The Spire coming away with a lot of these early kills. They're building up a little bit of a lead.
Okay, Guster Posey, I don't know how long you want to hold the wave. Alright. Wisely walking away. And Yuka does not have teleport to get back to this top lane, so it is going to be quite the damper here. But this is what you wanted as the world. Should be working towards that Blade of the Ruin King here very soon. I don't know if it's on this back juke, but
I think he has it.
Maybe. At the very least, it's pretty damn close here. You're going to have all the components. So if you have the Blade of the Ruin King at the 10-minute mark, when your opponent's just sitting on the Sheen, does not look like it.
Yeah, it doesn't have it quite yet. Very, very close. I think it's like 670 or something for the combined price for Blade. Something like that. I think he's just a couple hundred gold short, Winfrey, at the moment. but able to get back up to the top lane, clear out most of this wave. Yeehaw gonna find Witch in the Tribe Rush, and actually gonna get off a decent amount of damage onto those Darius, which you can tell really wanting to fight for this second round of grubs, but Arrow doing a great job of zoning the enemy team away with that Event Horizon. Penguin goes in for the engage with the Zenith play, but Haya puts up the door for now. But now the flank from the Warwick, he finds a massive angle. They take down the Braum, but now it's Witch who's stunned up, and the Darius gonna get traded back, shut down over to Arrow. 3v3 now in the topside river. That first grub has already been secured by Guster, and there's no smite anymore for the Spire, so they're going to have to kill the Elise if they want to get any of these. As in goes the Warwick with the Infinite Duress. They're trying to burst down Yeehaw, but it's Penguini who flashes away and barely stays alive. Winfrey now on a killing spree. The Rupture forces the repel. Is Guster going to be able to get away? He does so with the flash. And Shannon Castellero from long range connecting on a Pineaholic. Cho'Gath now in trouble. Is going to be able to walk away. The flash for the Baleful Strike, but Winfrey instantly trades it back once again. Incredibly bloody fight here towards the top side. Winfrey getting a bunch of healing there with the Q. Penguini on a sliver of health, rejoining the battle to try to secure some more kills. Stops to hit a ward, and that's going to give Arrow one kill back. A spree now for the Vagar as well. Absolutely wild sequence there. Go Freno, break it down for us.
Good lord, yeah, because it starts off there, and the Spire, they get a huge burst play there, take out one of the members from the fight, but then they're pincered off, they eat a lot of burst, and it's just so back and forth. That fight takes so long, because there was a lot of burst, but obviously you had to wait on cooldowns to come back around, you know, for those Event Horizons, for those Baleful Strikes, all that good stuff, and in the end, both these teams ending up with 3 grip mid lane. This Cho'Gath, still decently tanky.
Yeah, Elise, she has the upgraded shoes, as well as the component, the alternator there. So, Guster's starting to do some damage. They're gonna find Witch, and he's taking some damage. And in fact, that's gonna be his entire health bar. Arrow now 4-0. This is the support player usually. Remember, guys, 4 kills.
4 kills, quite a bit. Has half their team's kills. Or sorry,
All of their team's kills.
sorry, I was mixing it up. I heard 4 kills. I'm like, yeah, Winfrey.
Oh, true. Yeah, the Warwick also. Gonna be Warwick versus Vagar, a classic carry battle.
Yeah, Warwick top mind you, but second dragon of the game also gonna be secured by Elite. They're happy with that. And is it going to be the Clown? So find out in just a second here.
It is.
The Clown. Let's go. My favorite.
Yeah, so the Spire would need to get all 4 Cloud Dragons to eventually get themselves up to the Soul, which would be an absolutely ridiculous amount of movement speed. But right now, Gofrino, it's not really looking like that's going to happen, as Elysium have done a very good job controlling these objectives.
Yep. Good on them. Of course, the second grub spawn was a very interesting one, to say the least, with how long that one took. They were able to get 2 for themselves, but then lose one. And it's a very funny scene, to say. But
they did still get that feat of monster slaying with the 2 dragons, as Infinite Duress once again, Yeehaw just gets devoured, as well as the Maiden. As this Warwick is getting a little bit out of control. I think we're seeing why it was picked there in the R5 slot. Winfrey is absolutely dominating right now.
5-0-2. Again, Chains of Crusadero land.
Alright, Guster is here to try to follow up as Hyatt jumps forward, but Witch is also here as both junglers make their presences felt. But it's Penguini who's looking like he's probably gonna go down first, but the Leona lives for so long. Eventually, it will be a couple of kills over to Elysium. Pineaholic is teleported in, wants to try to turn this play around, but it's not going to happen. It's a massive 3-for-1 team fight in the bottom lane. Elysium on top.
Barely able to do that. Had that stun not come through, I think the feast from Pineaholic finishes off Dilly's there. It's not over just yet. Stun
oh
lane
yeah, the
really
cage
kill.
comes down and Dilly, or Boostus rather, never had a chance. Dilly is the one securing the kill.
So, nice pickups there for Elysium. They are going to lose a lot in this top side. Or no. Wait, yeah, they already lost that top turret. Oops. I did not notice that top turret drop, actually, so I think that's just the feats secured.
It is. Winfrey basically doing that by himself. Has half the kills on his team and got the turret basically by himself. Winfrey's doing it all for the Spire so far in this one. Is level 11 also. Obviously the blade done at this point.
Question is, how's this Warwick gonna work out? Because Blade the Rune King, absolutely insane for the 1v1 in. But flying into team fights with that infinite duress, singular Blade the Rune King, you are prone to getting schmelted.
Yeah, and these fights have consistently been going the way of Elysium so far. I honestly think at this point, with these drafts, I think we would actually like to see Winfrey just fully commit to the side lane. Just, like, legitimately never group.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Yikaw's probably looking to do here at this Warwick. Might be a bit caught out.
Oh, that's going to be the Warwick ult forced in retreat there.
Yeah. Worth it, though, for staying alive. You don't want giving away the petty 400 gold shutdown plus the 300 gold, so 700 gold swing to your lane opponent. That's something most people want. Sure.
Yeah. Haya, thankfully for him, it's not actually going to get pulled over the wall. Totally fine. So we've got 90 seconds now on our first Cloud Dragon. The soul point for Elysium, if they can get it. I'm sure that's something they're going to want to play for.
Yeah, because for the Spire, they also don't want to face the Soul here, because if the enemy team got just a free 10% move speed against you, have
You're
fun
never catching them.
Yeah, it just makes catching up to them so much harder. But also on the Spire, like, even if you don't get this, if you're able to get, like, a few of these dragons for yourself, that helps bridge the gap somewhat. The slow resist, always appreciated against Ash.
Now, we do see here Guster taking the Rift Heralds, so that could be another boon for the side of Elysium, if they could use that to get some priority ahead of this dragon spawn. On the side of the Spire, go for, you know, how necessary would you say it is that they are actually the ones to secure this first Cloud Dragon? I mean, going down 3 dragons here with these compositions, with this Cloud Soul that we have, feels pretty dire to me.
I'd say it is definitely pretty noteworthy. You really want to secure this. Is it the end of the game if you give it up? No. But if your opponent has the soul point, it means you have to dedicate your time to this one to make sure it doesn't go down. And for the rest is back up here.
I mean, the thing about Soul Point is, yes, that getting to 3 dragons doesn't give you the buff. That's not what gives you the huge advantage, but it just makes all of the decisions later on down the line so incredibly difficult for the team that's against that Soul Point, right? Because you're forced into those contests around the dragons for the rest of the game. Can really make some impossible situations. Shelly charges into the mid-tier 1, gets that turret down pretty low, but Elysium are not going to be able to finish it off quite yet. Winfrey moving down through the river, dragon alive.
Yep. Here's to see how this Warwick does perform in these team fights. Speed has been activated on this Cho'Gath. Cage gonna just wait it for now, and it was interesting seeing that Rift Herald pop then. I thought it was gonna be because it
Hero flashes into the rupture, and now the Veigar's gonna get pulled back. This is a big pick for the Spire. The Event Horizon buys a little bit more time. The shield is pretty good, but in the end, it's just not enough. He's gonna get feasted on by Pineaholic. Cho'Gath picks up his 3rd kill. Yika is gonna be able to take down that tier 1 in the top lane, but this is absolutely massive for the Spire. The fact that they get this dragon. They are gonna lose their tier 1 mid as well, like you say.
Okay, no triggers pulled on the engage here just yet. Winfrey does back here to respond to the top lane, because even though York's behind, as the Triforce completed, Maiden, yeah, already putting damage on that turret. Thank God, you did not give over the 4-stack, or God forbid, 6-stack here to the York team. That is,
Oh, yeah.
makes the champion so much more obnoxious.
Yeah, definitely. Do the ghouls by themselves proc the Void Mites?
I don't know. Well, the ghouls can't spawn them, but if your ghouls are in combat with turret, I don't know if that counts.
Right. If they do, then that would be absolutely disgusting.
Yeah,
Not
because
sure
I
how
also
that interaction
know
works.
for grubs, like, the definition of in combat with turret is really generous at times.
Yeah.
And it'll just be like, oh, you happen to be in the vicinity? Let's spawn some. It's like, but why?
No, I haven't even hit it yet. As they're looking to hit Arrow again. as Witch and Pinaholic are just looking to prey on this immobile mage. He doesn't have flash this time. He does, get the ultimate off, but it's not enough to take down Pinaholic. And that's another kill. I believe the Cho'Gath got that, or no, I think Witch actually got the last hit this time. But the cross map taking place for Elysium as Guster and High have started up the Otacon. And there are not really any members of the Spire in the area. Oh, here we go. There's a teleport in for Pinaholic.
So, Ecaw's clearing the wave.
Yeah, that doesn't seem coordinated for Elysium. There looks like they want to back off the Otacon now, but it's chunked down to 50%. They might have just leashed this Otacon for the Spire. Cho'Gath is about to get his ultimate back off as well, or back up rather. That would be a huge execute threshold. They're trying to take down Penguini. The Glacial Fisher comes out. That's going to be the Leona taken down. It is stolen away. It's Witch who gets the smite, and the fight is looking pretty good for the Spire as well. But Darius flashes in and still gets taken down. Pinaholic getting kited out. He lands the Rupture, but he's not going to be able to take down Dilly. And it is, in fact, Elysium that get the 5-for-1 team fight.
Absolutely huge team fight there, and they get all well, so that is one of the big huge boosts of the voracious Otacon. You just get such an influx of EXP and some extra stats, the adaptive force from that. It's gonna put a lot of extra juice in the bank here. Of course, the Spire were the ones able to at least secure that Otacon, so it's not the most doomed situation there, but that was a big fight pickup here, and Elysium also got the big shutdown there on that fed-ass Warwick. They gotta be feeling happy.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was Dilly's Ash who picked it up. It was a 560 gold shutdown. That's a ton of extra gold over to Dilly, who is a basing now. Let's see what the Ash can complete. 2,000 gold in inventory at the moment. Ooh. Oh, yeah, the basing almost stopped, actually. But there we see the Infinity Edge done.
Ooh, and the Zeal as well, so pretty powered up is this Ash, and will be a lot of damage. Even though there's 4 frontline members on the enemy team, this is a Ghostblade Rush Darius, so not quite the tankiest to say the least. Okay, so I'm gonna miss there. Guster Posey could still look for something. Okay, but the Warwick top, only sitting on Titanic Hydra for so you're gonna be able to do a lot of work, assuming you don't get CC to as Ash.
Yeah, of course, positioning going to be very important, but Dilly does also have the cleanse for that extra little bit of safety, and of course a Braum also. So, looking pretty good for Elysium at this point. They're setting up now for this next dragon. They weren't able to get the Cloud Dragon last time. 1 minute out on the next spawn. They're getting some nice control over the area here.
They're gonna want it here. Puts you on salt point for Elysium. They are forcing out the Spire from this. That was an absolutely massive team fight here. Get some spikes. I mean, you got 2 items on most of your members here. Guster Posey.
Okay. Glacial Fisher, but Haya not able to find it. Still, they're going to get Penguini's flash as Leona commits that one to get away, to get over the wall. Winfrey on the flank, finds Dilly with the suppression. The Event Horizon, though, to peel away the enemy top laner, and they burst him down. The Warwick with the Blade of the Ruin King, just too squishy, but they take down Dilly as well. It's a double kill, in fact, for Witch and Black Mass on the Darius. Man advantage now for the Spire. See if they're going to be wanting to keep this fight going. The uncontested Yorick in the top lane right now as the Warwick Winfrey grouped with the team to try to get them control for the objective, but just meant Yikaw's having his way with these turrets in the top side. Pinaholic's going to move over there to try to clear out this minion wave.
Oh, Feast is available here. I don't know if it's quite in the range
By the
yet.
Rupture, Pinahawk has ult. Yeah, he has the Feast. Oh, but the healing for the Yorick keeps him alive. Meanwhile, the Dragon is going to get taken. So, which ties us up at 2 dragons apiece, but Yikaw gets 2 turrets and the solo kill.
And this Yorick definitely back in the game here. Has the CS lead, able to get a bunch of gold from these turrets as well. So, that is the sad part here. Winfrey, like, yeah, I'm super fed. I gotta draw. Just gonna sit top lane the entire game. Maybe switch to bot lane once Baron spawns here. But, you know the game plan.
Yeah, it's an interesting call. It's okay. Yikaw's starting Baron now. Speaking of interesting calls, it's going to get spotted out by a Scryer's Bloom. And we see Witch coming out of base right now. The Darius does have Flash. Can he get to the pit in time is the question. We've got Winfrey providing some vision. Here comes Witch. He's going to flash in there. He doesn't get it, though. The smite is good from Guster, and they're going to take down Witch as an added bonus.
That was a 50-50 and a half, though. If you
Sure
lose
was.
that coin flip and give over the Baron buff to the Spire, that play is looking a lot more Sessy Baka, to quote Among Us, the hit video game. But yeah, people still joke about Among Us, I feel, but no.
You just did.
Yeah.
So maybe
But-
it's just you. Maybe your people.
Yeah, I could be. I am them. Okay, that's one turret already picked up, threatening this mid lane inner turret as well. Baron buff gonna do quite a bit here for Elysium to solidify a lead in this game. They're up 8k damn gold right now. I'm surprised we don't have to bounty them.
Yeah. The Yorick has a pretty significant lead up there in the top 1v1. He's about 1,000 gold ahead now of Winfrey after those last couple of sequences. And overall, yeah, Elysium, they, it feels like they kind of understood, how desperately the Spire wanted to stop them from getting those dragons. And it feels like they're kind of playing around that. They're like putting pressure on other parts of the map and making these trades as painful as possible for the side of the Spire. And now it feels almost like the Spire are like fully committed to try to getting this Cloud Soul for themselves at this point. If they're not able to continue stacking these Cloud Dragons, then, I mean, they've lost so much of the map already that Elysium could end up just, you know, if they win the next dragon fight, it could just be curtains right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, something to keep an eye out for. Of course, though, Spire, at least, they've gotten the past 2 dragons, so they are stacking up towards this. Has a bunch of extra slow resist in their pocket.
Ooh, Pinaholic, are we okay? We don't have Flash. Rupture is decent. It's knocked up onto 1, but the slow's coming out from the Ash. Cho'Gath getting burned down. The Glacial Fissure as well, and they take him out. Nice pick from Elysium. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Yikov potentially in trouble. The Infinite Duress for the lockdown. The Noxian Guillotine for the damage. Witch going down extremely low. And Yikov surviving for so long. Eventually, Winfrey will take him down. Witch will barely survive. They're going to lose their bot lane inhibitor, though, for the side of the Spire as well, after Pinaholic went down. So, again, it's Elysium coming away with the better end of these trades. And now they found Penguini as well, and that's going to be another one in the Death Chamber. 4v3 on the map right now for Elysium. Doesn't look like they can get anything else right now.
Still, that's quite the pickups here. Gets you a lot more just space on the map. You take down the inhib. You've gotten what you want from this Baron buff. You crack open the enemy base, get a bunch of kills for yourself, and you play the gold lead here. Go up to 9k in your pocket, 1 minute till the dragon as well. So, favorable position to put yourself on soul point here. Or you just bait the enemy team into taking that soul point for themselves and you just end the game.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a win-win at this point for Elysium. It's like no matter which choice they make, you know, they're going to be feeling pretty good about it. And for the Spire now, the decisions get incredibly difficult, right? How does the Spire play this one out from here? I mean, do you still contest for the dragon, or do you just play to defend right now? There's not really anything that you can trade for the dragon. Like, all the waves are pretty bad right now for the Spire, honestly.
Yeah. Like, you don't... If you want to, you can give up this dragon. Put the enemy team on safe.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow, not this time.
Oh, swinging a miss, too.
Also a miss, yeah. It's the 80 carries. Maybe he boosted felt bad. Okay, Penguini also feeling a little bit bad. Arrow on a spree. 7 kills now for the support main. And now 5v4. Do Elysium even care about the dragon? Maybe they just siege the base.
You damn well could. You still have supers in the bot lane, of course. Spire were able to push that one on out here on the enemy side of the map, so that's going to take some crash. Hey, you pick up a free kill there. Looks like you're going to get a dragon soul point here for free as well, so that is a dub here for Elysium.
Which he has the movement speed. You know, he's going to try to find a way to sneak into this river. He doesn't have flashback up quite yet. And yeah, dragon gets evaporated. And that is going to be soul point now for Elysium to complement their 8,000 gold.
Oh, okay. The empowered recall.
Yeah, from the shoes. Has it from the synchronized souls. That's how Pinaholic was able to get out there.
Yep. Yep. Kind of funny seeing those, but I'm happy that they're kind of viable now. It is a bit of a delicate balancing act, I can understand, because old movies, they're either really good or they're just kind of
Depending on how they're tuned, right?
yeah.
They've changed from patch to patch.
Mhm.
It does
Or
feel like
just left in the dust for a while.
yeah. Yes, the move speed boots for Pinaholic makes sense with this build, right? That's how the Cho'Gath functions these days. Really did try to make some changes to Cho'Gath on this patch. They nerfed the damage on his Q and W, but then they increased the E damage late game. They called it a nerf. I'm not entirely convinced myself.
Well, I'd say the base damage nerfs are pretty notable for
Yeah.
at least mid lane Cho'Gath, since you're playing to kind of burst the enemy laner, and if you're losing out on some burst there, you know, that's some thresholds you miss out on. Is it enough? I don't know. But
Well, we'll see if it's enough. Crystal Arrow is going to miss once again. Just barely wide light left for Dilly. Just needs to calibrate that a little bit more, as that's going to be the flash away for Arrow to get out of that rupture.
The Varus kind of split off. Okay.
Warwick, Winfrey.
Aurelius.
Look for this one. Oh yeah, there's the Varus split off to the side, like you say, is gonna get taken down. But Dilly might be next to fall, and the Noxian Guillotine, true to its name, as the shutdown goes over to Witch. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, the Glacial Fisher gets the knock up onto Winfrey. The Warwick gonna get taken down alongside the Leona, and Pinaholic, trapped in the cage, is also going to drop. And now it's only Witch left against 4 members of Elysium. Don't think that Darius holds this.
I don't think Darius holds this. Oh, poor Wookie, hitting the mouse here. Point crewman, but camera did go all over the place. Usually what happens when the observer just...
He just got really excited, okay? He's an Elysium fan today, and he was like throwing the arms up, he's throwing the hands up, like, oh, they did it, oh, I messed up the camera. Totally fine, Wookie, we understand. That's gonna be the exploded Nexus. 32 minutes on the clock, and Elysium take a nice win in game number 1.
Yeah, and it felt like Elysium kind of just one step ahead in a lot of portions of that game here, especially into the mid and later stages of the game, crewman. Even though they had that heavy deficit in the top side, I mean, Winfrey kind of just wasn't tanky enough in those fights and consistently got blown up. I think the Warwick just probably had to sit consistently in side lane duty that game, but either way, good on Elysium. They're able to find their way back into this game and bring it on home.
Absolutely, yeah. Winfrey had such a monstrous lead against the Yorick up there. I mean, he was consistently solo killing Yeehaw, but it felt like the call for the Spire, you know, the comms were like, guys, we have to get these dragons. We can't give over these dragons no matter what. But Warwick just wasn't really able to do much in those 5v5s. You know, you called it right from draft. You know, as soon as we saw him building that Blade of the Ruined King, you're like, this Warwick's going to be really squishy in those team fights. And he absolutely was. Just consistently got kind of popped and lost his whole lead. And meanwhile, Yeehaw, there was nobody matching the Yorick. He was doing a ton of work over there.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like given the POG is going to be hard for me this game.
It is, yeah. It's like you want to give it to Yeehaw, but he was getting bodied in the early game, so it's like,
Kinda, yeah. I mean, Guster Posey, pretty solid in a lot of things, helped him a lot with that early objective control. Arrow, pretty solid game. Dilly put in some good work, but I'm going to have to dock some points because they did miss quite a few enchanted crystal arrows.
He did. You know, the Ash Braum, it pretty much did what it says on the tin. You know, they consistently had bot prio throughout the whole laning phase. They were able to use with the assistance of Guster to get those first couple of dragons, which ended up being really consequential. Personally, I would give the vote over to Arrow. Swapping into mid for this match, I felt like the Veigar was incredibly powerful in this game. You know, didn't do quite as much damage, in fact, as the Yorick or the Ash, but I felt like the cages were on point.
Fair enough, yeah. I can get behind an Arrow vote here.
Excellent. Well, that's going to do it for game number 1, guys. A big win for Elysium. A great way to start week number 6 after suffering that 0-2 loss last week. They are back on the right track. For Spire, they're going to need to turn things around here in this second game. You know, the kitchen, it was on fire, but maybe now they have the extinguisher. They put that out. Maybe they draft something a little bit more standard here for game number 2. We see how that goes, huh? Hello again, everybody. Welcome back for our Game 2 Champion Select phase between the Spire and Elysium. We will, of course, as we always do, be swapping sides for the second game. Spire on the blue side this time around, and Elysium on the red. We already have our first couple of bans. We got the Volibear banned away by the Spire. They banned away Volibear, Amumu, and Jinx when they were on red side last game. For the side of Elysium, they banned away the Fiddlesticks and the Lilia, and then, of course, they are missing that third ban due to their sub.
Yep. Fiddlesticks, though, and Lilia. Like you said, what they banned last game here. Looks like they are saving their missed ban for the last one here. Last time around, it was the first one they missed. Maybe they got their ban back this game. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing it. Always nice to see, but yeah, familiar faces on the board here. Spire, what are they going to prio this time around? Because there are some notable junglers off the board. You could take something high prio in the jungle. The Skarner's still available.
He sure is, yeah. Yeah, it's going to be the set actually taken off the board. So we'll see if that's, okay, the Jinx then. So I guess Elysium do get their third ban back.
Oh.
It was more for the delay that they had for the start of the previous game, I guess, was the reason for that missed ban. So they are going to ban away that Jinx. They're going to prevent the Spire from getting that on the B1, and the Ziggs will come through instead.
So Sofa is back, it looks like, according to Wookie. So back at full force.
Hey, okay.
Ziggs B1, though, that is interesting. That's something we see a ton of. We saw it earlier tonight. Definitely had a bit of troubles, mostly because the Ziggs fell pretty far behind in laning phase. Wonder if it's going to be similar this time around, because the Corki can also put a lot of pressure on you. We saw how much damage that champion can do if you're just able to Valkyrie in and Foss bomb to your heart's content.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the Ziggs was up against the Draven, I believe it was, earlier tonight.
Yep.
We'll see if the explosives expert is going to have a bit of a better time on the Rift in this one or not. The Ivern coming through for Elysium as well. That's a champ that we don't see too often.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, was pretty meta earlier this season. Did take some nerfs though. Is very supportive in nature. Can help out if you have a high carry composition here. Daisy also just such a nuisance when it comes to interruption, whether it's in teamfights or skirmishes. Just kind of a pain all around to deal with.
Yeah, definitely can be. Pulling up the op.gg right now, see how much Ivor and Guster plays. Loading right now as we do
I
see
feel like
Karma
we've seen
come
him
out.
play it before.
Maybe.
I swear we have. Karma Shen though, interesting. We have seen some Karma this season, typically paired with like an Ezreal bot, I believe, because the Ezreal able to supplement your poke, and then also is just kind of self-sufficient. Yeah, the Shen also blind.
Yeah, feels a bit bold. Maybe it's River Shen. Could be.
Could be.
That Mordekaiser also a jungle flex, as we know from the previous game, but maybe not when there's an Ivern. Kind of feels like. I mean, I've seen Ivern support before, but I think that's just grief, isn't it?
I feel like Ivern support would be a bit troll.
Yeah, I feel like that's just trolling at that point.
Yeah, I mean, there's some juice in the tank. It's obviously a pretty supportive champion, but yeah. The Mordekaiser likely going into the Shen in the top side. Do have to be careful early on. Shen's early trades pretty damn strong if you're able to land the taunt and then just Keyblade them for a lot of percentage health damage. Pretty damn solid. Of course, the Mordekaiser, as the game goes on, able to do that Shen damage much more efficiently.
Yeah, definitely. And, depending on the timing of these ultimates. So if Shen starts channeling his ultimate, and then the Mordekaiser uses his ultimate on the Shen, what happens?
I think it's the Shen ulti.
It just gets canceled? That makes sense to me, yeah. I imagine that's probably how it works.
Yeah. Assuming you do it with enough time to spare. If you do it right as the Shen is, like, going away, I think the Shen's fine, but... Yeah, Death Realm does have some quirky interactions.
It does, yeah. There's that little bit of channel time on it, right? So like maybe if you cast Death Realm like right in the last fraction of a second when Shen is finishing his teleport, then he probably gets it off. The Shen probably gets it off. But we'll see. We'll see. We don't even know necessarily if that's going to be the top lane matchup just yet. But for our second ban phase, We do have Elysium taking a couple of 80 carries off the table, so they're not entirely convinced that Zig is going towards the bottom side to ban away the Smolder and Twitch. For the side of the Spire, they're going to ban away the Yasuo as well as the Poppy. Let's see what Elysium want here in the R4 slots.
I'm expecting a support here. Just have a
Yeah.
counter pick on your soul lanes. Okay. We've seen how powerful the Quirky Nami can be. It was last week we saw it really just pop off. I forget who was playing, but it had quite the game last week. Didn't see it earlier today. Actually, wasn't the Nami with Quirky earlier today? I forgot. No, the Nami was last game, I believe, right? Yes. Wait, no. Last game of last series.
It was Quirky Nami. Yeah, Dorado played it in that game number 3 that they did end up losing. It was Smolder mid with Quirky Nami bot.
Speaking of which, I've seen a Ziggs plus Tristana draft before tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, you
Different
did.
surrounding champions.
That was, of course, in the same game. That was the Monkeys who played the Tristana Ziggs composition. Or no, that was the game number 2. They played Tristana Ziggs. And that was actually Dorado also.
Yeah. See, I still have the draft polls up here if we double check.
Yeah, I had to go back and look as well.
Yeah. Yeah, because game number 2, the Monkeys had the Draven pick in the bot lane. Yeah. Still though. Nocturne coming out here. So, I mean, Nocturne Shen is a pretty solid combination because, you know, you just stand united on the Nocturne as the Nocturne goes in. Nocturne appreciates the beefy shield. Shen appreciates the point and click, just access to the backline. So, pretty solid combo all around. I appreciate it. We'll see what the counter is coming out from Elysium. They still haven't picked their mid laner here. Probably okay. Maybe mid laner.
Hey, NA Jace is going to be joining us on Summoner's Rift for this one, Gofrino. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a Jace hater, if you couldn't tell.
Fair enough. Yeah. It has its moments here. In this draft, I'm not entirely sure. I feel like I've seen the Jace paired with Ivern jungle before in this season in the pro circuit, so could be a bit of combo juice behind that. Could also just be an Elysium specialty. You do already have enough magic damage courtesy of the Mordekaiser plus Ivern here. It's not like you're against the tankiest enemy team, mind you, but I'm also curious what the Spire's lane assignments are going to be, because if it's just on into Jace, obviously you can just rocket jump away from a regression, but that loses a lot of the value of the Tristana mid that you can get. But if it zigs into Jace, you know, yes, you have the wave clear, but it does take a little bit of time to get on that, and if Jace is just able to turbo all on you, it's going to be rough too.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of where Jace really shines is in the laning phase, right? So I definitely agree there. You know, the Tristana probably feels a little bit safer into the Jace, but ideally you pick the Tristana to win lane, not like go even in lane or even be on the defensive in that lane against the Jace, so that would feel kind of bad. We'll see. I mean, the Jace, I do think, you know, is good for that reason. You know, he's gonna have a you know, probably a strong lane here, no matter what, no matter who he's laning against on the side of the Spire. And, you know, theoretically, it can work with the Ivern also. You know, they've got some good poke with the Jace alongside the Corki. But I just feel like it never works, man. It's like Jace can do all the damage in the world. He can get in all this poke. He can win lane super hard. He can get some solo kills. But it just takes one bad fight. It just takes one time for the Jace being out of position, and he just gets bopped, and then that's like half your composition gone, and you just lose the game. So, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, Elysium. Show me the power of Jace. I would love to be proven wrong, you know?
It's going to be a little tricky to navigate here. I mean, Elysium, you have the Corki plus Jace here. That is going to be some pretty decent poke coming out here. And the Spire only really have the Shen to eat that one up consistently. So, hey, that could be the angle they're going for in this draft.
Yeah.
As a possibility.
Oh, it's definitely an angle. You know, I see the angle. I understand the idea. I understand the thought process. But we need to see it work. We need to see it work, Gofrino. That is going to be what really matters. Elysium obviously did pick up the win in game number 1. So if they do make it work, then that would be the 2-0 for them over the Spire, which would be absolutely massive. You know, Elysium, at the moment, they are in a little bit of a tenuous spot. You know, they're currently sitting in 6th place, and they're actually exactly tied with High Alert, who are in 7th. in terms of the number of points that they do have. High Alert, the reason that High Alert is behind Elysium right now is because Elysium does have that one extra match win. The way that the games lined up, Elysium were just able to string them together at better times than High Alert were able to. But it's a very delicate position for Elysium. I mean, easily if High Alert picks up some wins, even if the literal monkeys can pick up a win in week number 7, Elysium are very much in danger of losing out on this playoff spot. So a 2-0 win here over the Spire would be absolutely massive for them.
Yeah. See if they can string it together here once we get into game, because like you said, there are some worries about this composition here. You kind of got the poke here, but then the Mordekaiser, I don't know. Mordekaiser fits into the poke angle, and then both your carries in the backline might be a bit vulnerable here. I mean, the Ivern plus Nami, that is going to be a lot of healing and to deal with the Nocturne plus Ziggs bomb combo. It depends.
Yeah, I think you just touched on something really important here as well. The fact that Mordekaiser is the only real frontline in this draft for the side of Elysium, right? There's nobody else who can just stand in front and tank up skill shots. And Mordekaiser, his main thing, obviously, is the ultimate, where you trap somebody in the Death Realm. If Mordekaiser is going to the Death Realm, the rest of the team just has to run away. They can't hang out and just eat damage while they wait for Mordekaiser to come back. It's going to be really tough to play out, I think, Elysium this draft. I mean, Mordekaiser, it was an answer. It was a direct response to the Shen, right? They wanted that matchup in the top lane, and they are going to get it. It is going to be Winfrey, obviously, playing the Shen towards that top side. But it's going to be really difficult to play out. I mean, Elysium, the team fights especially, we all know how important team fights are right now in the current day and age of League of Legends. And I just don't understand how they're supposed to play it out for the side of Elysium.
Because especially looking at the Spire's composition, it's very easy execution in team fights here. You're going to press the button on Turn, you're going to press the button on Shen, and you're going to follow up by pressing the button on Ziggs here. That is very easy, very, very clear cut.
Yeah.
Basically guaranteed in all your fights here. I mean, one Mega Inferno Bomb sweet spot landing on Jace, the Corki, or the Nami here is going to do work. Like you said, not too much of a front line here. Elysium really going to be hoping for the peel potential here to deal with the dive coming out from the Shen plus Nocturne combo.
Yeah, definitely. For the side of the Spire, obviously, it's very important for them to find those good initial engages as well, right? The Nocturne is kind of like a one-shot champ. You get in there, and either you kill somebody, or you're probably going down. The Shen makes that a little bit more forgiving, the fact that you're going to have Shen there alongside the Nocturne, but it still can be a little bit finicky, what the Spire have as well. It's simple, again, in theory, but you do have to be careful about the execution, right? I do think it's definitely easier to play out than what Elysium have, but we'll see. There definitely is some room for error there as well. Gofrino, overall, are you feeling the same as I am in preferring the Spire's draft here pretty significantly, or do you feel like it's actually relatively close between these compositions? What are your thoughts heading into this one?
I'm favoring Spire too. I wouldn't say it's like a blowout difference, but just for me, the fact their game plan in these team fights is just so simple and straightforward, that's easy to execute on. Assuming the game is even, I don't know how these lanes are going to turn out here, because bot lane is definitely going to be volatile here, but hey, that's a story for once we get into game.
It sure is. I'm definitely putting my channel points on the Spire for this one, but maybe Elysium is going to be able to shut me up. Don't go anywhere. We'll find out. All right, everybody, here we go. Our fifth, possibly final game of the night. Again, that's not what I'm predicting, but we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Elysium definitely played the map a lot better in that first game. That's really, I think, what allowed them to get the win. And they do have their starting mid laner back on the Rift for this second game. Sofa is back, and he's playing Jace. Take it away, Go Farino.
Yep. Starting to cheer as well here. I thought we just to go for that aggression, but opting instead for the early scaling. This is a very classic move, just moving on up with multiple members. Again, that early ward, eat some damage in return, but actually no, with Sofa able to clear out that ward, I'm guessing the W first, that gives you capped attack speed. Able to just shred on through that one.
For sure. They did still get some vision of the Ivern. They saw that Guster was up there, but Guster, you know, since that ward was cleared out, Guster is going to play with their expectations a little bit and is now going to actually move over to his Wolves to start out. But still, you know, good for the Spire to get a little bit of that information. They at least know that Ivern isn't starting in their own jungle. So that's good news for the Spire. Looking for a little bit of a play here potentially, as they are going to find the Mantra Q. Mantra Inner Flame is going to connect for Penguini. Winfrey, a little bit careful in this top lane matchup. I think Mordekaiser wins this at level 1, but, you know, the Shen did get out a decent amount of damage as well.
Yeah. Yeah, thankfully for Shen, you know, able to put out some decent damage of your own. Gotta be careful, don't want to take too many of those trades.
There's level 2, is going to be first for Yeecaw, but Winfrey not going to get hit by the Obliterate. We're totally fine. We do have, Ivern is always weird to talk about pathing with Ivern, right? I've never really played a whole lot of Ivern myself, but he is so distinct from all other junglers in the game in terms of how he clears the jungle, that I'm just not really that knowledgeable about it.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah. We'll see how it pans out
He does
here.
have 4 camps cleared right now. It was slightly ahead of Witch at the moment. The Nocturne is pathing down towards this bot lane.
What happens here is, oof. Oh yeah, Penguini going for the Comet as well on this Karma. I mean, I'm pretty sure most support Karmas nowadays go for the Comet, just so you have a much safe game with that poke, but
Yeah,
get up,
you know,
compared to the Aerie.
Yeah, the Aerie would be the more of the scaling option, right? Where it gives you a little bit more value in the later game, but you don't pick Karma for late game, right? You pick her to bully in the laning phase. So in that context, I think the Comet makes a lot of sense. It's just trying to deny as much of the CS as possible. Are they going to be able to deny the cannon from Dilly? The big question down here. I believe that they did. Dilly get it? Did he get out with the Frost Bomb? I didn't quite catch it.
No, I think
I think they did it. Thank you, Wookie. Yes. So Dilly did get in there. Now Jace flashing away in the mid lane. The knockback is decent as Witch gets in there, gets the fear tethered down, and the Jace is so afraid, and he's so very dead. It's going to be the first kill of the game for Pineaholic on the Ziggs.
Nice pick up there. It looked pretty doom and gloom there for Pineaholic, but they're able to damage in the opposite direction. Well, if too much damage was taken there, they're gonna fall themselves there for that first blood. Hey, maybe Doran's Blade would have made the difference there. Either way,
Maybe.
this is the reality we live in right now, and first blood for the Ziggs in a matchup where the should have a lot of kill threat on you. Gotta be helpful for just getting you closer to that point where you can AFK with.
100%. So Winfrey getting pulled back as a little bit careful. With the top lane, the taunt gets a little bit of a shield. Oh, this battle between the Shen and the Mordekaiser is very intense. Both of them consistently low HP up there. Witch is hovering at the moment. Obviously doesn't have access to the ultimate just yet, but Yeecaw doesn't have it either and is pushed pretty far up this lane. Winfrey sidestep on the Death's Grasp. The taunt is beautiful to set up the play, and that's going to be another kill for the Spire. They're up 2-0 now in the early game.
Interesting, Yeecaw just didn't immediately walk out of that one. Yes, Winfrey's pretty low, but you see the Nocturne walking up with well enough advance.
He had a
You
ward,
just start
yeah.
walking away. If needed, you flash when the Shen tries to flash taunt you. But now you're going to drop here. It does give over a kill to the Shen as well. Gonna appreciate that. little bit of a visual bug there on Yika after the teleport. It was funny. See?
Yeah, I feel like Yeehaw just wasn't able to react fast enough there to the Shen taunt coming out. You know, I agree. I think you burn the flash there every time, right? To not die to that gank. But, because especially when you're going to have the ultimate available soon, right? To be able to dodge out for future ganks while your flash is on cooldown. But Yeehaw, not able to react quick enough, does end up going down. About 1,000 gold lead now overall for the Spire in the early minutes. No neutrals taken just yet. We're about to have our first round of grubs is arriving imminently.
Mm-hmm. The offs on that, of course. Ivern, not the fastest clear, of course, but can take grubs eventually. Right now it's Witch, though, who has the prio on this. Does not know Guster Posey is around the corner, so might just be a trade of grub for grub right now.
Level advantage for Yeehaw. That's going to be the Death Realm cast, but Winfrey, the taunt to get back towards the turret, but he can't quite get close enough to the turret to get the Mordekaiser into range, and Guster is here for the follow-up. Winfrey will be able to flash to get away and stay alive. Meanwhile, mid-jungle of Spire, we're on the grubs. They're able to get the first two, but we do have Guster able to get in there for the smite away on the third one.
And we'll snag that one on up. So, at the very least, you're not giving over all grubs. Good on Winfrey to get out of. Keep yourself alive. That was a Spectre Cal as well. Spectre's Cal as well. Very helpful in the Mordekaiser matchup since it gives you a buttload of regen. Deal with Mordekaiser's damage as well as a bunch of magic resist.
Yeah, going to be obviously useful against the Ivern as well. But there is plenty of physical damage also on this Elysium side. Free. Still gonna have to be careful in terms of how much he's really able to tank up. The shield obviously gonna help quite a bit as well. And the fact that it is a dive comp, more or less, for the side of the Spire means that it's not really about taking things up and playing front to back, right? It's being able to find those priority targets and assassinate them before the fight really breaks out.
Yeah, see if they're able to do that here. Yeah. Not sure where he's going with that. Yeah. So.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, so the Spire maintaining their 1,000 gold lead. They were able to get 2 out of 3 those grubs earlier. So the junglers are hovering around this dragon pit right now. It's currently the push out for the bot duel of Tristana and Karma. They're able to consistently get the push down there. But that in itself seems is not quite enough for Witch to feel comfortable starting up the objective. Yes, pushing mid also. You see Pineholic moving down to the river.
Yeah. Guster at least in the area to respond if any dragon does get started up here. With the Scuttle control as well. Be nice to have.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe that's the reason which is not willing to commit on Vision. Another Death Realm in the top lane. Yeehaw, yeah, flashing to set this one up as well. The Obliterate is going to connect. Winfrey going down low, and Winfrey, I think, is probably going to get taken down here. The Death Grasp just to seal the deal. That's a nice solo kill for the Mordekaiser. Pretty big. A man advantage on the map. Now maybe that'll be enough for Elysium. Yeah, they are going to start off the Dragon. We do have Nocturne waiting. He does have the Paranoia, and he's going to have Shen in 5 seconds. They could go for the Paranoia Stand United combo if they'd like to. Are they going to pull the trigger? There it is. Here they come. Who is going to be the target? It's the Dragon. In fact, who is the target? And the Stand United actually committed onto Pineholic to keep the Zig safe. Meanwhile, the Inferno Bomb takes down the Nami. Dilly, no mana left. Not a flash, not a Valkyrie, not a prayer. Witch picking up his first of the game. That's going to be the objective, plus 2 kills for the Spire.
Grab that one on up, and cheeky little steal there. It was a 50-50, but you get that kills on the back end. Well, pickups here for the Spire to potentially bring themselves to 1-1 in this series. We'll see. Game not over yet by any means. Spire at least on the front foot this game.
Does feel like Elysium probably should have seen that one coming. Maybe they did see it coming and they just thought they were going to be able to outplay it. But things didn't really pan out that way. Yeehaw, still winning the 1v1.
That fast enough.
A lot of damage. First item, Rylai's already done for the Mordekaiser. Pretty early.
It's really early. I mean, you're up 30 CS right now on just pushing this Shen in. Ow. Yeah, because
Ow.
Ryler is such a huge spike on Mordekaiser. It makes you so obnoxious because once you get on top of someone, it's similar to why on the Darius plus Garen, we see them just itemize so much move speed. Like, it lets you get on top of champions, stay on top of champions. This is that, but the reverse, kind of. Grubs have been started up here. 2 versus 1 is the count.
Oh man, I can't believe Elysium are letting them get away with this. I mean, Mordekaiser is so strong right now. Why is Yikon not here already? That's 2 more grubs. That's 4 grubs now for the Spire, which is in a little bit of trouble, but the Fear is going to push Sofa away. And Jace is going to do a little bit of damage, but he can't lock anybody down. It will be a consolation grub for Elysium, but that was highway robbery. I mean, the Spire should not have been allowed to get away with that. They just walked in and took 2 grubs for free.
Yeah, just slow rotations there. Yikon not coming down from the top lane, I guess maybe wanted to finish off a wave or something, but bit of a head scratcher there. You get at least 2 for yourself. Like you said, a consolation prime. 6 stack, but against the Ziggs Trist, even just the singular grub, gonna be noticeable here, to say it the least.
Yeah. Ziggs Tristana did take the loss earlier today, but I still think it's an incredibly powerful pairing, right? So you're able to just do so much damage to these turrets so quickly. As that was a little bit of a scary situation for Penguini, but able to have enough movement speed to get out of that one.
And now that one in. Nothing too much on the map for now.
Ooh, the Aqua Prison's going to connect, and this time it is a dead Penguini. Now Witch going in to try to save the support, but not going to work out. Now the Tidal Wave, the spell shield is already on cooldown for Witch. Is the Nocturne going to be able to get away from this one? The Inferno Mobber. Oh, another amazing bubble from Arrow. Finds them both with the Aqua Prison, but it's still not quite enough to actually secure these kills. You know, on the top lane, Winfrey flashes away back underneath the turret. The last shot comes through, and it will be enough. The 1-for-1 trade as both top laners hit the dirt. Meanwhile, Dilly Valking forward doesn't pick up the turret aggro critically, but still not quite able to finish off these low health members. Even the bounce off the ebb and flow from Arrow, as somehow Witch and Boostus are able to survive. They are going to lose. You know, Boostus is going to lose some golden XP to this turret, but they're happy to walk away from that one.
And just barely limping away. Does give up golden EXP, like you said. Also, there's the play. So putting some extra money in the pocket here, you still picked up that 1 kill on to Penguini's Karma there, so it's not all for naught. And you did bait out the Paranoid. Yes, it is halfway off cooldown right now, but, you know, that's half a cooldown you got to work with on the map here. You don't have to... It's just overextending, then get by that flying... Nocturne's not exactly a ghost, but for all intents and purposes, he's a ghost.
Very, he's definitely spooky. Like a ghost. Exactly. Appreciate the sound effect there, Reno. That really illustrates for our audience, I think, how spooky he really is. But I'm always interested as well to see the builds that Nocturne players decide to go for. It is the Stridebreaker first this time around for the side of Witch, which is obviously quite standard. Me personally, I would have actually liked to see a really, really aggressive build this game for the Nocturne. Like, if it was me, I'm going, like, Profane Hydra into Axiom Arc, because there are so many squishy targets on the other side, and you have the Shen ultimate for those defensive capability, right? But, Winfrey, speaking of Shen, in trouble. Another Obliterate going to come down. Yikon just walking, right-clicking underneath the turret, and is going to go 1-for-1 again.
I don't know about 1-for-1ing that one. Because Yikon there, honestly, like, you forced Winfrey off the wave. Just force that Shinta back, you crash wave into turret, you're more than happy, you get some extra damage down, but instead you 1-for-1. Worse than that even, because an assist does go over to Pineholic. Okay, maybe it's even with this wave that does end up crashing into turret, but still, Dragon number 2 has been started. Do we see another heist here? Paranoid.
Shen's back. 2 seconds, 1 second, Winfrey's up. The Dragon is still, it's burning down quite low actually. Witch is going to walk in there, just walks in and smites it away. Easy as you like. Shen ultimate, not even necessary.
Yeah, I'm surprised they just let him do that. Penguini gonna get pop Guini here. Are you going for a bit of pun? But you can't just let Witch just walk up like that. I can understand if Witch pops the Paranoia, flies in, it's like, I can't Dragon, I can't my orb. Something here I didn't expect, but no. You see the Nocturne standing right there. Witch is gonna do every single time, and just wins the smite fight once again. Gonna put him in second prime position too.
Absolutely, yeah, that's 2 dragons now for the Spire. But I think it goes back to the conversation we were having about the draft, as we are going to valve forward towards this bottom side boost. This is going to eat that Foss Bomb. Goes down to about 50%. The Corki doesn't even have Trinity Force done yet, but Dilly is already starting to hurt quite a bit. But like I was saying, I feel like this goes back to our conversation we were having about the draft, where Elysium don't really have any frontline at all, besides the Mordekaiser. Like, it's easy for us to say, like, oh, you just don't let Nocturne walk into the pit to go for the flip, but whose job is it exactly to keep him out? I mean, Sofa can walk up and just, like, hit Nocturne with the hammer, but then, like, Sofa is potentially in danger of getting engaged on. I mean, he's Jace. He's going to die so fast without the knockback. He could just get engaged on. So yeah. it is easier said than done, right? But it goes back to the draft, I think. You know, at least I would argue.
Yeah. You could also send Daisy in there to run up. Okay, Death Realm popped. Flash.
Winfrey. Yeah, it's a lot committed from Yikaw again here. Should be able to get this kill. Winfrey is going to burn down. So Yikaw playing extremely aggressive in this top lane, but has been able to issue out a good amount of punishment onto Winfrey.
And nab that first turret here on the top side. I mean, haven't done too much damage to this, and you only have the 2 stack, but damage is damage here. Teleport available for Winfrey when so might not be in the books here. Have to be careful of that, especially the Witch here has the Paranoia available.
Yeah, Winfrey's still sitting on that Stand United. I think you just mentioned as well. So can't overcommit for the side of Elysium, for the side of Yikaw. You know, continuously, he's building up an advantage in that lane. You know, I do think that Winfrey went for a pretty intelligent first buy with the Hollow Radiance. It's gonna help with the wave clear as well. Here comes the Paranoia. That is, you know, the top lane. It seems like is where the Nocturne is looking. He's gonna use it, but he's 3 levels down on Yikaw right now. Still, the CC from the Fear comes out, and they know that the Death Realm is on cooldown, so that's why they're able to make this play happen. A good pick for the Spire towards that top lane to stop that advantage that Yikaw was building up, but meanwhile, Guster is helping to put some pressure down towards the bottom side. Here comes the Inferno Bomb. Is going to come out, though. Does connect onto Dilly, but thankfully the Corki was full HP, so not going to get taken down.
Yeah. And that Mega Inferno Bomb also helping delete a lot of the weapons, thankfully. So that is going to keep that turret safe for now. And it's his first turn in the top side. You have the grab here. They Nocturne with that finish. Stride Breaker, so a lot of attack speed, and that is going to be defeats picked up.
Quite right, Goferino. Good moves there from the Spire. Just really heads up, honestly. I was so nervous. I was like, oh my goodness, why are we engaging on this Mordekaiser? But they knew he didn't have ult. They knew it was safe to make that play. They executed well. And now they do have a little bit of a lead for themselves. Quite slight in terms of the gold, but really those dragons are where we're looking. Mountain Soul this time around. Gopher, absolutely massive for the Spire if they can get that next dragon as well.
Looking for something bot here. They're not on vision.
Yeah, Elysium vision at the moment. As Tristana very alone right now under that turret.
Could put a lot of pressure down here. It does mean, though, you are losing Herald side. Herald, not the biggest objective to give over.
There's not too much of a wave here. Boostus is going to one-shot the minion wave. They do have Daisy to tank up the turret aggro. Boostus holding onto the rocket jump, though, just easily jumps away from that one. Jace is down here as well. Sofa, you okay? Oh, he's not okay. NA Jace just got solo killed by a Ziggs. The Herald is going to go over. The side of Elysium, they will at least get this tier 1 in the bottom lane, so a little bit of gold back, but that is a very, very favorable trade, I would say, for the Spire.
Now, what the hell happened between Pine and Sofa there? Because
do not know.
Did Sofa just get caught off guard? Because you're sitting on 2 items here with the man with the Eclipse as well.
He held Flash also. I have no idea.
It has to be there caught off guard because Mega Inferno Bomb wasn't. Keep in mind that was still safe for the bot there. Still doing good in the 1v1 here.
He is, although the magic resist we can see for Winfrey is allowing the Shen to survive for quite a while. Ooh, the taunt flash, but still gets trapped in the Death Realm. Really nicely timed there, honestly, by Yikaw to make sure that Winfrey couldn't get away. And makes this dragon take much more risky for the side of the Spire. You can see they're backing away now, realizing, oh, we don't have Shen. This is a little bit too dicey to go for. They might stick around for another flip, though, if Elysium let them.
TP.
There's a teleport in for the Mordekaiser. He doesn't have Death Realm, but still. Oh, the Infernal Bomb. Good attempt there from Pinaholic. Spire are going to respect it. They're going to give over this dragon. Not a big deal to give over one mountain dragon. And that is really big for Elysium if they stop that from going over.
Elysium also going to appreciate these extra resists. Like we've mentioned, they're not the tankiest team. Okay, Paranoia. You got the Shen ulti.
Oh, we're going into the entire enemy team, and we're just going to die. I hate that call. I don't know what we were looking for there, as that is going to be the Ivern root connects onto the Karma, who is able to get away from that one. Another great bubble from Arrow, and Yika is so incredibly strong. Look at him go. Just barely. Winfrey gets the taunt back to get away from the Death's Grasp, but this is so much gold now. Going over to Elysium. That's another bubble landing for Arrow. Oh, but then he dies to the turret. This is a game. This is a game of League of Legends, Gopherino.
Sure is. People are at their keyboards, keyboarding away, but
Yeah.
I guess because the Stand United was kind of popular. So Witch just jumps into the enemy team, does not have a giant shield on them, and gets instantly popped. Maybe if you have the Stand United there. Yeah, it kind of looks goofy for us. Just goes in, instantly gets deleted more or less.
I mean, you saw 4 members there. It's not like there were members hiding in fog, like just out of vision, and Nocturne like presses R, and then he's flying through the air, and he's like, oh shit, there's more people here than I thought. They saw 4 members hitting the turret, and Witch is like, yeah, I like those odds. They were not good odds, Witch.
So, bit of an oof there on that one. A costly oof. Because you lose the mid lane turret, you lose 2 mid lane. That's off the back of you also. Well, and you lose members. And you don't really get any consolation prizes. Fade away kill Arrow there. So, ouch.
We do have Pinaholic is getting relatively strong on this Ziggs. His 2.5 item. Oh, Penguini. Oh dear. Oh, yeah. We flash away, and Yika didn't realize, or maybe just wasn't expecting the flash away there. So not going for the Death Realm, is not going to be able to catch Penguini. Still flash down for the Karma.
Yeah. Maybe committing the ulti there just for the Karma. A little over. At the very least, like, getting out the flashes.
Definitely. Yeah, Yika's still going to be feeling good about it. Not too worried about the whole situation. And now he still has ultimate if the Spire decide to contest this Otacon. Let's see if they're going to. We can see where the Nocturne is. It looks like the answer is no.
Yeah. Maybe they just didn't expect this. Maybe they felt like they can't contest it. But this is a relatively free one. You get a mid lane turn. So you got some nice gold in the pocket. Could be looking to dive here.
Paranoia, they're looking for the cross map onto the Jace, who flashes away underneath the turret to try to stay alive. He's running around, and he's not going to be able to get away, in fact. So that is kill number 4, actually, for Winfrey on the Shen, as well as an additional turret going over. Is Pinaholic able to finish that one off with the Satchel? So decent cross map coming out from the Spire, but for the side of Elysium, I'm probably still pretty happy securing that Otacon.
Yeah. I forget, which Otacon was it?
Oh, it was the Ruinous, I believe. It was the objective, neutral objective buff.
Okay. Oh yeah, I don't see the little GAs around people. So.
Right.
Okay, you're gonna appreciate that. A little extra value out of your Mountain Dragon and 2 grubs.
Sure. If you get more Mountain Dragons, then those resist multipliers will go real hard.
It's gonna be helpful, because Jace, once you go into melee form, you do get a bunch of it. It does scale with your 7.5% ratio, I believe. I think that's a little too high, I am. But I guess better a little bit of tanky of this. More burst on that champion. Balance discussion aside. Dragon is up in 30 seconds. Big marker here for both these teams. Yika still using their presence in the top lane here and has to join if needed. So maybe that's the call. Maybe.
We'll see. There's currently a lot of control in this river for Elysium. Penguini trying to move in. And you know, thinking back to that Otacon as well, I'm sure that's what Penguini was doing in the jungle. Is he was aware that Otacon was alive and wanted to get some vision. Here they go, going for the play. Inferno Bomb over the top. That's going to be arrow flashing away, barely going to survive that attempt. That's going to be the blast cone forward for the Nocturne, which not going to be able to chase down anybody else. That was Winfrey, actually, I guess, who was blast coning forward. Yeah, so the TP away from the Ziggs, and this dragon is not down quite yet. Mordekaiser gets in there, and it's stolen away. 2 Mountain Dragons now for the side of Elysium, and Ziggs is nowhere to be found. He teleported on out of there. We don't know why. I guess 2 Mountain Dragons for Elysium, go Freno.
Yeah, I guess they thought it was a done deal. Like, okay, we him off the bus. No way in hell. Right? There's no way in hell they can test. But Yeehaw teleports down right as Pinaholic teleports up top. And hey, it's a 5 versus 4. We'll take those odds, and works out pretty well for them. Double Mountain Dragon here. The resist gonna start adding up a little bit. Not like there's a ton of resist being built right now, but hey.
The fact that Nocturne went down there means that this Baron is $3.99. Elysium going to be able to lock this one away. They've got about a 3,000 gold lead now for themselves to complement their Otacon and their Mountain Dragons. And they're in a great spot now, you know? I still don't like their composition, but they are undoubtedly winning right now this game.
Yeah. For now, at least, it is a bit of a tenuous position here. It's going to come down to how well they can to really blow up the game, because they still haven't cracked open the base. You still have this powerful Mordekaiser that can just sit in side lane. See what they can do with it here. That is the big question for me, crewman. They're slowly pushing on in, spreading the love with the Baron buffs in the side waves. Once Yeehaw gets collapsing on turrets, then I think we're going to see a damage peak.
Yeah, waiting for Yeehaw to get that top wave pushed out, and then we'll see what Elysium can do with this Baron. It's the 1-3-1 setup right now, so from the bottom side with teleport is a little bit ahead of the rest of the team in terms of where that wave is located right now. Winfrey gonna get down there. He's gonna clear most of this out. Top lane still lagging a little bit behind as that mid wave comes in. The mid wave gets cleared out. Elysium not quite able to sync up these waves just yet.
Ooh, let's see there. You got the cavalry coming as well.
Yeah, Winfrey gonna take a bunch of damage from the Quirky as Dilly arrives. And it looks like that tier 2, yeah, tier 2 and bot gonna get taken down. Witch trying to defend against the Mordekaiser up here, but tough going. Can't get that cannon minion. And that top tier 2 is likely also going to fall. It's just the base turrets left now for the Spire to try and defend. Another wave coming in bot, still Baron on for another minute for Elysium. Daisy helping out quite a bit with the siege. Here comes the trigger pull. It's the Spire force. They feel like they have to make a move, but again, it's Witch into 4 people. It's a decent amount of damage onto Arrow, but the Nocturne just pops like a balloon once again. You can't just be diving into 4 people like that. And Winfrey, he tried to go for the Stand United, but the Mordekaiser was right there. He's easily going to be able to stop that. Takes down the Shun in the Death Realm, and that's going to do it. Elysium with 5v3 on the map. Baron still on for 40 seconds. They should be able to end it here.
Yeah, this has to be it, crewman. You're already crashing down on one Nexus turret. Can't be much longer.
There it is. And Jace gets his first kill there, right at the end. Well done, NA Jace. You got the win. You proved me wrong.
Yep.
Look at him go.
Yeah, and great showing here from Elysium. I mean, bit of an upset coming out here as the 6th seed being able to take down the Spire.
Yeah, the Spire was looking really good. They were coming off a massive performance last week. You know, Boostus got like 40 kills in 2 games. He was going absolutely insano mode. But he was quite invisible, unfortunately, tonight, as actually Boostus had the lowest damage on the team, less than 5,000 damage on the Tristana in almost a 30-minute game. How is that even possible?
I mean, they weren't able to do a lot in these team fights, it feels like, because your Nocturne goes in, instantly blown up. You're like, okay, what can I do? Well, Boostus did try hop in a few times, and it did not work out.
No,
yeah,
it didn't. Yeah.
That is very low damage.
it feels like the only things that the Spire were really able to get in this game are the things that Elysium gave them for seemingly no reason, right?
Yeah.
It was really, this was a really weird game, Go Farino. I mean, congrats to Elysium. You know, we said, we were talking earlier about how big this win is for them. You know, the fact that they were able to get that third match win on the board, create that little bit of separation between themselves and the Monkeys, who obviously were able to pick up that win earlier on tonight. So Elysium now are looking really solid in terms of their own playoff position, and the Spire. You know, they were hoping to challenge for second place. You know, they were in third. If they had managed to pick up this win over Elysium, then they would be at 4 wins, you know, possibly tied with Omega, depending on the results of that match that they're going to play tomorrow. But that's not going to be the case. You know, Spire are, in fact, likely going to have to fight for their playoff lives in that final match against Omega next week. A really tough opponent for them. They're going to need to play way better than they played tonight to have a chance against that Omega roster.
Yeah. Because keep in mind, first game, Elysium did have to bring in a sub, so
Also true. Yeah.
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 I mean, props to Elysium. They showed up tonight.
They did.
Not the it definitely was a bit of a close one at some points here in this game, number 2, but eventually the Spire were just too far behind. Their press the buttons and go in composition just wasn't synced up in a lot of these team fights. Just not enough damage, not enough tankiness, and the Mordekaiser just putting the Shen on enough of a back foot, not able to join the team fights.
Yeah, the Mordekaiser was huge. Yika pulling out the Mordekaiser really shut Winfrey down, I think, in this game really, really effectively. But the main story tonight for me for Elysium is definitely Dilly and Arrow. You know, Arrow was forced to go into the mid lane in that first game, had that great game on the Vagar. The Nami this game was insane. He landed so many bubbles. He did die to the turret that one time. That was kind of
Yeah.
silly, but like we all make mistakes, right? Arrow had an amazing couple of games tonight, I think. And, you know, Dilly and Arrow were 2 players on this Elysium roster that a lot of people were super, super excited for at the start of the season, right? Thinking, like, these guys are going to be the stars. They're going to play around bot lane. It's going to be great. They haven't had an amazing season up until this point, but I really feel like they performed extremely well tonight to really help carry the team to victory.
Yeah. Yeah, I forget. Did we give Arrow the little PogChamp award in the first game?
Arrow was my vote. You were leaning a little bit more towards the Elise. You were saying that you felt like Guster did a great job controlling those objectives and was kind of in the
Yeah.
right place, the right time for the early game, which certainly I don't disagree with. I thought Guster played quite well tonight as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a hard call. Probably
Yes,
Arrow,
hard call.
though, for sure, this time around, because of those bubbles, yeah.
Yeah. The Nami was chef's kiss, beautiful tonight. And yeah, Elysium, a big win for them. They're going to be feeling much better than they otherwise would be heading into that week number 7. Yet, any other final thoughts before we close this one out? Go Farino.
I mean, congrats to Elysium once again. Bit of an upset win coming out in 2-0 at that with a sub in the first game. So we'll see what they can cook in these upcoming weeks. There's not many weeks left in the regular season.
That's right. There's exactly 1 week left after this one. So it's time to shape up or shut up. You know, all these teams, they need to be in playoff form. That postseason is right around the corner. But we're not there quite yet. Still tomorrow, of course. And then those last few matches next week as well. But that's going to do it from us tonight, guys. Remember to tune in tomorrow for that absolutely massive battle between Omega and Team Solo Invade. That is going to be a banger, no doubt in my mind. So be sure to tune in for that one, guys. That's going to be the first match tomorrow night. So 4 p.m. Eastern start time, same place. You know the drill. From us here, from myself, from Go Farino, from Wookie, and the entire team at Blue Otter, thank you very, very much for watching. We'll see you next time. Have a great night.